Amidst the dark, suffocating waters, a gloomy train of thought sinks endlessly into the infinite. I wonder how long it has been since I fell into this bottomless abyss. Tormented and waiting for death, I can only recall a few shattered fragments of what happened before. Like when someone said straight to Norman's face, "I've hated you since the very first time we met." The fierce hatred of those who wished to see me dead. That terrifying, demonic face and those curse-like words kept echoing in his ears. "Die, Norman." Words that shattered his very soul. The despairing tears of my loved one who tried to reach out, bringing a ray of light to him, Norman. Yet they were heartbreakingly weak and helpless, unable to stop Norman from falling. And the truth was that my soul had already shattered somewhere in the void. Trapped in this endless curse. Die. Get lost, Norman. Die. Perhaps death is the only way out.
But then a single drop of water fell, rippling the stagnant puddle. I didn't want to die. Not until her voice rang out, pulling me from my slumber. That was when I swore an oath that I would dedicate the rest of my life to protecting and serving my savior. The imperial capital, the 500th anniversary of the founding of the Lothan's Empire. After 10 years of misery, this moment has finally arrived. So many long years of waiting for this day. To gaze upon the subjects of Lothans, my proud and noble family, and to witness the return of Alicia Melfont. A mild climate, fertile soil, a prosperous land where every soul flourishes. We are a great lineage that has produced countless renowned knights throughout the ages. My parents belong to the most distinguished and respected nobility of the Western region, alongside my dependable brother and his wife, who are as bright as the radiant sun. My family is my pride and joy, and of course, I must mention the new family member my brother brought home one beautiful morning. He introduced a girl of Alicia's age, announcing that she would be living with us from then on. Ophelia, a beautiful girl blessed with divine power. I was thrilled to have an older sister and companion. They were incredibly close, and Ophelia adored her. "You look so beautiful wearing the Teresia flower crown, Alicia. It's as if you were born to wear it." It was a perfect life, and it seemed the goddess Mara was smiling upon us. I believed that happiness would last forever, until the dark clouds of misfortune gathered and cast their shadow over us. It all began with the appearance of that Nyx. I had suspected him from the very start. There was something hidden deep within his eyes.
Even so, Ophelia still treated him wholeheartedly, and my objections could not stop her from bringing him into our home. That was the Saintess's only mistake. Wherever Ophelia went, Nyx followed, despite the glaring signs. But I was so blinded by my hatred for him that I failed to realize the object of his obsession was not Ophelia herself, but her divine power. On a starry night, everything unfolded as quietly as a petal falling gently into the water, yet it was a lotus seed, silently taking root. The young wanderer, Nyx, turned out to be a corrupt priest who had begun worshipping Arpho, a dark force, and Ophelia's divine power was the key to awakening the sleeping dark god. Nyx's goal was to extract holy water from Ophelia for the dark god, but having failed, he instead unleashed the god's terrible powers upon our land. Thousands of people were sacrificed in the ritual, including my family. Even in that situation, my brother's only concern was for me. "Alicia, run." Everything I cherished was stripped away in the blink of an eye. That horribly black hand was the last thing Alicia saw. When I woke up, I found myself in a vast, desolate wasteland, alone with my nephew Alfred. Suddenly, she saw something glittering and emitting light. That, Alicia recognized it. It was her father's signet ring. On that day, I made a vow. I swore to myself that I would do whatever it took to survive and bring the Melfong family back from the ruins. Once I restored the family name, Alfred, my only surviving flesh and blood, would wear this ring and inherit the estate. As for Ophelia, the source of this tragedy, she frantically searched for something. Having abandoned her adoptive younger sister to fend for herself, well, I just want to say that the sheer resentment and hatred I held for her made me the person I am today. A strong and cold woman, she now whispered in a low, disdainful voice, "Coward." To fulfill my ambition, I cast aside my noble pride and entered the world of merchants as a wine merchant, and through relentless effort, I restored the Melfong family in just 10 years. While Alicia was enjoying her wine, two men behind her cast scrutinizing glances in her direction. The man with the shaggy hair spoke up in admiration. "Look at the size of the gemstone she's wearing. It must be worth a fortune."
However, the words of the pointy-mouthed man next to him made her stop in her tracks. Indeed, a fortune scraped together by a witch from selling liquor, and she dares call herself a noble? Those contemptuous words made Alicia whip her head around. Without a moment's hesitation, she marched straight toward the two of them, making them break out in a cold sweat. Yet Alicia only smiled gently. "Gentlemen, please drop by Romdak when you have the time. Our guild's jewelry is usually reserved for the royal family, but I will let you browse our wares for free, since I don't think you have the money to buy them anyway." Alicia's words drove him mad with rage. Then she turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. They could whisper behind her back all they wanted. Noble dignity, none of that meant anything to her. After all, she was only paving the way.
All of this was to be saved for her beloved nephew Alfred until he could stand on his own. At that moment, the sound of fireworks rang out, blooming beautifully across the clear blue sky. Alicia stopped in her tracks, staring in surprise. She felt a quiet disdain in her heart. These fireworks were a complete waste of money, and they really ought to rethink how tax dollars were spent. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek startled Alicia, her eyes widening in shock. Ah! Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the direction of the mansion, the flashing flames nearly swallowing half of the building. Thick smoke and dust quickly blanketed the entire area. Standing nearby, Alicia was caught in the aftermath, collapsing to her knees as she coughed violently. An explosion? What's going on? I can't waste any more time. I have to get out of here right now. With that thought, she lowered her head and began groping around on the ground. Just then, someone approached, casting a shadow over Alicia and freezing her in her tracks. This feeling, it can't be. No. Nix looked down at her, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Alicia Melfont? She looked up at him, her brow furrowed deeply, her pupils constricted from the sheer shock in her heart. Nix stepped closer, a smile on his face. So you survived after all. You really are stubborn, Alicia Melfont. Alicia's heart churned. Nix. Damn it. She clenched her teeth, her face a mask of pure resentment. She forced a mocking smile. Same to you, huh? I heard you were sealed by the cathedral's priests the day you slaughtered my subjects, but it seems a lowly stalker like you found a way to sneak out. I thought your corpse would have rotted in the dungeon by now. What a pity. He sighed. Your tongue is as venomous as ever, isn't it? He then looked around, searching. By the way, where is she? Where did you hide her? Confused, she asked, What are you talking about? Nix calmly asked back, Ophelia, she's here, isn't she? Alicia glared, cursing inwardly. You bastard. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, he had to bring up Ophelia. Fantastic. I have to find a way to stall him here until the priests arrive. Having made her decision, she provoked him. You poor fool. It seems you really don't know, do you? Ophelia died that day. Inwardly, she wondered, will this work? Hearing this, Nix froze for a moment, but immediately after he summoned a giant hand, curling his lip as he declared, Liar. Alicia's eyes widened in horror. No! The giant hand lunged forward, rapidly closing the distance. Helplessly losing her balance, she fell onto the cold ground. As she was being carried away by a henchman, Alicia wondered, Ophelia, did you ever think my life would be in danger again because of you? Damn you, Ophelia. A while later, as her consciousness gradually returned, she heard someone's voice. Keep an eye on that wench and wait for Lord Nix's orders. This place felt like a dark dungeon. Alicia regained a bit of awareness. Where am I? What will become of me? I can't die here. I still have to take care of little Anphos and my wine business. Wake up, Alicia Melfont. Someone is still waiting for you. Snap out of it. Suddenly, the bats in the dungeon took flight in a frenzy. The space instantly transformed with falling petals. Alicia turned her head in a daze. She looked around in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation. What is going on? Alicia's eyes widened as if realizing something. Am I in a dream? I must be too tired. A strange light behind her suddenly caught her attention. Alicia looked on in doubt as she recognized the source of the light. A book floating on the surface of a lake. What is this now? The title of the book was Ophelia's Night. She hesitated. One look was enough to tell it was no happy story. The title of the novel was Ophelia's Night. But strangely, these pages were all the story of my life. Alicia stammered. It's about me. With every page, the book revealed the terrible truth of what had actually happened that night. When Nix unleashed death and slaughter upon the Melfont estate, Ophelia had not hesitated to run and save little Anphos. Afterward, she went straight to her younger sister, Alicia. But by the time she arrived, Alicia's blood had already been sacrificed to the dark god. Reading up to this point, Alicia realized, though her memories were still hazy, they were gradually returning to her. That eerie hand had grabbed her, and within seconds, she was dead. Ophelia had poured out nearly all of her power to revive Alicia. Nix's remaining followers devised a way to free their master from his shackles. As the servants of Arpho awakened from their long slumber, Nix once again began his search for Ophelia. Alicia finally realized. So, had Nix come to the imperial capital because he sensed Ophelia's divine power inside her? That was why he had asked her about her sister. If she could somehow control her sister's power, she would be able to deliver a fatal blow to him. But what else could be done? I had to keep reading. There must still be clues in the book. It didn't take long for me to realize that I had missed a very important truth.
Pausing on a page, Alicia was startled. What is this? The title could not be ignored, because without a doubt, the protagonist of this story, Ophelia's knight, was not Alicia, but Ophelia. After removing the supreme power from his path, Nyx traveled to a remote corner of the land and built himself a ruined fortress named Tantaros. Then he sought to lure Ophelia into his trap by delivering Alicia to her, one piece at a time. And when Ophelia was forced to respond to that cruel invitation, an image of Ophelia screaming appeared. "No, Nyx, stop!" Nyx smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Alicia Melfont. It was your desperate resistance that brought my saintess here today." Nyx beheaded Alicia right in front of her. Reading up to this point, Alicia's heart seemed to skip a beat.
She reached up to touch her neck. What did this mean? Was she destined to die here? That was unacceptable. Ophelia had given her her holy water. She couldn't die so easily. She could heal her wounds if she knew how to use this power. The moment Nyx's blade sliced through Alicia's flesh, the holy water that had kept her alive for 10 years returned to its rightful owner, imbuing Ophelia with an even greater power in body, mind, and soul. Armed with this power and righteous fury, this time Ophelia swiftly sealed the corrupt priest, preventing the return of Aphro, the dark god. With the conclusion of Ophelia's story, the priority of Mara in the savior, Alicia, fell into a long silence after finishing the book. A tear fell onto the page. "What are you trying to tell me? Do you want me to die just so Ophelia can have a happy ending? No, that is unacceptable."
She collapsed. This was just a nightmare that would soon pass. I have to wake up from this nightmare. Alfred is still waiting for me, and the subjects of the Melfont clan need me. Wake up, now. As the scream echoed, Alicia jolted awake. Clutching her head, she groaned. Why can't I wake up? Isn't this just a dream? Suddenly, she noticed the shackles binding her wrists. Alicia looked up to scan her surroundings. It was a fortress built in a remote, desolate place, far from the scrutiny of the supreme power. A desperate scream echoed topside. "Help! Let us out! They are keeping prisoners here to sacrifice to the dark god. The path of the dark god Arpho will lead your souls into the deepest depths of hell." Nyx's eerie hymn only made things worse. "So this is Tantarus's lair, Nyx's lair," she muttered. "His servants must have forged these shackles themselves. They're so heavy. Things are about to get interesting. Everything is playing out exactly like in the book." Alicia's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, does that mean I'm going to die here? I can't give up. There has to be a way out. If that book is correct, then Ophelia's divine power is currently flowing through my veins. Once I figure out how to use it, escaping this fortress will be a piece of cake." She clenched her fists with determination. "Maybe I can even control this power to deal a fatal blow to that bastard Nyx. He will pay for what he did to the Melfont clan." Footsteps were drawing closer and closer.
A voice spoke up, asking, "Is this where that wench is being kept?" "Yeah," Alicia urged herself. Think. How did Ophelia gather her power?" Then she cursed helplessly to herself. "Damn it, I have to do something before they take me away. Save me, Ophelia." Suddenly, a loud crack echoed. Startled, one of the guards stammered, "Where did that sound come from?" The other replied gleefully, "God Arpho must have answered Lord Nyx's plea. Finally, the Lord of Hell has arrived in this land. Take the wench to Lord Nyx. We can't keep him waiting." The guard approached the cell. "Get out here, you wench." Alicia remained sitting there, motionless. Seeing this, both guards looked at each other in fear. Suddenly, she sneered. "Can't wait and want to go straight to hell? Then let me grant your wish." A powerful beam of light flashed from inside the tower. Alicia charged straight down with a massive surge of power. She marveled. "Amazing, it's real. Her power has been hidden inside me all this time." To the author who wasted so much ink on Ophelia's knight, "You were mistaken if you thought I would quietly accept the ending you wrote. Just wait and see, because no amount of ink and paper will save your book. From this very chaos, I am about to break the seal." With a heavy thud, Alicia landed in a seated position, her body enveloped in a glowing aura.
She couldn't help but feel a bit dazed again. It seemed a bit too extreme. She had fallen right through all the treatment floors with a single fall. Clenching her fists, determination flashed in her eyes. "Now, think of a way to get out of here quickly. Alfred is still waiting for me. Think, Alicia, think." Suddenly, 2 nearby guards spotted her and shouted, "That wench, after her!" Alicia didn't hesitate and quickly turned to run. One of them managed to grab the strap of her dress. Pulled back, she lost her balance and crashed to the ground. Alicia frowned in annoyance. "I swear, this dress." Her expression suddenly relaxed, filled with surprise. A flash of blinding light stopped them in their tracks, prompting her to ask, "What are you idiots doing there?" Receiving no response, she surmised that her power must have created a barrier to block them. "Good," she smiled with satisfaction. Gripping the hem of her dress tightly, she ripped it straight down. "The only thing you will get from me is a scrap of my dress."
The guards pounded furiously on the barrier, screaming, "You wench, get out here now!" Alicia staggered to her feet and brushed the dust off her clothes. She stood facing them through the barrier, her hand gently touching its surface. "Your power saved me again, Ophelia, but don't expect me to be grateful for it." "Well, let me ask you something, you fools," she said. "Why on earth would anyone want to be a servant to a fee? Oh wait, it's a foo, isn't it? It's not like he ever bestowed any power upon you anyway." One of them quickly retorted, "Lies! Watch your tongue, wench. The dark god will punish you." Her footsteps gradually slowed. Alicia looked down at her hands and wondered, but how did I even do that? I don't even know what I did to activate this power. Though it was hard to accept, the only way to escape this place was to make use of the information from the novel. She clenched her fists. After all, everything was unfolding exactly as the book had predicted.
According to the novel, there was a body of water at the end of this tunnel. It served to imprison a paladin with enough power to plunge the world into chaos. His name was Norman Diaz. In the original plot, Ophelia used the power she reclaimed after my death to free the paladin from his watery prison. Alicia planned to do it before her, then use him to escape this place. Let's see. I don't see any lake or body of water big enough to submerge a grown man. Suddenly, Alicia startled as her foot stepped into a puddle. What was this? She quickly regained her composure, her eyes widening in unconcealed joy. Before her lay a shimmering pool of water. This was it, the hidden water. Alicia observed it skeptically. It looked more like a puddle than a body of water. I have to check it out. Leaving her shoes on the dry ground, she stepped in. As her thin, scratched feet touched the water, she felt it was deeper than it appeared, yet the water only came up to her ankles. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over Alicia as she lost her balance and stumbled. She sank beneath the surface. No, damn it, I should have known this was a trap. Trying to keep her balance, she looked around, searching. Suddenly, her hand brushed against another. She instinctively turned her head to confirm. It was him, Norman Diaz, the white-haired man appearing before her eyes. Alicia held her breath and swam over. She thought to herself, "Nix, that disgusting, depraved bastard. I wonder if he imprisoned Norman here just because of his looks." She immediately shook her head to banish these random thoughts. This was the first time she had ever seen someone so breathtakingly beautiful. He was still so young, as if time had been frozen. She reached out and touched his hand. At the very moment the curse was placed upon him, Alicia pursed her lips tightly and reached out to grab Norman's collar. At that moment, any intention of using him was completely forgotten. Her lips moved closer to close the distance, and she knew she was just acting on instinct. Suddenly, she paused. No, she had to free him first. Water splashed everywhere. I really need to build up my stamina. How can I save anyone when I'm already gasping for air after swimming just a little? Showing a pouty expression, she muttered to him, "Just so you know, I almost drowned you again. You are insanely heavy." Norman remained motionless. Alicia startled, thinking, wait, he's not dead, is he? She reached out to check his breathing. He was still alive. He looked just like a cursed sleeping beauty, or should I say, a sleeping prince. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Lord Norman, my name is Alicia Melfont, and I desperately need your help. Please wake up. We cannot stay here for long."
A heavy silence began to settle in. Angrily, she slapped his face with all her might. "Listen, princess, you have to wake up before that crazy devil worshipper finds me." A familiar voice rang out. "Alicia Melfont." She turned her head in panic. "For the sake of—" Nyx asked with a chilling smile. "Where have you hidden Ophelia?" Alicia retorted. "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? I told you Ophelia is dead." He stepped forward, denying it. "No, you're lying. I can feel her power still flowing inside you." Alicia grimaced, pursing silently. That lunatic. He must have sensed Ophelia's power when I activated it to come down here.
She grimaced, racking her brain for what to do. Suddenly, Nyx was distracted by something. "That's Norman Diaz. How did you free him? It wasn't you, was it?" "No, it was Ophelia. She must have come here to free Norman." Alicia seized the opportunity to spring up. She slapped Nyx hard across the face. Alicia snarled a warning. "Andy, that is the divine power you could never get enough of. After sealing you away that day, Ophelia used all her remaining strength to resurrect me. Now, I am the successor to her power." Nyx's face contorted in sheer disbelief. "No, that's impossible. No, no!" He shrieked in agitation, denying the truth. Alicia smiled triumphantly, thinking, "That's right. Now you know how it feels, the despair that I had to go through." Nyx cursed. "You demon, you insidious wretch. How could someone like you ever be worthy of Ophelia's power?" Alicia smiled mockingly. "Too bad. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't kill me. Because you see, doing so would mean saying goodbye to the precious power you have always craved."
Thomasdar roared. "I don't believe it! Ophelia belongs to God. She couldn't possibly die this easily." Suddenly, Nyx fell silent, his hands hanging limp. Alicia froze, wary of his strange mumblings. Suddenly, a hand shot out and gripped her ankle tightly. Nyx's expression turned resentful. "You liar! How dare you deceive me?" Alicia panicked. "You can still say that, even after feeling my divine power from that punch?" A voice rang in her ears. "Kill this peasant girl, and Ophelia will return." Nyx flashed a savage grin and asked, "Did you hear that? That is the voice of God Afan. All I need to do is finish you off, and everything will return to its proper course." Nyx reached out toward Alicia, pinning her down with brute force and strangling her. Nyx had gone mad, no longer able to control himself. He gloated triumphantly. "You have no idea what that power can do. All that precious energy is escaping your body, which means you are nothing but a useless vessel. Die, Alicia Melfont. Die in pain and fear." Alicia struggled desperately. "No, no." Before her eyes, Norman was still fast asleep. She thought, aggrieved, "I didn't risk everything just to die like this. I don't want to die. It can't end like this."
In the midst of her thoughts, a flash of light flared and Nyx was suddenly flung back. Alicia could finally breathe, coughing repeatedly. What was happening? A hand reached out, gently wiping away the tear lingering on the corner of her eye. Norman reassured her, "You are safe now." It turned out to be Norman Diaz. Alicia opened her eyes wide, dazed by the situation. She realized, a divine barrier. That's why Nyx was pushed away. Nyx opened his eyes and clicked his tongue after the sudden attack. "Come here, Alicia Melfont." Alicia flinched at the voice. He whispered in her ear, "You cannot escape me." She quickly realized she was hearing his voice inside her head. "No matter where you hide, you will have to return to me." Frustrated, she screamed, "Go away." Nyx spoke, "I am giving you the chance to offer your pure body to the Dark God." Alicia shuddered. "That monster, so he has been targeting my body." Norman asked in a gentle voice, "Did he try to harm you?" She quickly replied, "Yes, a corrupt priest who sacrificed all the subjects of the Melfon territory to his lord Arfo. He cannot be allowed to live." He wondered, "Are you the daughter of the Melfon family?" Alicia replied sorrowfully, "I used to be, but now I am the head of the family. Being the sole survivor leaves me with few choices." Suddenly, her eyes widened as a sense of danger washed over her. Nyx had stood up, summoning giant arms. Fools. A giant arm immediately lunged forward, but Norman reacted quickly, creating another barrier. The giant arm struck with immense force. He was about to break through the barrier. Alicia grabbed Norman's arm, trembling. "Please, don't let him kill me." He turned to her, seeing her pale, scratched face filled with panic. His hand gently touched Alicia's. "I'm sorry to have to say this, but right now there is nothing I can do to destroy that thing. However, we can still buy some time." Nyx's voice rang out again. "Norman Diaz, give up. That pathetic barrier won't save you. I will tear you limb from limb and sacrifice your blood to the Dark God." Then other giant arms instantly lunged forward. They slammed down with all their might, trying to break the barrier. With a deafening crash, the barrier shattered into pieces. Alicia shielded her body with her arms, bracing against the flying shards. Is this the end? Out of nowhere, bolts of lightning suddenly flashed, catching Nyx off guard and knocking him flat on his back once again. Only then did Alicia open her eyes, regaining her composure. A holy knight with the power to overthrow the balance of the world, Norman Diaz. This man was one of the characters in the novel that had foretold my death.
It was also a reminder of the perilous future awaiting me and the sole salvation of my soul. As a loud rumble echoed, Norman urged, "We must leave this place right now." Alicia turned around upon hearing a chuckle from behind. Nyx smiled savagely and said, "Why so stubborn? Don't you see it's pointless? Deep down, you know it. You are only plunging yourself into danger. No matter what you do, death will come," puffy Alicia. Clutching her head in panic, she cried, "No way, I won't just sit back and wait for death." Nyx's voice continued to echo, "You are nothing but a temporary vessel to hold Ophelia's divine power." Norman spoke up, "Is he speaking in your mind? He is trying to weaken you by sowing fear deep within your heart. You must fight him. I know you are strong enough to do so. You are the savior who freed me from the seal after all this time. You can survive this time. Forgive my disrespect, but we must hurry." Norman suddenly scooped Alicia up in his arms. He turned to explain, "I will get you out of here alive, I swear." The trembling cave was gradually collapsing. Nyx still lay there, chuckling. Norman tried to focus on carrying Alicia out of the cave. "The path of the dark god Arfa will guide your souls into the deepest hell." Nyx's words still rang in her ears. Ophelia startled awake from the nightmare, her hands tightly clutching her blanket.
She bolted upright, gasping for breath. Seeing this, the young man stepped forward and called out, "Ophelia." Nicholas Diaz, the second son of the Diaz family, gently asked after her well-being. "You're finally awake. How are you feeling?" Ophelia didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "Nicholas, how long have I been unconscious? How many days has it been since the festival?" He replied, "It hasn't even been a day. Don't worry, Nyx won't get his way. There's still time. He hasn't killed Alicia yet." Hearing this, she clenched her fists, blaming herself.
I lost consciousness when I was needed most. How frustrating.
Jack briefed them on the situation. I think we have enough clues to find him now. We'll locate his lair while the two of you get some rest. But Ophelia objected. There's no time left. We must leave immediately. Nicholas looked at her with concern and said, but we don't know his exact hiding place. Ophelia stood up proudly, gripping her sword, and declared the location, Tantaros. Nicholas repeated the name in confusion. Tantaros. Do you know where that is? He turned to ask Jack, who replied, no, Commander. I'm not even sure if I've ever heard that name before. Hearing this, Ophelia said, I can't explain it, but the name and the location of his stronghold suddenly flashed in my mind. Nicholas looked at her fierce determination with worry. He thought to himself, Ophelia's intuition is never wrong. If Tantaros is indeed Nyx's lair, that will be where I can find more clues about Norman's whereabouts and the image of the man calling out my name, Nicholas. And who knows, maybe he is waiting for me there. With that thought, he stood up and ordered his subordinate, prepare to depart, Jack. Jack complied. Understood, Commander. Meanwhile, as Norman carried Alicia and teleported to another location, she was slightly taken aback, thinking to herself, we're flying. Am I dreaming? Norman gently told her, close your eyes for a moment. Alicia cried inwardly, how can I close my eyes when you're this close? The two landed safely in a dense forest. Norman gently set her down. He asked Alicia in a soft voice, are you hurt anywhere? She replied, I think. Suddenly, Alicia's heart pounded.
Startled, she recalled the moment of danger from before, reminding herself that she had been so focused on surviving that she had completely forgotten about it. The image of her lying sprawled on the ground flashed back. I was attacked by Nyx's demonic power. Then came the image of him pinning her down by the neck. That monster had destroyed everything. Thinking of those painful memories, Alicia grew exhausted. Her body gave out and she fell against Norman, causing him to cry out in worry. My lady! She gasped, her pupils shrinking in terror. Clutching her neck, Alicia panted heavily, crying out in her heart, it hurts so much, I can't breathe. Did I survive all of that just to die in a place like this? Norman frantically shook her. Please, calm down. Alicia collapsed in Norman's arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. He realized the problem. She was hyperventilating due to shock. Holding Alicia tightly, Norman said, I won't let you die here, I swear. I apologize if this is impolite. Norman then untied the laces of Alicia's outer garment. Once it was loosened, she was still shaking, but her breathing became steadier. Alicia opened her eyes, which were still wet with tears. He asked, do you feel any better? Still dazed from the shock, she asked him back, am I still alive? Norman smiled gently in agreement. Yes, you are still alive. She stared blankly at her hands. Oh, Alicia covered her face, filled with both joy and emotion. The course of the story had changed. Nyx hadn't been able to kill her. Leaning against Norman, she burst into tears. I was so scared, but in the end, I survived. I did it. He gently comforted her. That's right. You are safe now. Everything is going to be all right.
That menacing voice echoed in her mind. You cannot escape death forever, Alicia Malfont, leaving her to wonder if she could ever truly escape that tragic end unscathed. Norman pulled her into his arms, whispering softly, please, lean on my shoulder for a moment. Alicia closed her eyes. Though she could still hear Norman's voice, what she needed most right now was sleep. Meanwhile, at Tantaros Stronghold, Nicholas asked Ophelia, the entire stronghold has been destroyed. What do you think happened here? Jack ran over, calling out, Commander, I found the heretical priest. He's pinned under the rubble. His words left Nicholas stunned. Hearing this, Ophelia immediately ordered, send word to the temple priests. He must be sealed immediately. He nodded, acknowledging the order.
Jack ran to the soldiers, and Nicholas ordered, lead the way. Ophelia looked up, contemplating. We will know for sure once Nyx is completely sealed. I can't say for certain, but something has changed. Under a starry night sky, beneath the romantic glow of the moonlight, Norman was watching over Alicia. He let out a sigh. The scenery hasn't changed at all. Norman lowered his head, looking down, lost in thought. He gently touched the fabric near where Alicia lay, recalling her words. Now I am the pillar of my family. Becoming the sole survivor doesn't give me many choices. Norman's face carried a hint of sadness. Even though the world was turned upside down while I was asleep, I can't imagine how much pain they must have been in. Then he remembered the moment his younger brother was taken away, the boy crying out his name. Norman, no! He then blamed himself again. I am to blame for everything that happened. Norman recalled another memory of sitting and talking with a comrade on the lush green grass. Norman Diaz Zoe, that is my name. His comrade vaguely recognized it. That name, Norman explained. Zoe, a name bestowed by God, is only used within the family. A name I have revealed to a fellow knight, a comrade, and a close friend who has faced countless dangers by my side. I am telling you because I consider you a brother, Iago. To me, you are family.
Yet even though we had fought together as heroes of the Empire, Norman said, bewildered. Why, Iago? At this point, a flood of memories came rushing back. Iago held a sword to his younger brother's neck, growling, Come now, O death, shatter and destroy the soul of my enemy, Norman Diaz Zoe.
He continued to recount. I didn't see the deep hatred in his heart. Something flew toward Norman, and he was startled to find red cracks appearing on his face. Taking advantage of the secret, Iago had summoned an ancient curse using the full name of the victim. Norman had tried to stop him. Don't do this, Iago. The summoner always pays a heavy price for curses. But he only smirked. I have hated you since the first time we met. To his shock, the curse surrounded and wounded him. He said, everything would be perfect without you, Norman. Surrender and die the way you deserve to. Norman's heart ached at those words, and tears silently fell. His younger brother, struggling in Iago's grasp, cried, No, let me go! The boy screamed, Norman! Continuing his narration, if Nicholas hadn't awakened his divine power to stop the curse, my flesh would have turned to ash.
Along with his shattered soul, the negative words drowned him deep into the darkness, erasing Norman. Cast into the endless darkness of the curse, he relived every single word. I've hated you since the first time we met. Don't abandon me, Norman. He laughed and said, everything would have been perfect without you. All I could do was wait in vain until the very end. A voice screamed, I don't want to die. Norman's words continued until her voice reached me, a powerful voice rising to deny it. It's not like that. Norman noticed someone stirring, which cut off his train of thought. He was still sitting here with Alicia by the campfire. She groaned softly, then whimpered more, as if caught in a nightmare. Norman looked at her face, her neck, and her hands and legs, all covered in wounds. His heart ached, his eyes narrowing. He gently touched her forehead. Norman startled, his eyes widening.
Seeing Alicia in discomfort, Norman grew worried. Her body was burning hot. I shouldn't rely too much on my power, but right now I have no other choice. He cast a spell on her, bringing forth a light. He felt deeply for Alicia. She had been traumatized, both in body and mind, which was only natural after everything she had been through. She dragged me out of the pit despite being covered in wounds, and I am hardly a beacon of light myself. Was it the fear of death that gave her the strength to keep going? Or rather, her sheer will to live? What an intense desire to live. She makes me wonder what kind of person she is. Perhaps I will learn more about her when she wakes up. Norman looked up at the night sky. He spoke softly. I can't even remember the last time I was this excited for tomorrow to come. As the narration echoed, thanks to Alicia's sacrifice, everything had become possible. Alicia's scream echoed through the room. Terrified, she rubbed her shoulders and arms. Her arms were still there. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. That damn book.
Alicia looked around with a scrutinizing gaze. Her slender hand brushed against the surface of what she was sitting on, and she wondered, a bed. Alicia fell into deep thought. She could only remember escaping from Tantaros, while everything else was a blur. After racking her brain for a while without recalling even a single detail, she screamed in frustration. I can't remember anything. Where am I? What is this place? While she was still wondering, Norman opened the door and walked in with a basket of fruit. I'm back. Who are you? Alicia's question froze him in his tracks, and the basket of fruit slipped from his hands, crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Alicia seemed to go wild, grabbing the owner's collar and shaking him violently. Don't you dare try to trick me. Tell me your real identity. Are you one of Nyx's henchmen or what? The owner could only try to defend himself. I'm just an old man. Quickly snapping out of it, he rushed over and pulled her away from the owner. Please calm down. They are very kind to let us stay here for free. Hearing his words, she grew even more suspicious. That's even more shady. Why would they do that when they get nothing in return? The owner gave a silly smile. Your dress is completely torn. Anyone can see you don't have a single penny left.
And indeed, that was the truth. She was now practically homeless. Alicia patted herself down, completely clueless about what they were saying. But the reality was that she had lost one earring, was wearing an old woman's nightgown, possessed an unsellable signet ring, was barefoot, and did not have a single penny to her name. After realizing the sheer extent of her poverty, she collapsed to the ground in her silk gown and jewelry. Beside her, Norman gently apologized for Alicia's behavior just now. Please forgive her. Fortunately, the owners did not take offense. It's quite all right. Norman flashed an incredibly handsome smile, his warm voice ringing out. Thank you both for your understanding. She has been through a lot, so she isn't quite her usual polite self. Norman's aura was truly no joke. The couple couldn't help but admire him, thinking what a truly kind young man he was. He led Alicia back to the room and closed the door. Having resolved the misunderstanding, Norman breathed a sigh of relief. You must have been shocked. You woke up earlier than I expected. I should have returned sooner to explain things to you. In any case, I am glad to see you well again. Alicia gently touched her arm. The wounds had already healed. She looked at Norman with a skeptical gaze. How did I recover so quickly? It was thanks to your divine power, wasn't it? He said nothing, only giving a slight shrug. To avoid making her uncomfortable, Norman stepped forward, placed a basket of fruit on the table, and changed the subject. You must be hungry. Since we don't have any money to buy food, I gathered some from the nearby forest. Here, these are edible. Alicia took the apple, her eyes glued to it. She nervously spoke up. Lord Norman, he asked gently. What is it, my lady? Alicia mustered up all her courage.
Who put this dress on me while I was asleep?
Sensing her embarrassment, Norman explained, of course it was the old woman. Her dress was wet and muddy. As if a weight had been lifted from her mind, Alicia said cheerfully, "Ah, I see. Also, how long has it been since we escaped? Where exactly are we? I really need to know. What happened to Nyx after Tantaros collapsed?" Her expression grew serious.
His voice dropped low. Nyx, Alicia confirmed. Yes, the skeletal priest who had beaten him, his name was Nyx. I want a brief but sufficiently detailed explanation of what happened. Norman fell silent, lost in thought. He began to recount the events. Nyx had taken a devastating blow from divine power. He would be paralyzed for at least 2 weeks, or even a month if not longer. It's a pity I couldn't finish him off when I have the chance. Being sealed for so long has drained so much of my power. Looking at the smile spreading across his lips, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. The way he keeps smiling while talking is really creeping me out. Norman continued to recount the events. You slept for 2 whole days without waking up after escaping from the stronghold. Alicia was stunned. Slept? I thought I had just passed out. He continued, I carried you through the forest until I found this village. This must be Tuller. She began to search her memory to pinpoint the location. Tuller, the village near the border between the royal capital and the eastern region? Norman praised her. You certainly know your maps well. She began to analyze the situation. It's not too far from the Rumdak Guild's contact point, so finding our way back should be easy. While she was still lost in thought, his voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. By the way, my lady, I wanted to ask. Alicia replied calmly, Go ahead. He stammered. How did you know I was in that lake? As soon as the words left his mouth, Alicia frowned, looking at him with a puzzled expression.
Norman's voice dropped low. I feel so lost. You are my savior, yet I don't even know who you are or why you saved me from those waters. Alicia wanted to explain, but she thought carefully. She couldn't possibly say she had read about him in her dreams, as that would sound ridiculous. After a moment of thought, she calmly ate her apple and said, I only heard that the son of the Dias family had been missing for a long time, and when I found you, sealed beneath the waters of Tantaros, I had a feeling it was you. Hearing this, tension showed clearly on Norman's face. Then do you know why Nyx kidnapped and sealed me? She was flustered, not knowing how to answer him. Then Alicia's eyes filled with anger. His goal is to become an apostle of the dark god Arpho. Flashback to the past. Thousands of years ago, Arpho broke the seal on the 7 deadly sins across the world, and humans began to slaughter one another using newly discovered, blasphemous powers. Seeing her beloved children on the brink of extinction, Myra, the goddess of life and creator of the world, who had bestowed her holy water upon mankind, defeated the dark god and sealed him away. The goddess then bound and imprisoned Arpho's corrupting curses within a book, banishing them from the memories of her children. Mankind kept the book hidden deep within a temple, concealing it until the end of time. However, Nyx, a priest blessed with divine power, easily reached the forbidden book. As the scene shifted and the narration unfolded, Nyx was now standing on a podium, chanting, Freedom lies in hatred. Curse our enemies. That is the only path to liberation. And then, the cursed magic and control over Arpho being handed to someone else was a temptation far too sweet for Nyx. One of Nyx's subordinates held a child tightly, pressing a knife against its throat, constantly muttering, Go to paradise. A mere priest who craved worship, his lips curled into a smirk. After defeating Norman, Nyx ordered a knight to seal him in his dungeon as a trophy to commemorate his first act as a servant of Arpho. Back in the present, Alicia was in the midst of a fierce inner struggle. I want to be an honest person, but I can't just bluntly say that he is the devil's living trophy. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Nyx used his divine power to seal and curse you, then went to the land of Melfont. This was not a harmless lie. Alicia's eyes were now tightly shut. Until then, he was still a priest of Mera. He had been granted the power of darkness, up until the moment he slaughtered the people of Melfont. He had been granted the power of darkness, a disturbing story I never wanted to know. In the end, Nyx was defeated by Ophelia, but his servants brought him back, and the first thing he did after waking up was kidnap me and bring me to his dungeon.
Sensing her awkwardness, Norman tactfully spoke up. I am sorry for your loss. After enthusiastically recounting everything, Alicia looked at him with a smile and said, It is all in the past now. Has this helped you understand things better? Norman replied politely, Yes, thank you. He spoke with sorrow. So much has happened over the past 10 years. The head of the family told me that this year marks the 500th anniversary of the founding of the Loffin's Empire. Nicholas must be a grown man by now. I feel so guilty for making him worry all these years. Nicholas is my beloved younger brother. Alicia began to recall. Nicholas Diaz, I met him at a few balls.
Hearing this, Norman was overjoyed. He stepped forward, looking at her with anticipation. So you have met him? Is he doing well?
Alicia smiled and replied, "He is doing very well, extremely well in fact." In her mind, she thought, how could he not be? He's busy flirting with Ophelia. She suddenly lowered her voice and smiled mischievously. "You will be very surprised to see how much he has grown." Alicia thought, if you saw how arrogant he has become. Norman, completely oblivious, was still full of excitement. "Yes, I cannot wait any longer. What a relief." She simply said softly, "Yes, I am happy for you too." Putting his excitement aside, he spoke up. "By the way, my lady, it seems I have not yet asked for your name." She flashed a lovely smile and slowly introduced herself. "Ah, then please allow me to introduce myself. I am Alicia, head of the Melfont family and leader of the Romdak Merchant Guild." With that, she extended her hand to Norman. He politely returned the handshake. "It is a pleasure to meet you, head of the family Alicia Melfont." Somewhere, a dark voice slowly echoed. "Alicia Melfont. Find Alicia Melfont. Bring Alicia Melfont back to me alive. Only then." At this moment, 5 priests were joining forces to suppress Nyx. Standing nearby and witnessing this, Jack couldn't help but feel anxious. "This is a headache. I didn't expect so many remnants to have escaped." Ophelia turned her head away and said resolutely, "I will just capture them all back."
Seeing Ophelia's reckless attitude, Jack was extremely panicked and hurriedly rushed over to stop her. "But Alicia Melfont hasn't rescinded the wanted order yet. It is far too dangerous for you to act like this." She didn't take in a single word, continuing to walk forward. "If that doesn't work, then we'll use a similar approach. Things must be different. We have to find another way. If we just leave things like this, Alicia Melfont will be in danger." Hearing her say this, Jack was quite surprised. What? The scene shifts to a forest, where a man in a green cloak was running for his life. Suddenly, he stopped. He kept muttering an incantation under his breath. "Tear Alicia Melfont to pieces as an offering to the great god, a foe."
At the Melfont mansion, a voice announced, "A letter has arrived for you, ma'am." The maid respectfully brought the letter inside, prompting the woman in the room to spring to her feet. It was Erica, Alicia's secretary. She took the letter and opened it with a grave expression. Erica then began to read the letter aloud. "On behalf of the Knights, I have mobilized the most elite force for the Imperial Lord regarding our vital responsibility concerning the recent widespread unrest in Lofens." Meanwhile, the scene shows Nicholas turning his head to look at something. "During our journey to the western border of the Empire, we located Tantaros, the prison of the heretic Nyx. There we discovered that citizens had been kidnapped and murdered by the heretics as sacrifices to the dark god, Arpho. By the time we arrived, Tantaros had already collapsed from a mysterious attack, and the cathedral priests had detained the crippled Nyx to seal him away once again. Regrettably, the whereabouts of the young lady kidnapped at the banquet remain unknown. A few of Nyx's followers have escaped, so we advise you to avoid contact with any preachers or suspicious cults. Signed, Nicholas Diaz, Knight Commander." After hearing Erica read the letter, the maid anxiously asked, "What does this mean, ma'am?" Erica murmured in response, "All we know for sure right now is that Lady Alicia was not in the stronghold when it collapsed." The maid hesitated. Then, Erica closed her eyes tightly, speculating. It's possible the young lady was killed and her body disposed of before the Knights arrived, or she managed to escape. The scene shifts to a luxurious room, where a healthy breakfast plate is laid out on the table, looking incredibly appetizing. Alicia sits leisurely, thoroughly enjoying her breakfast. Norman stands by the door with a smile. "Let me get you a warm drink." Alicia turned to look while still chewing, but only heard the sound of the door closing. Her eyes widened as she fell into thought. The novel didn't go into much detail about him. I don't even know who he is.
She recalled the image of Norman looking at her and telling her that she had to resist him. At that moment, he had gently encouraged her. "I know you were strong enough to do so. You are the savior who freed me from the seal after all this time. I will get you out of here alive, I swear." Thinking of this made Alicia's cheeks flush. How sweet. The novel. "On the first day, I was kidnapped during the festival and locked in the dungeon of Tantaros, and for the next 2 days, I was completely unconscious. This meant 3 days had passed since I left the Melfont estate. I had used what little time I had to resist the novel's plot and preserve my life, but I still didn't know if there was enough time left to change my ultimate tragic ending. But one thing was for sure, the longer I delayed my return, the more danger my nephew would be in. My cousin Gale would surely try to replace me as the guardian of little Alfred's estate. He had his eyes on the Melfont family fortune even before Alfred's parents were murdered, not to mention my dim-witted fiancé Philip Morfolk.
I knew he had been waiting for the right moment to get his hands on the money and run off with the woman he was infatuated with in bed. Without me, Anfos would be completely dependent on plunderers, just as I had stood alone against the greedy nobles who showed their true colors when our family collapsed. If you think I'm going to let this slide, you are mistaken. She slammed the table and stood up. First, I must go to Catham, the nearest city. Alicia thought about her reason for choosing this place. It was where the Romdak Guild operated. She continued to remind herself, and the money needed for the journey. Here it is, but I don't have the means to travel alone in this area.
She opened the door and stepped outside, only to see 2 people conversing. Alicia politely asked, "Excuse me, Do you know of any place where I can hire guards without paying up front? The two of them asked in unison. What about your husband? Alicia was taken aback. Husband? Then the two of them said, Speak of the devil. Looking toward the door, she saw Norman open it and step inside. He looked at her and smiled in greeting, while she frowned at him, filled with confusion. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, wrapped around her waist, and pulled her close. It was Norman. He smiled and said, You must be hungry, my love. Alicia replied with annoyance, I just ate 3 cakes. Wait, what did you just call me? Before she could finish her sentence, Norman nudged her back, guiding her into the room. Let's go inside the room. The old couple giggled and remarked, How wonderful, to be young and in love. Closing the door tightly behind them, Norman scratched his head in embarrassment. I hope you can forgive me, my lady. Alicia replied, Well, yes, it's certainly more convenient than having to explain why we are traveling together. But I am an influential person, Sir Norman. If we go somewhere where people recognize me, there will be unnecessary gossip. It's best to tell them the truth, since we are about to go our separate ways anyway. Norman replied, We won't be going our separate ways, my lady. Alicia asked in surprise, What? Norman got down on one knee, took her hand, and said, Please allow me to escort you all the way to your mansion.
Alicia stood frozen, unable to react to Norman's sudden action. Her mind was a tangled mess, but she couldn't afford to worry only about her own safety right now. Regaining control of the territory was her top priority. She needed to do it quickly, but Norman could prove to be an obstacle to this goal. The return of the eldest son of the Diaz family would surely draw scrutiny and lead to accusations. Furthermore, his handsome appearance alone was enough to attract a crowd, and that was trouble I didn't need. But truth be told, his very existence made me uneasy. To me, he was a living reminder that the book's curse was real. Alicia clenched her fists against her chest and said, You are making me uncomfortable. Norman looked puzzled and taken aback upon hearing this. Then he simply replied, Oh, from now on, let's drop the husband and wife act. I promise to be more careful in the future. I swear on my honor. Alicia could only think, Yes, that is part of the problem, but she raised both hands to signal him to stop. No, you don't understand, Norman. For the past 10 years, I have revived the Melfeng family as a merchant. Our power no longer comes from our lineage, but from trade and profit. We chose survival over noble dignity. They will welcome you with open arms, but for me, it is a completely different story.
Seeing you return with the Melfont witch will only give them more reason to bring me down. Norman listened in silence, offering no reply. He sighed in resignation. I understand. I admit I haven't been able to keep up with how the world has changed over the past 10 years. Alicia suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps his feelings were hurt. Norman spoke again. Let me rephrase what you just said. You need to return to the Melfont Manor quickly because some people are taking advantage of this stroke of luck. But going out with me is likely to draw unnecessary attention and delay your return. You are also worried that rumors might start. Alicia admitted. That's right. He drew closer to her and proposed. Then let me persuade you with other benefits, shall I? Alicia did not refuse. All right then. Norman cheered happily. Wonderful. Right now, I am the perfect bodyguard for you because you won't find anyone as strong and well-built as me. I was at the peak of my physical condition when I was sealed at that spring 10 years ago.
And somehow, even now, Alicia watched his actions and silently wondered, what on earth is he bragging about? Norman continued to ramble. My physical strength far surpasses that of men around your age. Even the best mercenaries are nothing to me. I know you agree, as your silence says it all. Secondly, I have experience in both actual combat and covert operations requiring stealth. All I need is a simple hood, and no one would spare me a second glance when I shop at the grocery stores in the local market. I can control any emergency situation and quickly get you out of harm's way. Some missions require disguise and acting skills. A loving husband, for example. Alicia cut him off. Enough. I get it. She frowned. Fine, let's just assume you are as good as you say. Norman replied. Oh, but I am not speaking idly. I am merely stating the facts. Well put, my lady. Alicia took a step back and said, Try putting yourself in my shoes and listen to how you sound. Norman asked in disappointment. Oh, am I still not convincing enough? Alicia replied. You are, but you make me wonder why you want to accompany me. Norman answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I am a knight of the Lothan's Empire. I have a duty to protect the Lord's subjects. Alicia retorted. If you want to fulfill your duty like Mara, you can go to the slums.
I repeat, have you forgotten, my lady? I owe you my life. Alicia crossed her arms. Well, I did help you out of that stream, but anyone could have. Norman corrected her. It was far more than that. You saved my soul. Her eyes widened in surprise. Me? What? Norman explained. My body was indeed sealed in that stream, but my soul was sinking deeper and deeper, down into an abyss far beyond the reach of my body. Alicia wondered,
An abyss? Norman said sincerely, I owe you not just my life, but my very soul. It is my personal wish to escort you to the Melfont estate and see you return to your rightful place. So please, give me the chance to repay your kindness. Confused and hesitant, Alicia still could not answer Norman's plea. Alicia gently closed her eyes.
She slowly placed her hand on Norman's and accepted his offer. All right, perhaps I will give you a chance. Her words left Norman momentarily stunned, staring at her. Once he snapped out of it, a radiant smile spread across his face. My lady. However, Alicia showed no reaction, staring at him in silence. After a moment, she proposed with a serious expression. Let's get it stamped on paper first, a bodyguard contract. Hearing this, Norman asked in bewilderment. A contract? Alicia calmly explained. Yes, your point about the benefits of traveling together makes sense, but there are still risks, so we need a contract. This contract will deter any ill intentions from either side, which a smile or a handshake cannot do. For our mutual benefits, we must do this carefully. Seeing her determined expression, Norman suddenly burst out laughing. Alicia tilted her head in confusion. Do you not agree? Norman, laughing to the point of tears, said cheerfully, My apologies, it's just the way you explained it.
She frowned, looking even more puzzled. I don't see what's so funny. Only then did Norman straighten up, looking at her and saying, It's rare to find someone who understands the ways of the world so well. Alicia's face instantly flushed, as flattering words were her weakness. She then let out a fake cough, glanced at him and said, In that case, I'll draft the contract. Norman smiled again, wanting to follow her. That won't do, my lady. We must do this together, for the mutual benefit of both parties. The next day, both of them, wearing hooded cloaks, bowed slightly. Thank you for your hospitality. When the time is right, we will surely return. The host and hostess waved as they watched them leave. Take care. He turned to her and smiled, saying, How nostalgic. She looked back at him and teased, You weren't nearly as handsome when you were young. The sunset enveloped the deserted street as the sun slowly sank below the horizon. A contract with 4 clauses had been signed between the two of them, with Alicia Melfont as Party A and Norman Diaz as Party B. Norman gently took Alicia's stiff hand and comforted her. Just relax, my lady. If you stay like this, we'll draw unnecessary attention. The continuation of Clause 1 stated that upon arriving at the Melfont estate, Party A would compensate Party B for the available services within 30 days, with the amount calculated based on the number of working days. He squeezed her hand even tighter. And we must hold hands like a pair of lovebirds. Second, Party A must conceal their identity if Party B deems it necessary. Suddenly, Alicia turned and pulled down Norman's hood.
She leaned in close, furrowing her brows teasingly. Do I also have to help you cover your face? Party B must cover their face and entire body when outside. While the two were playfully bantering, someone suddenly approached from behind. That person carelessly brushed right past them, but Norman quickly pulled Alicia into his arms, spinning her to the side to avoid a collision. Holding her tight, he gently patted her head and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness I agreed to sign the contract. 4. For the honor of a Knight of Mayera, Party B shall protect the life of Party A. After that brief, heart-fluttering moment, Alicia hastily pushed him away, cleared her throat, and said, You're worrying too much. It was just a passerby. Suddenly, her eyes darted to the side, as if she had spotted something. Right ahead of them was Tuller Square, on the way to Catham. Oh, it looks like we've arrived. A while later, night began to fall. Inside a lit jewelry shop, a bell chimed as customers entered. The man looked at the large gemstone embedded in the earring and asked, Do you want to sell this? The appraiser pondered as he examined it. Finally, pursing his lips slyly, he offered a price. At most, 1 gold coin. Hearing this, Alicia immediately slammed both hands onto the counter. She reached up to pull down her hood and spoke in a cold voice. The gemstones on those earrings were purchased by the Romdak Guild and polished by the most famous artisan in the imperial capital. And you only intend to pay 1 gold coin? The appraiser asked in panic. You work with Romdak? Alicia didn't answer, but said sharply, If that's all you can pay, then I'm not selling it anymore. But remember, this will be your last transaction with us, because Romdak will no longer supply goods to this shop in the future. I wonder how that will turn out. Upon hearing this, he froze instantly, cold sweat breaking out all over his face.
Finally, the appraiser smiled ingratiatingly and said in a trembling voice, Then I will pay above the market price, but only for you. At this, even Norman looked at her with a hint of surprise. I had become a merchant and learned the tricks of the trade, all for the sake of restoring my subjects and House Melfont. The peasants had no choice but to return to the ruins they once called home. As she recalled the desolation of the past, when she had been utterly haggard, a loud voice suddenly called out, Lady Alicia! Erica, weeping anxiously, grabbed her arm. "Oh, look at you. You must have gone through so much." The desperate servants had luckily survived. All those lives weighed heavily on my shoulders. Whispers and stares, a mix of curiosity and contempt rained down on Alicia. Yet she stood firm and raised her voice. "Hello, I am here on behalf of the Romdak Guild. I was once the fragile, weak daughter of a noble family who could do nothing but sit quietly in a carriage riding around the estate, a little girl filled with wonder at this harsh world." Hearing Alicia's words, a man pointed at the pile of wine behind her and laughed loudly in mockery. "Never heard of it, honestly. Is this wine any good? We'll consider buying a few bottles if you drink a whole bottle right here." Immediately, the other men began to chime in. The endless jeering and whispering made Alicia grow more and more tense. "Romdak? What is that? I heard it's a new guild founded by a noble lady. How hilarious."
Even so, she did not back down, reaching out to grab a bottle of liquor. Without a moment's hesitation, Alicia threw her head back and downed it. But I no longer have time to mourn my fate, for poverty and starvation are my enemies. As the sunset began to fade, violent coughing echoed from a building, followed by a worried voice. "Are you all right, my lady?" Slumped in a deserted alley, Alicia gasped for breath and muttered, "I did it." Erica, her eyes filled with pain, rushed over to support her shoulders. "My lady!" Alicia turned her head, her face filled with determination and the triumph of having achieved her goal. "They agreed to buy our goods. Honor, dignity, only by casting those aside can I preserve the lives of my people." Returning to the present, Alicia stared silently at the pouch of money in front of her. Norman, who had been watching her all this time, suddenly asked, "You look so lost in thought. Is something the matter?" Only then did Alicia snap out of it and look to her side. She coldly instructed the appraiser, who was standing stiffly behind the counter. "I hope you are tight-lipped." He quickly laughed it off and asked, "Is there anything else he would like me to help you with?" However, she was not so easily fooled. Directing a cold gaze at him, she delivered a threat. "If rumors about me are to spread, make sure they work in my favor. Spread the word that Alicia Melfont is coming to Catham. Tell them that the master of the Romdak Guild has returned." Sinking wearily into her chair, Alicia brushed back her hair and let out a tired sigh. That really was exhausting. After speaking with the server, Norman turned to her and said, "We don't have enough money to rent lodging." Alicia nodded slightly and shrugged, replying, "Renting a place to sleep would be fine, but as the master of Romdak, I cannot let my secret whereabouts affect the guild's reputation. We will have to sleep outside until we reach Catham. The guild members will help us once we get there. Besides, I would rather spend money where I know I can get quality service than throw it away on some sketchy places." Norman, however, was worried about a different issue. "A trading hub like Catham attracts a lot of criminals. We must send word to your knights so they will know when you arrive." Hearing him say this, Alicia's eyes suddenly darkened. The Melfont family no longer commands any knights. 10 years ago, the honor of the knights came to an end on that fateful night. Our knights were slaughtered, and no one wants to swear loyalty to a fallen noble family in such a rundown land. Hearing this, Norman paused and looked at her with concern, unable to find any words of comfort. Alicia laughed it off as if it were nothing, and continued, "It's fine. We still managed to rise again without any knights." However, his next words caught her by surprise. Surely it was thanks to Romdak. She immediately recalled what she had said to the appraiser and blushed furiously. Having told them that the master of the Romdak Guild had returned, she froze, thinking to herself, "How embarrassing." Alicia quickly regained her composure and cleared her throat. "That's true. Right now the guild is indeed the prosperity of the Melfont family." Norman looked at her curiously and asked, "How did you start out as a merchant?" Alicia was silent for a moment before murmuring her reply, "With lotuses." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Lotuses?" She began to explain, lost in reminiscence. "The blight spread across our land, destroying crops and cutting off the livelihoods of our craftsmen. Just when I thought there was no other way, something caught my eye, the lotuses on the lake. Lotus leaves make a very fragrant tea, and the stems can be used as fuel. However, retailing tea and fuel wasn't enough to revive the family.
So we found a more profitable way to use the flowers, lotus wine, a special drink brewed only by the Miofeng clan. That was how we became the first noble family in history to establish a guild, and through that active trade, we built a fortune beyond imagination. Then we reinvested the gold into other areas to make more profit: land, property, gems, swords, and ships to protect our subjects and merchant vessels. To everyone, I am a heartless, money-grubbing witch. At every party I attend, people whisper behind my back. You could say I traded respect and reputation for money." Norman looked at Alicia, who was swirling her wine glass with a touch of weariness, and thought to himself, so that was why she was so worldly wise despite her youth, and so sensitive when it came to rumors. Then, offering an understanding smile, he spoke. "From what I see, pursuing profit to keep your subjects well-fed is far more honorable than stubbornly clinging to noble pride while doing nothing for those in misery." Hearing this, Alicia smiled faintly. She relaxed her posture and took a sip of wine. I stopped caring about honor and dignity a long time ago. Just then, a voice rose from behind, catching Alicia's attention. That despicable witch. Once she noticed it, the flurry of whispers around her felt as if they were all directed at her. Isn't that the master of the Romdak Guild, the wench who was supposed to be killed at the festival? Well, it seems she's still alive and kicking. What is she doing here? A drunkard even went too far, looking toward Alicia and mocking loudly. I recognized those purple eyes at a single glance. She uses the guild's name to control Catham. What a nuisance. Aren't nobles supposed to be cooped up in their mansions, reading books and drinking tea? She must have blocked our business out of sheer boredom. Alicia didn't even bother to react. She simply closed her eyes and calmly ate her food, thinking, well, they aren't wrong. I have always prepared myself to face these insults. I am a thorn in the side of other merchants.
And an inferior to the nobility. A noble who traded in wine was close to no one. The drunkard continued to mock. No matter who she is, the goddess is displeased with her. The rest of the crowd began to chime in. Right, I've heard the story of the Miafong family, the man sneered, continuing, I bet there are a dozen ghosts haunting her. But there was one very important thing I had overlooked. At that moment, the drunkard uttered words so outrageous that Norman's heart skipped a beat and his pupils constricted. That wench should have died along with her family that day.
That there was the presence of a sleeping prince whom no one wanted to provoke. Noticing his unusual behavior, Alicia quickly tried to reassure him. Just ignore them, Lord Norman. I'm used to being talked about behind my back. It's fine. He lowered his head, hiding his expression, his voice freezing cold. No, it is not. Looking into his blazing golden eyes, which were filled with rage, she softly called out, Lord Norman. Just a second later, unable to contain himself, he roared and lunged straight at the drunkard. It is not fine, not in the slightest. The chaotic clatter of crashing tables and chairs echoed loudly. The wind whistled softly as a blood-soaked hand swung. Then came a heavy impact, mingled with the drunkard's agonizing shriek. Arg! Alicia looked at the brawl helplessly, thinking to herself, they can't even fight properly. These guys are all talk. And a tavern brawl of all things. Damn it, we're gonna get into trouble. With that thought, she pressed her hands against the table and slowly stood up. Alicia stepped forward and raised her voice to stop them. Enough! If you keep this up, you'll kill him. I told you, I'm fine. Norman suddenly froze, his voice turning dark. But you are not. His words left her slightly stunned. Before Alicia was Norman's utterly resentful face. Still gripping the drunkard's collar, he turned back to look at her. You are not fine at all. Alicia grabbed his shoulders and tucked. Come on, let's get out of here. Yet Norman didn't budge. These scumbags will learn to shut their mouths.
Seeing this, she leaned close to his ear and said sharply, Stop making such a big deal out of this, you idiot. Hearing this, Norman turned to look at her in confusion. Just then a shout from a group of burly men rang out behind them. You dare hit our buddy? Alicia quickly grabbed his blood-stained hand. Norman's eyes suddenly widened. She frowned slightly as she urged him. But even in this situation, Alicia in his eyes was still as beautiful as radiant flowers. Come with me, quick, or I'll leave you behind. The next second, both of them bolted out of the tavern door, the crowd behind them shouting, They're escaping, chase them! Outside, the night sky was filled with twinkling stars. Alicia pulled Norman along as they ran deep into the forest, the sound of their heavy breathing shattering the quiet night. He suddenly called out, You're running out of breath, milady. Are you sure you're all right? Yet Alicia's expression at this moment was not fine at all. I already said I was fine. Why is he being so overly concerned? That's a breach of contract.
I'll deduct this from his wages, though it won't even cover the damage he caused. Norman's pleading voice came from behind her again. Please, my lady, slow down, or you'll get sick again. Only then did she stop in her tracks and turn around. Alicia brushed his hand away and snapped, I'm so sick of your excessive concern. There, I said it. Are you going to attack me now? Norman raised his hands to show he meant no harm and said pitifully, Of course not. Why would I ever do that? Even so, Alicia's emotions had already boiled over. She took a step forward and demanded loudly, Right, the descendant of the noble Diaz family has made it clear that you can't stand vulgar language. What's stopping you from punching me in the face? Norman said, flustered and apologetic, I'm sorry if my actions at the tavern upset you.
But as a knight, I cannot allow those people to act so rudely. Before he could even finish his sentence, Alicia cut him off with a shout. What the hell does that matter? Those lowlifes weren't wrong. Alicia Melfont is a disgrace to the nobility, a wine-selling wench who threw away her dignity for money. After those words, the entire place suddenly fell silent, with only the sound of the wind and the rustling of leaves echoing around them. It took a moment for Norman to steady himself before speaking. I cannot agree with the terrible things they said about you. With teary eyes, he placed his hand sincerely over his heart, just like how I refuse to believe the dark words that the curse whispers in my ears. Hearing this, Alicia's emotions receded, leaving a stunned expression on her face. Norman recalled the haunting memories deep in his heart. Every single moment I was in that water, it was always filled with voices urging me to die. I thought that if I just ignored them, it would be fine. But it wasn't. The moment he heard those words,
That wench should have died with her family that day. His heart skipped a beat. Hearing those insults day after day, with the unbridled laughter ringing out endlessly, reminded him of the mockery others had directed at him. Everything would be perfect without you, Norman. Die. Just die. It had gradually made him believe that it would be better to die.
Not long after that, it was no longer the voice, but I myself who tried to kill myself. Myself. Alicia's eyes were now filled with apprehension. Norman looked at her and continued, "You are a very strong person, my lady, unlike me. But no matter how strong you are, the wounds caused by the words of others do not simply disappear on their own. Don't let them do that to you." Hearing Norman's words, Alicia blushed and awkwardly turned away. "Fine, I'll stop putting myself down, and you should learn to control your emotions too." She then glanced at the man who was staring at her from behind. Alicia tilted her head and asked, "Promise?" Norman smiled and replied, "I promise." Only then did she sigh wearily in resignation. "Oh well, since those thugs might chase us, I think we should go through the forest until we reach Catham." In her heart she wept and cursed. Damn it, sleeping outdoors again. Seeing Alicia like this, Norman smiled gently. He suddenly pointed upward, directing her gaze to the sparkling sky. "The night sky is full of stars, my lady." Then Norman noticed Alicia shivering in the cold wind. He stepped forward and draped his cloak over her shoulders. Adjusting the cloak, Norman looked at Alicia gently. "Soon you will be able to peacefully gaze at the night sky from your own mansion again." A moment later, a gentle breeze swept by under the beautiful moonlight, as if in response to his words.
The next morning, birdsong echoed through the quiet forest. Gentle morning sunlight shone upon Norman's sleeping face. His expression at this moment was unusually peaceful. Suddenly, Norman slowly opened his eyes. Catching sight of a figure that had suddenly appeared, he bolted upright in shock. Only when he took a closer look at the person did Norman pause slightly. Confused, he softly called out to the person who was looking down at him with folded arms. She stroked her chin and smiled knowingly. "Constantly on guard, are we? Yet you slept like the dead, and you were snoring too." Startled by her words, Norman gasped. "Hey now." Seeing his shocked expression, she giggled. "I'm only kidding." At this point, Norman suddenly noticed what was beside them. Looking at the neatly packed luggage, he praised her. "It seems you have prepared for the journey even more than I have, my lady." Alicia replied proudly. "Oh, you flatter me. In any case, the soles of our shoes won't be wearing out anymore." A flag bearing a lotus crest fluttered in the wind. A carriage convoy slowly rolled along. A large convoy consisting of 2 carriages and 2 mounted escorts carrying flags made its way through the middle of the forest. Peering through the foliage where they were hiding, Norman exclaimed joyfully, "The crest of Romdak." Beside him, she nodded slightly. As Norman pulled the luggage, he said, "I didn't expect us to run into members of the guild so soon. The heavens truly have eyes." Suddenly, Alicia's no voice caught his attention. "The heavens help no one, Sir Dorman, not even me. In any case, I would refuse the help anyway. Only I can help myself." With that, Alicia walked straight out to block the path of the carriage convoy.
She shouted loudly, "Stop the carriage, Stan! I know you can hear me." A mounted standard-bearer frowned and barked, "Lady Stan is right in front of you. You are blocking the path of the interim master of Romdag." Just then, the person inside the carriage waved a hand and called out, "Wait." The carriage door slowly opened. Alicia remained steadfast, staring straight ahead. Stepping down was a robust, dark-skinned woman with a cold, stern face. Stan, the interim master of the Romdak Merchant Guild. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Norman warily stepped forward to shield Alicia. Stan's eyes narrowed as she stared at the person in front of her. Undeterred, Alicia stared right back. Suddenly, Stan lifted her skirt and, with a grim expression, rushed straight toward her. Then she pulled Alicia into a tight embrace against her sturdy frame.
This reunion shattered the tense atmosphere from earlier, leaving Norman dazed and unable to react in time. A moment later, the carriage set off once again. Inside the carriage, Stan wept so hard her face crumpled, her voice trembling. "I really thought we had lost you for good this time." Hearing this, Alicia could only think helplessly to herself, "Don't you see me sitting right here in plain sight?" She lunged forward again, pulling her into a tight, loving embrace. "Oh, my poor Lady Alicia, you haven't been eating properly again, have you? You're nothing but skin and bones." With a blank expression, Alicia replied silently in her mind, "I've eaten so much that I'm practically made of bread now." Watching this scene, Norman smiled with gentle relief. She seemed to be a good person. Only then did Stan notice the figure glowing behind her. What's that sparkling? As she turned around, his brilliant platinum hair came into view.
His strong, veiny, fair arm rested neatly on his thigh. Norman, incredibly handsome and naturally radiating a sparkling aura, appeared before Stan. Her eyes shining with excitement, she leaned close to Alicia's ear and advised, "I must say this, milady, dump that weasel Philip Morfolk and love this young man instead." Hearing this, Alicia cried out in exasperation, "Stan, please, and it's Morfolk." Then Alicia glanced sideways at him, thinking that she no longer needed a knight anyway, now that she had Stan and the guards of Rome. Meanwhile, Stan seemed highly pleased as she sized Norman up. "Good, very good. He has all the qualities of a man."
Alicia, on the other hand, lowered her eyes and thought to herself that going with him would only bring more trouble. Having seemingly made up her mind, Alicia called out, "Sir Norman, we will prepare a horse or a carriage for you to ensure your safety on your return to your family." Hearing this, he looked in astonishment at her outstretched hand. "Milady?" Alicia calmly looked straight into his eyes and said, "It seems this is the right time to end our contract."
The two of them suddenly fell silent, staring at each other. Stan, utterly confused, looked back and forth between them. Norman, dejected and disappointed, cast his eyes down, thinking to himself, "Oh my God, I'm not going to be accepted." Looking at his pitiful state in those glistening eyes, Alicia felt as if an arrow had pierced her heart. "Looking at me with those puppy dog eyes won't work," she thought. Even so, she remained firm and said, "Your wages will be paid in installments as per the contract. However, 1 day's pay will be docked due to the tavern brawl. Horses and a carriage will be provided free of charge. Let us say our goodbyes at the end of the road." Alicia's eyes narrowed. Looking at Norman's clenched fists in silent, abandoned look, she thought, "I wish I could just ignore him." After a moment, his hands clenched tighter as he spoke. "I am very afraid, my lady." His words left both of them astonished and confused. Not daring to look them in the eye, Norman explained quietly, "The world has changed so much over the past 10 years. I have become a stranger. Will I even be able to find my way home on my own?" Hearing this, Stan covered her mouth and gasped, "Oh, how pitiful." Meanwhile, Alicia froze, already knowing the outcome. "You made up your mind the moment you looked at him, didn't you?" Ignoring Alicia, Stan rushed forward, grabbed Norman's hands and comforted him. "Don't worry, you can come with us." Behind her, Alicia cried out in sheer helplessness, "Stan, please." Norman did not miss this opportunity and asked pitifully, "Is that all right, Lady Alicia?" Facing 2 pairs of sparkling, expectant eyes, she froze. I can't reject him outright without losing face here. In the end, Alicia had to sigh and relent. "Fine, but you won't be coming to the Melphone estate with us, is that clear?" Hearing this, Norman brightened up instantly and replied, "Understood, my lady." She then frowned, casting a suspicious glance at him.
Under the beautiful, clear sky, Alicia's voice mingled with the clattering of the carriage. "And so, Lord Norman, we shall part ways at Catham." As evening drew near, the sunset cast its glow upon the massive city gates. A servant entered to report, "We have found the young lady. She is at an inn with Lady Stan's entourage." Hearing this, Erica replied, "Very well." Standing by the window, she turned her head to correct him. "It is not that we found her, but rather that she found us. That is just the young lady's way." The servant spoke up to suggest, "Perhaps we should escort her back here to a safer place." Erica replied, "There is no need to bother. Lady Alicia has no patience for wasting time. It is best to leave her to Lady Stan. She is highly reliable and capable, and besides, the young lady knows Catham like the back of her hand." Suddenly, the door was flung open. A large figure with fiery red hair stepped inside. "So, where is Alicia now?" Erica frowned in irritation and looked back. "I already said no one is to—"
However, she was forced to stop in her tracks because the newcomer was none other than Gano, the representative of the Romdak Merchant Guild. Wearing a bright smile, he questioned her. "You should have notified me when you found her, shouldn't you?" Erica watched Gano approach and retorted, "Why on earth do you think I would do that? And I must remind you that you should address the young lady with the utmost respect. She is your master, not your friend." Seeing her sharp reaction, he narrowed his eyes and countered, "Alicia is the only one who gets to judge that, not you. Your whispered conversation behind closed doors made me want to check on how my mistress is doing. After all, she is the only one who can release me from this slave contract." Provoked by his words, Erica slammed her hand onto the table and yelled, "Did you just call it a slave contract? That is a legitimate employment contract." But before she could even finish, Gano cut her off. "I didn't come here to argue with you, Erica." Frowning, she ordered him out in a loud voice. "Then please leave, and do not do anything reckless again. Lady Alicia is the master of the Romdak Guild. She will return alongside the other guild members." Without a moment's hesitation, Gano turned to leave. Before stepping out, he tilted his head slightly and threw back an arrogant remark. "I don't think so, because I will be the one to bring her back." With the click of the closing door, the room fell back into its usual silence. Erica helplessly rested her forehead in her hand. Watching him go, the servant sighed. "Oh dear, this is going to turn into an absolute mess."
Hearing this, she said in a cold voice, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and warn them before that crazed ape reaches the town." Inside Alicia's inn in Catham, a sigh of deep satisfaction echoed. Sprawled comfortably on the soft bed, Alicia exclaimed happily, "Now this is living. I didn't gain anything on the way home, but a dry bed and a sturdy roof over my head are still far more luxurious than sleeping in the forest." Come to think of it, Sir Norman had done his best to keep watch over her throughout the journey. At this thought, she startled and quickly brushed away the image of Norman that had just popped into her head. Wait, why should she feel guilty? He was just a paid employee after all. But now that they were in Catham, she had to think about her next move. She couldn't just offer some words of encouragement and kick him out. There had to be a gentler way. Suddenly, Alicia's eyes widened as an idea struck her.
Ah, right, the contract. I'll add a clause to set an expiration date. No sooner said than done, she went to knock on Norman's door that very night. Even as she stood outside, Alicia sighed in conflict. She knocked again, silently reassuring herself. This is what needs to be done. I have to wrap this up quickly and cleanly. The door slowly creaked open, casting a sliver of light from within. Soft platinum hair fluttered gently under the warm golden glow.
Norman, looking as dazzling as a walking lamp, appeared before Lady Alicia. She was still staring at him in a daze. Under her intense gaze, Norman felt bewildered. Holding up the overcoat to admire it, Stan said confidently, "I can't wait to see how beautiful you look in this outfit. You don't need to worry. More clothes are on the way. If we have to, we'll clear out every single shop in Catherham." As Norman and Alicia approached, she put her hands on her hips and asked her, "What is going on here?" Seeing the two of them, she immediately exclaimed in delight, "Just in time." In an instant, the glittering cloak from earlier was draped over Norman's shoulders. Stan beamed and praised, "He looks good in absolutely anything." The shopkeeper standing nearby chimed in, "He is truly an angel sent down by God." Faced with their overwhelming praise, Norman cast a pitiful, pleading look at Alicia. "Lady Alicia." Flabbergasted by the scene, Alicia said, "Don't be fooled by his appearance, Stan. This man was once the commander of the knights. He is not the type of person you can just dress up however you like." Hearing this, Norman gave an embarrassed smile, suddenly doubting himself. "Is there something wrong with my appearance?" Stan begged to differ, countering, "He could get anything he wants with looks like these, even if he has been away from humanity for a decade."
"It's only fair that he gets to experience what he's missed all these years," Alicia said, a little annoyed. "You must have a lot of free time on your hands." Stan beamed at the boss beside her and replied, "Of course, we finally have some time to rest, yet he came back here." Alicia merely clicked her tongue, standing with her arms crossed as she thought. In times like this, a leader needs to make it clear who is actually responsible.
Not wasting a single second, she went over to Norman and announced, "I have an important contract to discuss with Mr. Norman on behalf of the guild, and I expect not to be disturbed, even by you, Stan." With her refined manners, Stan smiled professionally. "Of course, my lady. Please let me know if you need any assistance." In a flash, she scurried away, disappearing from Norman and Alicia's sight. Norman looked at her in admiration. "That was handled so swiftly, my lady." Alicia replied indifferently, "But I wasn't lying to her. You and I do need to discuss a contract." Norman was surprised, wondering what she wanted to discuss with him. After sitting down at the table, Alicia pulled out a piece of paper, picked up a quill, and quickly signed her name at the bottom. Still holding the quill, she said to Norman, "Let's see. You will be provided with transportation, cash, and food during your trip to the family estate. You will be leaving in a week. I've added a few clauses to the contract. Would you like to see the changes?" Norman, however, seemed to have his head in the clouds, probably not paying much attention to what Alicia was saying. Seeing this, she called his name to get his attention. "Mr. Norman." Leaning against the window and looking down, he spoke up. "Those people down there look like they're having so much fun." Alicia pushed back her chair and stood up. She walked over to where he was standing and looked out the window with curiosity. She thought to herself, "Even at this hour, the streets are still so bustling." Alicia explained, "They are celebrating the founding of the empire. It lasts for a month, and everyone enjoys themselves until late at night."
Norman raised his hand, lightly touching the window pane. "I see." He seemed lost in the revelry of the streets below, whispering, "They look so happy." Alicia was slightly puzzled by his reaction. After all, it was just an ordinary festival. He should have found it familiar, or perhaps he was simply remembering the outside world after a decade of imprisonment. She turned to him and suggested, "If you'd like, our guards can show you around." Her suggestion brought a look of surprise, mixed with joy, to Norman's face. "Really?" Alicia nodded, but added a condition. "Yes, but you must cover your face. The letter announcing that you are still alive has only just been sent to your family, and it is my responsibility to ensure your safe return." Norman smiled warmly and assured her, "I promise I won't cause any trouble." Then he hesitated for a moment. "By the way, aren't you coming with me?" Alicia averted her eyes, scratching her head and laughing it off. "Probably not. I have a mountain of work waiting for me."
Seeing her refuse him, Norman stepped closer and said, "Then I have no choice but to remind you of the terms of our contract." A look of confusion crossed Alicia's face upon hearing his words. Although it was late at night, the streets were still bustling and lively, with people laughing and chatting happily. Norman was thoroughly bundled up in a hooded cloak and a face covering, but beside him was Alicia, looking gloomy and reluctant as she silently grumbled in her heart about how truly unfair it was. Recalling a few minutes ago, Norman had used the contract to drag her out to stroll the streets, a contract that was still valid for another week, even though she had added extra clauses. "And since I am a knight, my duty is to always remain by your side throughout the duration of the contract. I cannot move about as I please without your presence, my lady." Alicia wept silently inside, clenching her fists. He had completely manipulated her into coming along. While she was lost in thought, Norman took a hairpin and slid it into her hair. His face flushed slightly as he complimented her.
purple suits you very well." Amidst the intimate atmosphere between the two, a figure suddenly appeared not far away.
"My lord, my savior," he muttered, "I have come to claim this filthy soul and fulfill your will. The path of the evil god Arfo will lead your souls into the depths of hell." He followed behind the two of them. Suddenly, Norman pulled Alicia closer, seemingly unwilling to let anyone touch her. He looked around. There were too many people. To avoid getting lost, Norman made an intimate suggestion. "Hold my hand, my lady." However, Alicia paid no heed to it, replying, "I don't like being fussed over." Little did they know, a stranger was watching them. With a mind full of secret schemes, he targeted them, thinking, "Come here, Alicia Melfont. Come to the depths of hell." However, his wicked plot was thwarted by Gano. Gano covered the man's mouth and warned, "Shut up, or I'll slit your throat." He glanced over to see that Alicia and Norman were still safe, looking just like a pair of lovebirds taking a stroll down the street. Immediately after, Gano dragged the mysterious man aside. "Who the hell are you?" The man didn't answer, making Gano frown in irritation. Deciding to resolve it with force, he punched the man straight in the head. "I couldn't keep up with them because of this old bastard." Damn it. A few hours ago, Gano had asked the Saintess, "What are you doing here?" She had instructed him, "Just do as I say if you want Alicia to return to the mansion safely." Yet Gano hadn't believed her. "Who do you think you're talking to? You're a wanted fugitive. Give me one reason why I shouldn't throw you in prison."
She still insisted, "That is not an offer, but a warning. If anything happens to Alicia because of your interference, I will kill you with my own hands." Because of this, to complete his mission, he had no choice but to apprehend the suspect. Gano interrogated him. "Answer my questions quickly if you want me to let you go. Did Nick send you? How many of your comrades came here to kill Alicia?" Refusing to be cowed by Gano, the man stubbornly kept his mouth shut, gritting his teeth. Because of this, Gano had another, more interesting punishment in mind. So that was it. He threw the man into the innermost corner, his wide, gaping eyes reflecting the horror about to unfold right there. That was when Gano took his life. Raising his sword, he said, "I never planned on sparing you anyway." With a single thrust, a life was ended. Meanwhile, near Alicia, someone was plucking petals one by one, letting them flutter around them. "Teresia flowers?" Alicia asked curiously. "Some fortune tellers use them for prophecy. This is the first time I have seen them. They have a distinctive and charming blue-purple color. They are wildflowers, not often found in gardens. Their unique color and shape are highly attractive, but if plucked and placed in a vase, they will wither in less than a day." Norman was quite surprised that she knew of the flower. It seemed she was very knowledgeable about it. Hearing him say that made Alicia feel nostalgic about a familiar childhood memory. She said softly, "That used to be my favorite flower. Ophelia loved Teresia flowers. Once we laughed and smiled happily together in a field filled with those beautiful flowers. She was the purest soul I have ever met." Ophelia joked with Alicia, "Teresia is my favorite flower. They make me think of you, Alicia, and even now, I still feel the same." They say that Ophelia was the one who brought Nyx in. A pure saint and a fallen priest? How unexpected. They must have conspired with each other. However, what I think of her doesn't matter. The shadow of suspicion will always follow her wherever she goes. Alicia heard people say that the Emperor had ordered the confinement of Lady Ophelia. When she asked, "What should I do first?" her maid replied, "Since you are the victim, you have the right, my lady. The Emperor will surely approve." Alicia cast a brief glance at the vase of Teresia flowers.
She remembered that voice. "You're amazing, Alicia. How do the flowers you put in the vase stay so fresh? Oh, but don't tell me your secret. Keep it to yourself so I can stay by your side and admire them forever." Immediately after, Alicia said firmly, "Put a bounty out for Ophelia's capture. She is to be imprisoned immediately. Then transfer her to the Melfont dungeon. As a citizen of the Empire and the head of the Melfont family, I must fulfill my duty, no matter how cruel it may be." That was how our beautiful days came to an end. Ophelia was still on Alicia's mind. "Perhaps you are the one chosen by the goddess. Even a delicate flower like this thrives day by day under your nurturing hands." Alicia was still lost in thoughts of the past. She muttered, "What nonsense." Norman couldn't quite hear her. "What was that?" She brushed it off. "Nothing. Why don't we get our fortunes read, just for fun?" Norman was slightly surprised. "Can we?" Alicia assured him, "Of course." He then approached the little girl and greeted her. "Hello there." Norman asked warmly, "Could I have my fortune read?" His bright, sparkling smile seemed to put the young girl at ease. She stared at Norman with wide eyes. Alicia noticed something strange as the girl reached her hand toward his head. She cried out in warning, "Watch out!" But it was too late. The girl had already grabbed Norman's cloak, accidentally exposing the hair hidden beneath his hood. His distinctively colored hair immediately caught everyone's attention. Silver hair. They began to whisper among themselves. Could he be the missing eldest son of the Diaz family?
Sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Alicia cursed under her breath. Damn it.
Immediately after, she grabbed his hand and ran. His appearance aroused suspicion among the crowd. Silver hair and golden eyes. It was definitely Norman Diaz. What is he doing in town? Word has it he went missing a few years ago. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Gano reminded himself not to blindly worry about that guy. It would probably be faster to let the guys at Romdak find Alicia. Suddenly, he overheard, "Who is that woman Lord Norman is with, the lady with purple eyes?" which caught Gano's attention. Purple eyes. Just then, Gano spotted a Teresia flower on the ground. "You were just here, weren't you, Alicia?" But then Gano angrily tapped their shoulders. Seeking information from the townspeople, he asked, "Could you say that again? I really need to know which way that lady went." Elsewhere, Alicia tried to take Norman as far away as possible. Having run continuously, the two of them were left catching their breath. He noticed her hand was still gripping his wrist. He immediately recalled those words, "I don't like being fussed over." That tiny moment alone was enough to brighten Norman's spirit. In contrast to that fragile soul was Alicia's sharp sidelong glance. He said, "I am truly sorry, it won't happen again." This made Alicia chuckle softly, not expecting him to have taken the flowers. Norman hadn't even noticed when the flowers had ended up in his hand. Oh, she was still teasing him. How is that little girl going to get by without her flowers? There will be rumors again, a poor fortune teller having her tools of the trade stolen by Lord Norman Diaz. She paused for a moment. Had she laughed too loudly? Alicia added, "Oh, come on, I was only joking. I'm sure she will be compensated." However, Norman didn't care about that. He only reached out to her. With a pitiful look on his face, he said, "I hope you are not upset with me." Alicia comforted him. "People are gossiping, but what's done is done. And besides, I needed the exercise anyway. It's been a long time since I ran like that." She recounted, "I used to be a sickly girl who did nothing but stay cooped up indoors all day, so a friend asked my parents' permission to take me out to pick flowers. We used to frolic happily on the hills and enjoy every breeze. How ironic. Now that my health is much better, I am no longer free to run around like that. After all, a young lady must maintain our propriety."
Norman listened and only smiled affectionately. He even comforted her. "I should have been more careful. If we hadn't been caught, we might have been able to run around a few more times. We haven't even finished exploring the festival yet." Alicia realized that too. Indeed, they had to flee before they even had a chance to visit another shop. Right after that, Alicia instructed, "Try frowning. Furrow your eyebrows right here." Norman easily followed her words, knitting his brows in a scowl. That's it. Sometimes the only thing you need to keep people away is that facial expression. She even showed him how to walk arrogantly like a gangster. Why don't you try spitting on the street while walking? No one would ever think the eldest son of the Diaz family would behave so rudely. Unexpectedly, Alicia's lesson made Norman laugh like a comedian. He couldn't stop laughing, but Alicia said, "Stop laughing, I'm serious." He defended himself. "I know, my lady." She didn't understand. "What is it now?" Norman said gently, "I keep forgetting that I was imprisoned in that water for 10 years. At first, I was very surprised to see how easily I could cast aside those painful memories, but now I know why. It's because you are by my side." After that, the two of them continued strolling down the street. Alicia stole a shy glance. She saw that she was holding a small purple wreath. That wreath made her heart flutter so much. It was definitely because of the wreath.
Yet her mind drifted back to earlier, to his words about how it was because she was by his side. Suddenly, a petal landed right on Norman's nose, and Alicia smiled softly at his bewildered expression. Then she saw him doing something else. It turned out Norman was making another flower crown for Alicia. Lord Norman's hands moved deftly as he wove them together. He added softly, "This flower crown is probably a far cry from the one your friend made, but..." Touched, Alicia said, "It's beautiful. Teresia flowers never disappoint me." To their surprise, the very spot where Norman and Alicia were standing happened to be the launch site for the night festival's fireworks. The booming fireworks burst beautifully against the clouds. Norman watched, captivated. "I wish we could see them from even closer." Alicia was just as surprised. This is only to promote tomorrow's festival. They're saving the best part for the main event. The brilliant light piercing the night sky kept Norman utterly spellbound.
Feeling a bit shy, she wished she could just ignore him. She told him that if he wanted to watch the fireworks, he would have to disguise himself thoroughly. This made Norman as delighted as a young child going on their first outing. He agreed, saying that he would need a bigger hat and a matching cloak so he could cover his eyes and hair completely. Alicia imagined how funny it would look. Wouldn't it be hard to see where he was going like that? Then Norman suggested, "You can lead the way for me. I will hold tightly to your sleeve," leaving her slightly puzzled. "My sleeve?" He made it even harder to believe when he smiled. "Trust me, this is a great plan, but I can't do it alone. You must stay by my side tomorrow." Alicia thought for a moment, and then she gave him her promise, thinking it would probably be fine. Reflecting on the storyline made her think twice. First it was Ophelia, and now Lord Norman. There was no denying it anymore. She was definitely a sucker for good looks. As they were walking, they saw a group of children playing. Unfortunately, one of them tripped and fell. Alicia immediately rushed over to help him up. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Can you stand up?" However, this simple, instinctive act triggered an old memory for Norman, freezing him in his tracks.
The boy whispered, "Thank you." Yet in his eyes, that image was shrouded in darkness. "No, let me go." The rush of memories made it hard for him to keep his composure, his face turning as pale as if he were ill. Meanwhile, Alicia was still talking to the children. "He's fine, just a little scratched up. Thank you for your help, my lady. Yes, I'm still alive and kicking." She bid them goodbye, saying, "Don't stay out too late, okay?" Kids these days are so resilient, aren't they? Alicia turned to Norman, who was breathing heavily. Sensing something was wrong, she asked, "Are you all right?" Unexpectedly, he lost his footing and collapsed against her. "Lord Norman!" Norman tried to steady his breathing. "I am sorry, my lady. That boy reminded me of Nicholas. I saw reproach and anger on his face." Curious, Alicia asked, "Does your brother blame you for what happened?" Once Norman managed to stand back up, he replied, "To be honest, I am not sure if I am still welcome in my family. I don't think I can look Nicholas in the eye." Alicia tried to comfort him. "Your family will just be happy to see you return safely." But he replied, "No." His face sank into gloomy despair. "I have ruined my brother. What happened must have left a scar on his sensitive soul." She was slightly taken aback. Sensing her reaction, Norman added, "You know, he was taken hostage. When Iago cursed me that day, can you imagine how traumatized he was? Worse, my disappearance forced him to shoulder the responsibilities of the eldest son at a very young age. He doesn't want to see me again." Alicia could see that Norman was far from fine. His guilt had distorted his perception of everything. It was true that Nicholas was arrogant, but he wasn't such a fool that he would shun his brother for being a victim. And I was certain of this, because it was all written in that damn novel. When Iago cast the curse upon Norman's shattered soul, Nicholas awakened his divine power. Nicholas saw this and was incredibly frustrated. "No, I almost had him." Stopping just short of its goal, the curse backfired. With the sheer force of negative emotions fueling that power, a young Nicholas who could barely hold a sword steady was easily defeated. That night, Nicholas could only watch helplessly as his brother was taken away like a living trophy. And the memory still burned brightly in his mind. Did Nicholas resent his brother for abandoning him? Nicholas's eyes were resolute. On the contrary, he had strived and endured countless hardships to reach where he was today. Congratulations, you are now the new Knight Commander. The goddess will watch over you. He knew that his perseverance and newly awakened strength were all thanks to his brother's disappearance. Without that experience, he would never have had the courage to travel far and wide in search of Norman. Nicholas's search not only made him a better person, but also led him to the beautiful Ophelia, his lover. All in all, Norman was the missing piece in the story of Nicholas Diaz, the leading man of Ophelia's knight. Returning to reality, Alicia was still stunned after hearing Norman's story, for she realized that she too had such thoughts. "Yes, Mr. Norman, perhaps it was unintentional, but you were the reason your brother made it to his destination safe and sound, and I am at a loss as to how to explain this." As darkness fell, everyone headed home. Alicia had changed and was about to go to bed, but what had happened earlier kept her wide awake. In the end, nothing had been revealed. Only now did Alicia feel so foolish. This wasn't even her business, so why did she care so much? Yet, for some reason, Norman's awkward face from earlier kept lingering in her mind. Alicia used all her might to wave her hands, trying to brush the image away. "No, go away." Then she reassured herself. It was only because Lord Norman was the descendant of a noble family that she couldn't stop caring. That is, the blame would fall on her if she failed to return him to his family. Those words acted like a spell to ward off her anxieties, making her even more determined. Alicia sat up abruptly. She had always hated being misunderstood. "Fine, I will face this bravely." No sooner said than done. Alicia's sudden appearance in the dead of night left Norman both bewildered and wary. "My lady?" Alicia showed no sign of embarrassment. She said resolutely, "May I come in? I have something to say to you." The door closed. Taking just one step inside, Alicia went straight to the point. "I'll be blunt. I know returning to your family is not your top priority." Having a secret exposed, Norman looked a bit flustered. This reaction of his was all too familiar, making her slightly annoyed. Blushing again, what a liar. But then her mood sank. "Everyone has mocked me, and for the first time I am carrying the responsibility of reviving the Melfont family. Even my cousins don't believe I can do it." Anyway, I no longer have time for their nonsense, because for me, it's do or die. I brushed off the insults and did whatever I could. Tell me, do you think I should have listened to my cousins and let them pick clean what was left of the Melfont family, like those vicious vultures? Norman knew right from wrong the moment he heard this. Of course not. Hearing this, Alicia fell silent for a moment, before finally asserting, "Exactly. We can't change what we want if we just sit still. Do you want your younger brother to go on hating you day after day? Norman's eyes said it all. No. Alicia immediately flared up at him. Then go see him and apologize. And if that's still not enough for him, you can start looking for other ways to make amends. Are we clear? Alicia laid out a clear path for Norman. This made Norman deeply grateful. Understood. Alicia was also glad that her words had moved Norman, but what she had been wondering all this time was, why was he looking at her like that? Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Both of them jumped, thinking they were absolutely screwed this time. Alicia quickly took the cue and turned around, while Norman stood there clumsily, not knowing what to do.
But in the end, he still risked opening the door to let the person outside in. It turned out to be Stan, who walked in with a beaming smile and a tray of food, delighted that the two of them were together. Finding the situation a bit embarrassing, Alicia replied, "That's right, thank you for the meal." But how could anything happening in here escape the sharp, experienced eyes of a woman who had lived almost a lifetime? Stan immediately whispered into Norman's ear, "Awaken your instincts and just go for it. You're both young and full of vigor, so what's there to be shy about?" But having overheard, Alicia snapped, "Stan!" Alicia immediately grabbed her arm and hurriedly made an excuse to get them both out of there. "Stan and I have something to discuss. Good night, Mr. Norman." With that, the two of them teleported out of there as fast as possible, before Norman could even say goodbye. But that didn't bother him. Stan was about to face Alicia's wrath.
But she still feigned ignorance and asked her back, "Is something the matter?" Alicia was fuming, but she still had to speak softly. "You must stop what you are doing immediately." But at this moment, Stan suddenly turned serious and questioned her back. "But please think about it, my lady. That Philip fellow has nothing good about him. He only wants your money. Do you really want to marry a despicable dress merchant? He can't even attract any attention. Unlike that weasel, Lord Norman comes from a highly respected and prestigious family, and his reputation remains untarnished because he was sealed in that cave for 10 years. In fact, he is far superior in both looks and character. I mean that physique. Don't you think Lord Norman suits you much better, my lady?" Alicia listened to her but was left speechless. How could she refute her when every single word she said was true? Still, Alicia tried to argue back. "Have you forgotten? The more useless my husband is, the better, and I will not change my mind. A capable husband would be a threat to Alfush's future. I won't let anyone stand between my nephew and his inheritance. Besides, constantly pressuring Lord Norman is very impolite. He doesn't even care about romance anyway. Now, promise me that you won't try to matchmake me with Lord Norman." Her words successfully moved Stan's heart. However, a sudden turn of events occurred that Alicia could not have anticipated. It was the appearance of Norman at this very moment. Judging by the surprised look on his face, those words had likely reached his ears, and those were the exact words Alicia least wanted him to hear.
But what was done, and she had no choice but to accept it. She could only mutter a curse under her breath. Afterwards, the three of them had dinner together in awkward silence, not saying a word to each other, despite the bustling and noisy atmosphere outside. Stan could only eat in silence while watching Alicia's expression. Finally, Norman was the first to speak. "May I ask, what kind of person is Lady Alicia's fiancé?" This question made Stan, who was in the middle of putting a piece of bread into his mouth, freeze. Alicia calmly replied, "You probably haven't heard of him. He is a minor noble from the western region." Stan whispered, "The Molefox or Morfock family?" She confirmed, Morfock. Only then did Norman suddenly recall a name, Philip Morfock. As Alicia cut her beef, she quickly steered the conversation in another direction. "You will also find someone suitable when you return to your family." Norman replied rather gloomily, "It won't be easy. No one would want to marry someone like me." Alicia remembered something. Before his disappearance, Norman Diaz had been betrothed to Princess Calliope, a prime candidate for the throne. An eligible bachelor of Lothens and a promising successor painted a beautiful picture. People called it the marriage of the century. However, not long after Norman went missing, the heartbroken princess ended her own life. That was the official announcement. But according to what I had read in The Night of Ophelia, the truth was that Calliope had been tempted and made to submit to the dark god by a priest in the imperial city, who was also the madman who destroyed the Melfont family, Nyx.
Ignoring hundreds of warnings, she fell under the corrupting influence of Nyx. Calliope performed a cursed ritual, the reason for which even the novel did not reveal. It was a ritual that stirred up the seeds of jealousy that had lain dormant in Iago's mind. In the end, Norman was imprisoned by the very hands of his fiancée. To think she would remember this. In the end, she was the one who told Lord Norman why the ritual's effects had killed the princess. Slightly dazed and flustered, Alicia returned to her conversation with Norman. "I am truly sorry. I should have remembered sooner for the sake of the late princess." But that did not bother Norman. "It is quite all right. Politics is still far more important than that unpleasant incident, my lady. After all, proposing to the princess's former fiancé is rather amusing. If I am shunned by the nobility, that would surely be the reason." Norman's words suddenly brought the atmosphere to a standstill, and Alicia's mood sank further. Yet Norman continued to ramble.
But to be honest, I don't know why, but I feel very happy knowing that I have become the most useless bachelor in the Empire. Alicia froze completely. What? Suddenly she recalled what she had said in the past. Have you forgotten, Aunt? The more useless my husband is, the better.
Alicia blushed, thinking, wait, did he just repeat my words? Looking up, she met Norman's gentle gaze. She turned her head away slightly in embarrassment, thinking, I must be overthinking things. She then spoke up, You are far too humble, Lord Norman. Once you return to your family, I am certain there will be many young ladies willing to marry you. Norman bowed his head slightly and said, But that would be an arranged marriage with a woman I don't even know. How could there be any happiness in living like that? Closing her eyes, she said, Yes, we all want a marriage for love, but that only happens in fairy tales, Lord Norman. Most people are forced to compromise with reality. Before Alicia could finish, Norman cut her off with a radiant smile. So you also desire a marriage for love. Your wish will come true, my lady, believe me. Shivering slightly, she turned to look at Stan, thinking, why is she looking at me like that? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. There you are!
I knew I'd find you here. Alicia turned to look at Norman in confusion, and he looked back at her equally bewildered. Then Norman looked up at the figure behind Alicia. Gano hugged her from behind. My Alicia. He looked at her with eyes full of anticipation. Then Gano tapped his fingers on the table. Resting his chin on his hand, he asked, Don't you miss me at all? Alicia replied coldly, Why would I miss you? You came here to be a sniffer dog, not a lapdog. Norman glanced at Gano and wondered to himself, a sniffer dog. His hand rested on the table, hesitating slightly. Then Gano turned to Alicia and said, Whether it's a sniffer dog or not, a dog always wags its tail when it sees its master. With that, he gently wiggled his hips to mimic a dog wagging its tail. Like this. But yes, you've been gone for so long, you owe me a hug. Norman had been sitting and watching all this time, and then he suddenly stood up.
Immediately after, a loud crash rang out. Norman stood frozen in place, completely dazed. Alicia swung her leg and kicked Gano to the floor. Try hugging me again if you dare, and I'll make you regret it. Stan walked over carrying a tea tray. Oh my, that was a real nutcracker of a kick, wasn't it? Gano wept and groaned. Nutcracker? Bring it on. These are the hardest nuts in the world. Alicia put her hands on her hips, looked at him, and said, If you knew I was safe, why didn't you just wait and roam? Now the guild has to pay for your trip too. What a waste of money. I really don't get you. Gano clumsily scrambled up and said, But I missed you so much. Hearing his answer, she was completely speechless. And then Alicia grimaced and said, Enough nonsense. Give your report and get lost. He pouted and turned his head away. Alicia also noticed that Norman had stood up at some point. Then she pulled Gano up and said, Pardon me, Lord Norman. I need to discuss some guild matters with my associate, if you would excuse us.
Enjoy your meal. Thank you. Scene changes to the guild's private room. Alicia asked, So what did you want to meet me for? Gano replied, I happened to run into Ophelia. She grimaced and threatened him, If you joke around anymore, I'll strangle you. Gano smiled and said, How could I dare lie? I am the loyal slave of my lovely master after all. But yes, I saw her near the entrance to Catham. He recalled the moment he met Ophelia, when she asked, Gano, the representative of the Romdak Guild, right? Gano asked back in bewilderment, What are you doing here? Ophelia coldly said, It's because of Alicia. Shut up. Gano recounted, And before you scold me, I had no choice but to stop because she mentioned your name. She asked me to go with her and gave me some instructions. I found it very strange. Alicia asked, Strange? Strange how? He related, Just do as I say if you want Alicia to return to the mansion safely. That's what she said. After that, I went to the flea market to see if she was telling the truth. And I found a cultist chanting a spell, just as she said. Since everything has been resolved now, there's no need to worry anymore. Hearing this, Alicia immediately said, I need to see her. Gano asked in surprise, What? She called to him, Gano, bring Ophelia back to me. That is your next order.
In the waiting room, Norman sat gloomily opposite Stan. Then he cleared his throat to get her attention. Norman asked, May I ask what Mr. Gano is to the young lady? Stan waved her hand dismissively and replied, It's not like that at all. I assure you, Gano is merely the guild's representative. Nothing more, nothing less. Norman averted his gaze and said in a slightly downcast voice, So they are associates. They must be very close then. She exclaimed, Not at all. Gano is literally just a representative. Under the terms of his contract, he's more like a working slave. Don't pay him any mind. Right now, he's only responsible for exporting goods to the kingdom of Nita, and Lady Alicia only tolerates him because she wants someone to run tedious errands. Recalling Gano's mincing manner when he called out to Alicia, Norman murmured, For a slave, he seems quite willing to leverage his charms, doesn't he? Stan crossed her arms and said, To be honest, the contract isn't what keeps him here. He stays because of his feelings for the young lady. But let me tell you, Gano is definitely not Lady Alicia's type. He is just a pirate using a fake identity to pose as a noble gentleman. It's just that the way he carries himself is like a lowlife. Speaking of men, Lady Alicia prefers a refined and aesthetic work of art like you.
Hearing her say that, Norman chuckled softly. Refined and aesthetic. Lady Stan, I have a very important appointment tonight. May I ask you for some advice? Scene changed to a street corner in town, where Gano was squatting down, waiting for Alicia to arrive. There you are. Now that you're here, you can't be mad at me anymore, okay? What would have happened if I had walked as slow as a turtle like your dogs? She asked him, How is Ophelia? Gano replied, I don't know. That was the first time I met her, and she looked very different from the wanted poster. She looked exhausted. Alicia glanced aside and thought to herself, I can imagine. Life must be much harder for someone on the run. Then she spoke to Gano. My guards will arrive today. With them around, I'll be safe. You should just focus on your next mission. He turned his head slightly and asked her, So what if she's caught? Lock her in prison? Alicia replied, No, bring her to me. She crossed her arms, her fingers gripping her biceps tightly. Alicia thought to herself, After all, she still owes me a lot of answers. First of all, how could she have known that one of Nyx's henchmen would appear in this town to attack me? That was something even the book itself didn't reveal. No chapter in The Night of Ophelia begins with what would happen if Alicia Melfont survived. The book didn't even consider that possibility, Nyx lunging at her with a savage smile. This means there is no way to predict the future. My fate has now changed.
There was no other way. Then how could Ophelia have known beforehand about the danger lying in wait for me? Thinking back, the fact that she went out of her way to meet Gano was strange enough. I met Gano after founding Vondex, so there was no way she could have known him. Could she know about the existence of the novel? If she realized that the only way to regain her divine power was to kill me, she would... At this thought, she couldn't help but feel dizzy with fear. Gano called out her name in a panic. Alicia, are you all right? Alicia gasped for breath, her face pale as she said, Don't worry anymore. I won't let anyone or anything kill me. He gritted his teeth and replied, Of course, you are Alicia Melfont after all. And who would want to mess with the master of a hot slave who is always obediently submissive? Hearing Gano say that, her mood improved a little.
Then a voice rang out, Lady Alicia. She replied, You're late. The guards have already arrived. Forgive me, my lady. We were investigating some matters regarding your kidnapping. Alicia asked, bewildered, What are you talking about? He replied, According to our sources, you were kidnapped by Nyx, the heretic who was apprehended right at the scene. She raised her hand to signal him. I see. Get to the point. He reported, By now the heretic must have been sealed in the deep waters within the cathedral, never to see the light of day again. Gano crossed his arms and said, Good. Alicia narrowed her eyes, thinking, If Nyx really has been sealed, there's no reason for me to rush back to the manor. I'll use this time to take further precautions. Gano asked the guard, Where exactly has Nyx been hiding all this time? Scratching his head, he replied, I'm not entirely sure. The name sounds rather unfamiliar, but I think it was, she cut in, Tantaros.
The guard called out, That's right. Gano turned to look at Alicia in surprise. But how do you know that name? She lowered her head and said, That is where they held me captive. He cried out, What? That lunatic? Alicia asked seriously, Who was the one who found Nyx and Tantaros? The guard replied, It was Lord Nicholas, the Knight Commander. She pursed her lips and thought, Which means it was Ophelia? Nicholas was only a collaborator who helped her avoid capture. But how could Ophelia have found Tantaros in the first place? As twilight gradually fell over the headquarters, Gano anxiously suggested to Alicia, Let me escort you back to the mansion, Alicia. I want to make sure you are safe. She turned to him and said, You heard what the scout said. Nyx has been sealed, so there's no need to worry anymore. It's time for you to return to your duties under the contract. Gano ruffled his hair and replied, You and that damn contract. Fine, if that's what you want, I'll do it. Alicia bowed her head slightly. Then she let out a sigh and thought, In the novel, Ophelia was only able to find Tantaros. She had been utterly distraught upon seeing the dark red arm, thanks to the letter Nyx sent along with her younger sister's severed arm. It was all because of the profound impact of my death by the time Ophelia reached Tantaros. According to the novel, Ophelia had sought out Nyx's stronghold on her own to save me. Without me there, she would have had no reason to know of Tantaros's existence. Yet, as it turned out, she went there regardless. Just what could she have foreseen? Did she know that my death was the only way for her to regain her power? Night had fully fallen, and Alicia softly closed her bedroom door. She leaned her back against it, the curtains of the window opposite her fluttering in the breeze. Alicia cast her eyes toward the table. Resting there was a sprig of purple flowers. Suddenly, she turned her head as if she saw someone else standing there. Her eyes widened as she stared at the figure. Ophelia stood, faint and illusory, behind the swaying curtain, softly murmuring, You always suit Teresia flowers so well, as if this flower was born just for you.
Alicia's heart pounded. She cried out, Show yourself! The girl slowly stepped toward Alicia. She called out her name, Ophelia. She smiled and said gently, It's been a long time, Alicia. Her eyes widened as she stared at her. Memories flooded Alicia's mind, with the silhouette of Nyx appearing first. Then came the scene of him coldly slashing through her.
At the moment Nyx's blade sliced through Alicia's flesh, the holy water that had kept her alive for 10 years returned to its owner, imbuing Ophelia with an even greater power in body, mind, and soul. She clutched her face, unable to stand steady. Seeing this, Ophelia called out to her, "Alicia, are you okay?" Alicia snapped coldly, "Don't come any closer." Ophelia froze. "Alicia?" And then she reached behind her waist to draw something. Alicia quickly swung her hand up, holding it close to her neck. It turned out to be a self-defense dagger. She glared at Ophelia and threatened, "Take one more step and I will kill you." Ophelia did not dare to move an inch, standing frozen in place as she looked at Alicia holding the knife to her neck. Alicia knitted her brows and looked back at her, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She recalled when Norman had handed her the dagger she was currently holding and said to her gently, "I will try to be by your side as much as possible, but just in case, always keep this with you. I don't think you will ever need to draw it." Returning to reality, Alicia tightened her grip on the hilt of the dagger, thinking to herself, "Unfortunately, Lord Norman, this will prove you wrong. That day, Ophelia left us to die there without saying a word. She was the one who ended this friendship, not me." Alicia looked down at the ground, gritting her teeth in helplessness and resentment. According to what was written in that book, as long as Ophelia was alive, she would have to face death.
She asked Ophelia in a cold voice, "How did you know to look for me here?" Ophelia froze, trying to reason with her. "Alicia, you're not yourself right now. Calm down and—" Without letting her finish, Alicia screamed, cutting her off. "Shut up, stop pretending to care, disgusts me." Seeing her react so violently, Ophelia didn't know what to do. With Alicia's knife still pressed against her neck, she said, "You know I would never hurt you." As Ophelia backed away, Alicia pressed forward, interrogating her like a villain. "Why did you come here? What do you want from me?" Cornered to the point where her back hit the headboard behind her, Ophelia spoke in a voice that was still gentle yet laced with panic. "I only wanted to keep you safe from danger." Alicia gritted her teeth and replied in a low, strained voice, "I don't believe you." The moment Nyx's blade sliced through Alicia's flesh, the holy water that kept her alive returned to its master, and that was because of you. Alicia suddenly grabbed Ophelia's slender arm. She shoved her heart onto the bed and pinned her down, the hatred inside her seemingly on the verge of exploding. "But I was in danger from the very beginning." After screaming, Alicia seemed to calm down a little.
Her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. She noticed one of Ophelia's arms, which looked incredibly weak and limp as she gripped it tightly. Even though I tried to move on, the book continued to haunt my mind with the scenes from its pages, and last night was no exception. In the dream, one of Nyx's minions lunged out from the darkness and launched a surprise attack on Ophelia. She didn't have time to react, and a slash of his sword cut straight into her. Although she had practiced swordsmanship after losing her divine power, Ophelia still couldn't avoid the ambush and lost an arm in the attack. From what I knew, her right arm had been reattached to her shoulder, but there was no healing magic around to help it fully recover. I wondered why that damn novel had revealed the truth to me.
That every tragedy we endured was predetermined. Alicia's voice had softened completely. "Is your hand still injured?" A flash of astonishment crossed Ophelia's face, and she stammered in response, "You know? No, you weren't supposed to know anything." Faced with her hot tears, Alicia seemed to freeze. "Is that secret so massive that it makes your great divine power my only source of life? Or do you mean I should have died a long time ago?" Ophelia desperately tried to explain. "Alicia, that—" Alicia couldn't hold back her tears either, yet her words cut as sharp as a knife. "Or perhaps you wished I had never found out. My death is the only source of life you have." Ophelia struggled to sit up, asserting firmly, "I won't let you die, I promise." Alicia averted her gaze. "So you admit it then? My fate has been sealed. I wish I had never read Ophelia's Night. For Ophelia's story to exist, my story must be erased. Because of her radiance, my life over the past 10 years must have been written as nothing but hopelessness."
It seemed as though Alicia was truly going to finish Ophelia off, but she only plunged the blade right next to her. "So you must know that I can't possibly kill you. If you die, I won't be able to preserve my own life either." Ophelia's tears streamed down, her voice trembled, filled with self-blame. "I'm sorry, Alicia. But I haven't given up yet. If Ophelia believes that our fates can be changed, then it means the book has no power." Alicia lifted Ophelia's chin with her hand, returning to her previous cold demeanor. "Cut out the crocodile tears. You didn't come here for this. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you'd better not hide anything. I will make that damn novel backfire and survive until the very end." Ophelia's glistening eyes locked onto her, listening intently. "Is there any way for me to control your divine power?"
Ophelia was surprised. Divine power? Alicia tried to calm herself. "Yes, that extraordinary power, your pride. I managed to activate it in Tantaros, and now I'm trying to find a way to repeat it." Her face went blank. "So you managed to activate it?" Alicia thought, "What is with that expression?" She lowered her voice. "It's thanks to your power that I'm able to sit here right now, and I want to use it to secure a fulfilling life for myself, so just tell me already." Ophelia smiled like a ray of sunshine filtering through the rain. "Ah, the key is to call out my name with all your heart." Her eyes widened, unable to believe what she was hearing. what did you just say? She reached out to touch Alicia's cheek anxiously. Your face is turning red. Are you all right? I remember you always having a fever. She brushed Ophelia's hand away. Never mind that. Just answer the question. She clenched her hands. Leaving you with my divine power is highly risky. Giving my power to you has already drawn Nyx here, and above all, I have to consider the time you will need to truly learn how to use it. That is why I placed a special spell on you, a spell that conceals your divine power and is only activated when you call out my name.
The room suddenly fell so silent that even the sound of breathing could be heard, as if time itself had stopped. Alicia's face flushed. Wait, so she knew I called out her name for help, and desperately at that? She clenched her fist with determination. That won't happen again. Ophelia replied, I hope so too. After all, activating that power means you're in danger. Alicia yelled right in her face. No matter what, you knew Nyx and his subordinates sacrificed so many lives in Tantaros, so why didn't you try to save them? She poured her heart out. I couldn't afford to lose another chance for you. There was no other choice. I had to wait until you took action. She refused to accept it. You're being unreasonable. Ophelia wept bitterly. I saw you die in Tantaros. Alicia was stunned. Did she hit her head or something? Her tears streamed down. I still remember it clearly. I had to live for 2 years without you. It really happened. She stood frozen. 2 years.
The timeline recounted in Ophelia's night ends exactly 18 months after my death. Ophelia took a year to kill Nyx and punish his remaining henchmen. 6 months after that, she married Nicholas. The final chapter of Ophelia's night only covers the 18 months after my death, but you said it was 2 years. Is there another chapter of the story that I haven't read? Ophelia was bewildered. Whose night? I don't quite understand. Alicia was secretly shocked. Did she really not know? So she pressed further. You're engaged to Nicholas, aren't you? You are destined to marry him. She was confused. Why would I marry Nicholas? Alicia leaned forward in surprise. She had thought she was the crazy one for believing in a novel that predicted the future, but now someone else was saying they had seen it happen. Ophelia asked eagerly, Tell me, Alicia, did Maera visit you too? Her eyes widened. Maera, the goddess? Our sources of information differed, but she had definitely realized something. She pleaded, Please, if you know anything about this, tell me, what is this novel you just mentioned? However, Alicia's curiosity only stemmed from the future she had experienced. As a direct result of my death, Ophelia's mood grew increasingly somber. I saw you die in Tantaros.
That future is no longer relevant because I am still alive, meaning Ophelia's secret is also useless. Alicia stood up and said mercilessly, You can get lost now. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a voice from outside called out, You have a letter, my lady. She ordered, Wait outside. I've heard enough, Ophelia. I've had more than enough of you, so please just get lost. She sadly called her name, Alicia. She repeated, Have you forgotten? You are no longer my family. The day you chose to abandon Alfred and me, there was nothing left between us. I am no longer that sickly girl who needs protection and always needs your care. Get out of Lothens. I never want to see you again. The gray-haired knight knocked urgently on the door in panic. Is everything all right, my lady? Is something wrong? I heard noises inside. I must break down the door and check. Ophelia tried to grab her, but Alicia swiftly dodged. She screamed, What do you think you're doing? She whispered into Alicia's ear, Remember, there will always be someone out there willing to do anything just to make you happy. He burst in. Lady Alicia, are you hurt, my lady? She stared in shock at the light radiating Cormorant. A neatly folded piece of paper appeared in Alicia's palm. What is this?
The gray-haired knight looked around anxiously. I heard a noise inside. Are you all right, my lady? Alicia glanced at him. A thief trying to break in through the window, but he fled when he saw me. They panicked. What? A thief? We will station more guards. She reassured them. No need. I don't think he will return. By the way, you mentioned a letter, didn't you? The gray-haired knight politely handed the letter to Alicia. Yes, my lady. It is from Lord Nicholas Diaz. She opened the letter and read it with a serious expression. Alicia then gave an order that made his eyes widen. You may leave now. I do not wish to be disturbed. They obeyed. Before leaving, the gray-haired knight did not forget to wish her, Have a pleasant evening, my lady. Alicia sat down gently on the bed, her heart feeling heavy. She indifferently read the letter. The fallen priest Nyx has been sealed in the cathedral. Nothing new. Alicia clenched her fists, as if wanting to vent all her anger. She recalled when Ophelia tried to grab her, but fortunately, Alicia had dodged the blow.
She whispered, Remember, there will always be someone out there willing to do anything just to make you happy. A small piece of paper appeared in her palm. Alicia looked up, her heart torn between resentment and affection. Ophelia, how on earth did you predict the future? The next afternoon, Norman stared blankly into the flower basket. It turned out that the lovely Antoinette was nestled inside. He exclaimed in surprise, A cat! This flower basket was a gift for Lady Alicia. Norman gently reached out to stroke its head. It should be fine. You remind me of her. Stan's voice echoed, Lord Dias, I've been looking for you everywhere. We aren't done trying on clothes yet.
He gave a forced smile. I think this is enough for one day. Norman thought to himself, I only wanted to learn more about Lady Alicia's tastes. She waved her hand in disapproval. No, I know you are charming, but clothes are very important too. Antoinette's meow caught their attention. Stan stroked it. This cat is so cute. Where did you find this adorable fur ball? He replied. Doesn't it remind you of Lady Alicia? She smiled warmly. Indeed, it does. It will win her heart in no time. I didn't expect you to be an animal lover. Is this cat a gift for the young lady? Norman flashed a sunlit smile. Lady Alicia and I will raise it together. The fireworks are about to start, so it's time to go pick her up. Are you excited, little kitten? She was so shocked that her cheeks flushed. Together? Wonderful. Norman's footsteps echoed on the stone floor like rhythmic beats tapping into the silence of the space. He stopped in his tracks. As it turned out, the atmosphere was much louder and more bustling than Norman had expected. It was a lively scene of carriages, soldiers, and nightlights. Stan snapped. Why is a carriage coming here at this hour? The gray-haired youth gasped. Madame Stan.
He whispered into her ear. Suddenly, he called out the name Norman, Mr. Norman Diaz. He turned around. Lady Alicia sent you, didn't she? He bowed his head. Yes, we came here on the young lady's orders. She ordered us to escort you back to the family mansion. 2 days later, at the Melfont mansion, Erica was delighted to welcome Alicia back. It is so good to see you return, my lady. We have always been waiting for your return. She smiled. It has been a long time, hasn't it, Erica? Is everything all right? She replied, yes. Alicia looked at the paperwork on the desk with a thoughtful expression. Puzzled by the pile of documents, she asked, weren't you the one managing things while I was away? Erica explained seriously. That is indeed the case, but several important matters had piled up during your absence. The most urgent issues have already been resolved. These are the remaining things that require the Guildmaster's review. Alicia looked up at her and smiled softly.
She held up the piece of paper that Ophelia had given her last time. Erica read it in amazement. She asked curiously, is this the information? The answer lay in the faith of Callias's older sister. Meet Petra and Kruger this week. Alicia replied, that's right. She stared in contemplation, but why this week of all times? There was no doubt that they had to act on the future Ophelia had foreseen. Erica said quickly, I will arrange a meeting with Petra and Kruger whenever you wish. But Alicia did not respond with even a single word. She said with a tinge of sadness, he is so quiet. She asked wearily, and what about Lord Dias? Erica replied, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. Alicia murmured, I am sure he has arrived by now. Erica seemed to understand her heart. My lady. Alicia's hand clenched. It's just, I don't know if he can return safely to his family. Meanwhile, Norman sat in the carriage, his gaze drifting into the distance. Why do I feel so strange? She was just being kind to me, nothing more, nothing less. The night before, he had come to pick Norman up on her orders. Lady Alicia ordered us to escort you back to your family's estate.
Stan handed him the letter with a remorseful look. I am truly sorry, Lord Norman. I should have left the two of you alone. Lady Alicia sent a letter for you. She wrote this before returning to the Melfont estate. Lord Norman, please forgive me. It seems that in the end I still could not keep our promise. I wish I could have expressed my gratitude more sincerely. Alicia had carefully instructed him, telling Stan that she was sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. But now, please let me thank you with these brief words. I hope to convey my most sincere feelings to you. Lord Norman is an honorable guest of the Guild, as he is my bodyguard. You saved my life. Please ensure he is comfortable until he reaches the family estate. I would not have survived to return without his help. Although this can never fully repay the favor, please allow me to return you safely to your family, as it is the only thing I can do. May your every day be filled with joy and laughter. Alicia, Lady Melfont. Norman silently stared at the letter in his hand, his deep eyes clouded with thought. His heart skipped a beat as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Was this disappointment? It must be, for the moments we shared during our brief time together, moments that only existed because of the terms of the contract we had signed. If not for us, and if she were just a stranger, the carriage soon brought him to his destination. A voice rang out, startling Norman. We have arrived at the Dias estate, Sir Norman. His hands trembled as he clenched them into fists. 10 years. Everything must have changed by now, except for him. Would they even want him to return? What would Lady Alicia do? To Norman, the atmosphere now was suffocatingly gloomy. Sweat rolled down his face, his eyes filled with panic, and he felt as if he were drowning in a sudden wave of anxiety. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed in Norman's eyes. He remembered her advice. We cannot change what we want if we just sit still. Go see your brother and apologize. Norman took a deep breath. Perhaps I am just a stranger to her, Lady Alicia, but to me, she is so much more than that. To his surprise, his brother, Milan, and Nicholas all happily bowed to welcome him back. Welcome home, sir, his brother said eagerly. Welcome home, brother.
Norman smiled gently. I'm home.
In the quiet courtyard, the two brothers stood facing each other, their eyes meeting with heavy emotion. The moment of reunion spoke all their unspoken feelings for them. Norman stared blankly at his beloved younger brother. He couldn't believe he was seeing Nicholas again. Is that you, Nicholas? Look at you, you've grown so much. Nicholas rushed forward and hugged Norman tightly, as if time itself wanted to slow down to preserve this beautiful moment between the two brothers. Norman stood dazed. Nicholas! Nicholas sobbed like a child. Tell me this is real. Norman comforted him. It's really me, little brother. His tears kept flowing uncontrollably. Norman, I missed you so much. Norman patted his shoulder comfortingly. There. If you keep this up, you're gonna make me cry too. Jack was helpless. His Lord Nicholas crying? Have some consideration. People tend to get sentimental when they are close to death. Morton snapped. Shut up. Meanwhile, the two cousins still enjoyed their moment together, and he looked at Nicholas with a tender gaze. Under the bright sunny sky, a pair of doves took flight, while below, the magnificent castle stood in all its grandeur, nestled amidst the cool green of the trees. My Lady Alicia, it has been a week since I reunited with my family, and I will be forever grateful to you for this. Everything went exactly as you said, a warm welcome, and not a single rude word was spoken. But that is enough about me. How are things on your end, my lady? I imagine you must be very busy with the tasks that piled up during your absence. Alicia spoke firmly. I hoped everything would be fine when I returned home, yet some pests have been silently sabotaging my work. Erica explained, referring to Lady Kruger, who was looking around suspiciously in the distance. That is the woman I told you about, my lady. She is a midwife who specializes in inducing miscarriages. Illegal ones, of course.
She smiled contentedly. No matter how much I want to deny it, Ophelia is always useful. She has given us all the pieces of this puzzle. She agreed. Indeed it is, my lady. Then Alicia called out, Lady Kruger. Startled, she turned around. You are, well, I am not worried anyway, because the young lady of the Miaofeng family is someone who can accomplish anything. I look forward to the day we meet again. Antoinette happily scratched her head, sending fur flying toward Norman. He stopped writing. Why is all this fur suddenly falling out? Getting hit by its cat fur, Norman sneezed repeatedly. Raising his hand, Norman muttered, and this letter won't even be sent. Nicholas walked in from out of nowhere. You're sneezing again. Should we put this panther cub outside? He stared at Antoinette. Then Nicholas remarked, It reminds me of someone. He asked back, A panther cub? Nicholas glanced at him. Oh, you didn't realize? With those sturdy paws and claws as sharp as knives, it's definitely a panther. Norman caught Antoinette as she pounced on him. She looked no different from a cat. For now, I want to keep it by my side. Don't worry, Antoinette. I won't let him put you outside, he said, though he was powerless. You named it Antoinette. Cerberus or Vedusa would have been more fitting. Anyway, I came here to let you know that I've been summoned to North Dat. I really don't want to leave you alone since you've only just returned. He stared blankly at Nicholas, leaving him confused.
Norman offered his praise. My little brother is now serving the goddess. I'm so proud of you, Nicholas. Nicholas asked curiously, Do you plan on returning to the Order, Norman? He replied dejectedly, It's useless. The Night Order already has a leader, and a very outstanding one at that. He clenched his hands, deeply worried for Norman. There must be something you can do, right? I will find a position for you. He reassured him. Prioritize your duty. Remember that Nyx must always remain sealed. Otherwise, everyone will be affected. That is the duty of a Knight Commander after all. Nicholas started. Every time I think about how that bastard tortured you, Norman tried to downplay the severity of the matter. He only locked me in a dungeon where time stands still. I suppose I was quite lucky. But that couldn't be said for the others. So many had died in the dungeons, sacrificed in blasphemous rituals. No matter what, Nyx had to be held accountable for his crimes. His eyes gleamed with contemplation. Come to think of it, he wasn't the only one saved by Lady Alicia. Countless people owed her their lives. If she hadn't intervened, Nyx would have slaughtered everyone, Norman muttered. To her, I am just one of them, Nicholas recalled. By her, do you mean Alicia Melfont? A letter with the Melfont seal was just delivered. Alicia said she hasn't had the chance to thank you properly, so they are on their way to our mansion to express their gratitude. Hearing this, Norman sprang up vigorously. He cried out in a daze, Lady Alicia is coming here? Seeing Norman's intense reaction, Nicholas froze. Norman stood rooted to the spot, panting as he waited for his brother's confirmation.
Nicholas said nonchalantly, Why are you so surprised? Is there a problem? Norman's eyes flickered with a tinge of sadness. He owed her so much. He replied, She is the master of the Romdak Guild after all. Everyone is hoping she will make an appearance. Norman, are you sure you're okay? Seasonal allergies? He gave a forced smile. I'm fine. My nose is just a bit itchy. Nicholas felt there was something unusual about Norman, so he probed for a reaction. You're a bit different from what I remember. You're anxious, or am I disappointed? Yet you still look the same. Nicholas patted Norman on the shoulder with a proud look. That's not what I meant. Actually, I really like you like this. It feels like I'm getting to know the real you.
Hearing this, his eyes shone like the sparkling stars in the sky. Suddenly, Jack's voice, accompanied by a knock on the door, rang out from outside. "It's time, sir." He glanced toward the door. "All right."
Nicholas stepped out solemnly. As he walked past him, he instructed, "I entrust Ophelia to you, Jack." Norman watched him intently, his eyes filled with affection and admiration. He offered his best wishes to Nicholas. "Take care, Nicholas. We will talk longer when you return." Nicholas nodded cheerfully and departed, the door slowly closing behind him. Banners fluttered in the afternoon breeze, signaling the arrival of a noble. Sure enough, carriages slowly rolled into the capital, bringing Alicia with them. Norman peered out the window. "They have arrived. Lady Alicia must be in one of those carriages." Suddenly, Finn burst in, causing him to turn around in surprise. With a beaming face, he introduced himself. "It is an honor to meet you, sir. My name is Finn Vines, and starting today, I will be your bodyguard." Norman recalled that Finn was the youngest of the Vines brothers. "Ah, I'll be keeping an eye on you, Finn."
He was stunned. "Thank you, sir. It is a great honor." The two of them shook hands. He reminded him, "But next time remember to knock before entering." Finn flinched, embarrassed by his actions. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again, sir." Norman asked, "How is my friend Morton doing? I heard your older brother Jack has also served as a knight for quite some time now." He replied hesitantly. "Morton is in charge of protecting the entire manor, while Jack is Lord Nicholas's bodyguard." He thought to himself, "Just mentioning his brother's names is enough to terrify him." Not surprising, though. Morton was very strict back then. Norman asked bluntly, "Are you a fast runner, Finn?" He stammered, Finn's mind raced. How can I tell him that I'm the slowest runner in my family? He'll be so disappointed. He tried to cover up his weakness. "I'm better with a sword than running, sir. I am ready to serve you with my sword." Suddenly, the door swung open. The sunset light, along with a gust of wind blowing through the gap, made the curtains flutter wildly. He smiled warmly. "I should test you, shouldn't I?" Finn turned pale. "Wait, what? I didn't think my first day on the job would be like this. What am I supposed to do?" Norman chuckled to himself. "Sometimes Lady Alicia seems a bit cold, but in the end, she is always right. Thanks to her guidance, I was able to get back on the right track. She shouldn't feel grateful to me. On the contrary, I am the one who should be grateful to her." He ran breathlessly to the spot where Norman had landed. Finn was so panicked he was crying. "Lord Nicholas tasked me with protecting you. You have to let me protect you." Norman stood silently in the twilight. She wasn't here. Still panting, Finn asked, "What?" He smiled gently. "The guildmaster."
Finn replied, "Why would she be here? Weren't they only authorized to deliver her gifts to us?" He gradually accepted it. "Ah, you're right. She has no reason to come here. Nicholas must have just been teasing me, yet I was looking forward to it so much. Now I know for sure. What I'm feeling has nothing to do with gratitude." He spoke up. "My lord." Norman said dazedly, "I just want to see Alicia again." Finn panicked. "Please reconsider, my lord. I don't think I quite understand." He placed a hand over his chest. I've fallen in love with Lady Alicia."
One fine morning, Erica came to Alicia's office to speak with her about a few matters. "This is a bit too generous, my lady. Lord Norman escorted you all the way to Catham, but that was only natural since you helped him in the first place." She stopped writing to respond. "Are you talking about me pulling him out of the water? You've hit the nail on the head. After all, Ophelia's power would never have been activated if I hadn't wanted it to. Yes, that was what truly got us out of Tantaros, and I was utterly exhausted back then. Without his help, I probably wouldn't have been able to set foot in Catham." She glared. "My lady, the issue isn't who did what, it's the gold." Alicia rested her chin on her hand, pondering. "True, I wasn't as frugal as usual today, was I?" Erica continued, "If there is anything you have yet to tell me, my lady?" Her violet eyes flashed with a thoughtful yet proud gleam. Alicia guessed her implication, causing Erica to startle. "You're trying to suppress the rumors about me and Lord Norman, aren't you? But rumors are like that, Erica. No matter what, people will always find a way to gossip, and they spread too fast to control. I know you're worried about me, but my skin is thick enough that I won't be frightened about such baseless rumors anymore. On the contrary, what actually troubles me is the rumor that the murderous bastard Nyx and Lady Alicia Melfont made a secret deal in Tantaros."
She was steadfast. No matter who started it, it was nothing but meaningless rumors. Now everyone knew that the suspicious devil worshipper Alicia Melfont had indeed escaped from Tantaros in the arms of Sir Norman Dias, a brave knight, and she had repaid him by sending carriages to his mansion to express her deep gratitude. That way the rumors would end immediately. She was confident and precise. Alicia Melfont had never lost a bet. Alicia glanced down at the blooming Teresia flowers in the vase on her desk. At the same time, she recalled the flower crown that Norman had lovingly and carefully crafted. Just thinking about it made her cheeks flush. Flustered, Alicia turned away. "Don't be so sentimental. I'm only doing the best I can to protect my reputation." As the cold, late-night wind whistled past the castle walls, Norman stood in silence, carrying many unspoken worries, while Finn stood beside him to protect him from any danger. Norman's eyes gleamed with contemplation. He gently dismissed Finn, saying, "I want to be alone." the boy replied. "Forgive me, sir, but I must obey my orders to keep you safe from all danger." Norman suddenly asked, "Why, is Iago still lingering around here?" "He isn't, so you don't need to worry anymore. Tonight, I truly need some time to myself, and if you have any respect, you will honor my wishes."
Feeling restless inside because he hadn't done anything yet, Finn clenched his fists. He turned away, stronger than ever. "I'm going back to the barracks to spar all night, and it's definitely not because you asked me to." Norman felt proud of Finn. Good. The lake reflected his face. Norman's mood was much better now. Suddenly, he turned around at a strange noise. Norman stared at the wooden door in the distance. Huh? He decided to go down to investigate, taking each step carefully so the stranger wouldn't escape.
Down by the lakeshore, Norman stopped because there were so many Teresia flowers here. Watching the flowers in full bloom, he was reminded of Alicia, as she had once shared that it was her favorite flower. Norman picked one. Lady Alicia had said that it was very difficult to find this flower here, but why was there an entire field of them here? Hearing footsteps, he turned around with a start. It turned out to be Finn. Norman spoke politely. "Can you not leave me alone?" He replied anxiously. "Forgive me, my lord, but there are not many people in this part of the castle, so it is best not to enter here. This is my duty. I cannot." He quietly slipped the sword from Finn. Norman raised the sword, making Finn think he was about to execute him. When nothing happened, Finn slowly opened his eyes. It turned out Norman was pointing it at a stranger in a black cloak in the distance. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" It was Ophelia. She glanced over, and then she took off her cloak. Her clear voice rang out. "Lord Norman Dias, we finally meet." Finn exclaimed excitedly. "Lady Ophelia, I didn't expect you to be here." Norman could not help but repeat in astonishment. "Ophelia?" In his memory, Nicholas had once said, "I wouldn't have been able to get through the 10 years of your absence without Ophelia's help." Thinking of this, Norman quickly bowed respectfully. "Please forgive me for not recognizing you at first. Nicholas has told me a lot about you. It is an honor." She also smiled warmly and replied, "I am also very honored. Please forgive this hood. I mean no disrespect. A woman in hiding cannot easily show her face." With that, Ophelia once again held onto the hood, gently pulling it to cover herself. His eyes remained fixed on her, a hint of surprise flashing through his gaze.
"Are you the one who planted the Teresia flowers here?" Ophelia could not hide her shock as she asked back, "You know the name of this flower?" He did not answer directly, but instead spoke in a gentle, reminiscent tone. "There was a young girl who sold this flower at Catham Square. I heard that Teresia is a wildflower that only grows in the West, often used by fortune-tellers. However, some people still use them to make beautiful wreaths." Hearing this, Ophelia's eyes welled with tears of empathy. Wiping them away with her hand, she choked out, "It seems we have a lot to talk about, if you are willing to listen to my story from 10 years ago." In her story, a man had shouted to stop them. Wait, that's Ophelia, the woman on John Dack's wanted poster. Lord Nicholas's younger brother had found her lying unconscious in the middle of the road. Nicholas quickly grabbed her hand. With a grim expression, he warned her, "Do as I say, or you will be locked in a dungeon for the rest of your life." As you can see, I am a survivor of the Nix massacre at Melfont Manor, and Nicholas thinks that the curse on his brother and the dark power that destroyed the Melfont family both stem from the same source. In short, I am a useful piece of evidence for him to find the truth.
In her memory, there were many people with dangerous eyes who also spoke up. "The path of the dark god Arfa will lead your souls into the deepest depths of hell." At that moment, Nicholas wondered, "Preachers?" Ophelia didn't wait, but hurriedly explained, "Minions of Nyx." The very next second, without a single wasted movement, she tied a rope around his hand and dragged him away. A surge of power also erupted from within her, and it turned out we shared a common enemy. In that perilous situation, Nicholas suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. He quickly stepped close, startling Ophelia and making her whip around. It marked the beginning of a decade-long comradeship between the preacher hunters. With that, the stream of memories closed, returning to the quiet reality. Finn frowned and asked curiously, "I thought it was a love story." Norman shyly interrupted, "It seems more like an adventure story." "May I ask, over all these years, what has driven you to sacrifice yourself to hunt down the preachers of Nyx?"
The question that had just been asked made Ophelia lower her head gloomily. Only after taking a moment to compose herself did she slowly explain, "It is because of her, to make up for what she had to go through because of me." Ophelia recalled Nicholas's words. Alicia Melfont, the only name that had filled Ophelia's life for 10 years, had influenced her. Facing her melancholy, Norman also softly guessed, "And you used to make flower wreaths for her?" Without changing her expression, Ophelia continued, "I hunt the preachers of Nyx for 2 reasons. First, to expose the real culprits and directly confront those wicked people. Second, for Alicia's safety. Surely every flower here was a prayer for her best friend." She paused for a moment, letting her eyes sweep over the surroundings. Looking at the purple flowers around them, Ophelia said, "It is believed that Teresia flowers will bring good luck if they do not wither within 7 days. I plant them here so that luck will smile upon Alicia's future." Norman looked at her, unable to help but wonder,
Aren't you angry at her for putting a bounty on you? Ophelia calmly shook her head. Not really. Her eyes cast down slightly as she gently touched a flower stem. I expect nothing more from her. He didn't seem to dare to speak, only thinking to himself, which means she knows about this. She knows that Lady Alicia had no other choice.
Suddenly, her hand, which had been gently caressing the flower, unconsciously plucked a stem. Ophelia gently held the newly plucked flower up in front of Norman. He hesitantly took it. I thought you wanted to keep them alive for as long as possible. Only then did she offer a slightly more radiant smile. Luck is, after all, a generous giving. Lord Norman, I give you this gift of luck, hoping you will share it with others as well. Norman froze, gazing intently at the radiant girl before him. Beneath the castle bridge, an unspoken affection bloomed. The secret emotions I have tried to hide. He slowly raised the flower to his face, as if in prayer. I will certainly do so, because luck is a generous giving. Under the bright sky, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Alicia called out hurriedly from outside. Look at this, Erica, a letter from Nicholas Diaz. Erica quietly took the letter from her hand and read it intently.
The Diaz family owes you a great favor for this invaluable assistance. I wish to convey that your favor will be repaid in the most deserving manner. Alicia caught the main point and exclaimed emotionally, he said he owes you a great favor. Erica, slightly skeptical, quickly sought confirmation. Is this really the Nicholas Diaz we know? She replied with tears welling in her eyes. It must be Nicholas Diaz. Solitary confinement for prisoners places a heavy burden on the imperial treasury. Swift executions will help reduce unnecessary expenses. Suddenly, a hand shot straight up, cutting her off. Nicholas declared firmly, I object. His words made Alicia clench her hands into fists in anger. She thought to herself, again, that thorn in my side who always gets in my way in every council meeting, and not even at the very end, in the conference room before the founding anniversary.
In the waiting lounge, a few ladies gathered to gossip. It had been so long since she issued a wanted poster for the fugitive Ophelia, yet she was still at large. You don't even want to catch her, do you? You don't care at all that she could put the entire nobility at risk. Alicia stood there, unable to believe her ears. Annoyed, she snapped back. What did you say? Just you wait until she is locked up right in front of my eyes. Nicholas suddenly appeared to intervene. Such vulgar behavior, Lady Melfont. Are you a lady of a close noble family or a fishwife from the market? Alicia was stunned and bewildered. Did you just call me a fishwife? Say that again. Bring it on. The maid beside her hastily held back her wild impulses. Please calm down, my lady. It was lucky for him that he didn't stay to gloat. Returning to reality, Erica slowly recalled Nicholas's words. Forgive me, but have I ever mentioned that you are too short to even catch my eye? She spoke seriously. Thinking back, there were many incidents involving his wine glass and your dress. Alicia's blood boiled as she listened. A lot, and they were clearly intentional. Erica calmly analyzed. So in the end, he received a fitting punishment for his boundless gratitude. That was indeed a great victory, my lady, she replied with satisfaction, taking it for granted. Of course. Erica didn't reply further, but slowly opened each letter inside the envelope. She looked up in surprise and said, there is still one more letter. It's a Teresia flower.
I heard that Teresia flowers will bring good luck if they remain in full bloom after a week. You are already quite familiar with this belief, aren't you? The image of Norman gently holding the flower in prayer suddenly flashed by, along with his words, I will certainly do so. Imagine how surprised I was to see a field full of flowers right inside the mansion. Because luck is a generous act of giving. They were waiting for me in a rarely visited part of the castle, and they are beautiful. Somewhere, he had joyfully exclaimed, it hasn't withered. I am sending you a Teresia flower that I have kept in full bloom for 7 days. If what they say about this flower is true, then we will surely meet again, for that is the lucky day I have always been waiting for. With all my affection, Norman Diaz. Erica softly called out to the stunned girl in front of her, my lady. Alicia, holding the letter, also softly deduced, it seems there is a field of Teresia flowers in the Diaz mansion. Slow to comprehend, she repeated the words, a field of Teresia flowers. Looking at the letter with sad eyes, she explained, yes, which means Ophelia is hiding there. Do you think good luck will come to me one day? Erica hurriedly comforted her. Of course, my lady, it certainly will. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of urgent knocks on the door interrupted the two girls' conversation. Alicia glanced over and ordered, come in.
The two of them turned and waited. Someone gently opened the door from the outside and stepped in unhurriedly. She raised her voice in reprimand. You are wasting too much time. What is it? The servant who had just entered nervously stammered. My lady, Lord Philip Morfolk has returned the engagement ring. Alicia wasn't the least bit surprised. Instead, she smirked, a look both mysterious and dangerous. Her face tightened with a hint of bitterness. Fortune may smile, but it never smiles on me. Beside her, Erica couldn't help but worry. My lady,
She clenched her fists in anger, but ultimately resigned herself to it. Very well, then we must examine the ring first. He will pay the price if it isn't the ring I bought. In contrast to the explosive atmosphere on Alicia's side, Norman sat quietly, watching the beautiful sunset outside the window. Yet his mind seemed to be drifting far away, his vacant gaze unfocused, as if he were troubled by something. That dejected look lasted so long that even Finn began to worry. He will truly exhaust himself if he keeps acting like a caged bird. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, forcing Norman to speak up to reassure him. Don't worry, Finn.
I don't blame you. I know you came here on my father's orders. Hearing this, Finn scratched his head and laughed it off to hide his guilt, feeling deeply relieved. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. His relief was short-lived, however, as Norman interrupted. However, I don't understand why you won't let me go out for a walk. You're the one in charge here, aren't you? You're far too tense, not at all like your older brother, Morton. Those words were like the worst stab to the youngest sibling in the family, like Finn. Had he just compared him to his brother? Suppressing his hurt, he quickly defended himself. It's true that I was ordered to keep you under guard for your protection, but nothing stops me from bringing you the latest news from the outside. This explanation finally brought a satisfied smile to Norman's face. All right, you've piqued my curiosity. Finn looked around warily, checking to see if anyone else was present. Once reassured, he whispered into Norman's ear, Your father will visit the Melfont estate tomorrow. Because of this trip, he will be away for a while. You can finally... Unable to contain his surprise, Norman raised his voice. Where is he going? With a secret at risk of being exposed, Finn pleaded anxiously. Please lower your voice, my lord. I wasn't even supposed to tell you this. Norman pressed on. Then why is my father visiting the Melfont family? To answer this question, the scene flashes back to a certain high-level meeting where Milan solemnly announced, Lady Melfont has expressed her gratitude for my son's invaluable assistance in helping her escape from Tantaros.
But Norman was only fulfilling his destined duty as a knight. Therefore, we still owe her for bringing our eldest son back home. This is a favor we must return. After listening to the story, Norman returned to quietly gazing at the scenery. His hand gently stroked Antoinette in his lap, while his voice sounded in a steady tone. They should know that it is a favor I must repay. On the other side, Alicia slowly opened the presented box. The moment the inside was revealed, she frowned deeply. Alicia made no attempt to hide the disgust in her voice upon seeing the solitary, mediocre piece of jewelry. Only a ring? I don't know whether to call him a scumbag or a parasite. The male servant could only report back dutifully. Lord Philip said there is no reason to return the gifts that have already been given to his family and friends. The excuse was so shameless that Alicia let out a scornful laugh. She coldly gritted out each word. So he keeps all of my gold, silver, and jewels and only returns a single ring to break the engagement? Erica, also fuming on her behalf, checked the contents of the letter to see what kind of nonsense he had written.
That wicked man! The trembling voice, unable to hide its fury, piqued Alicia's curiosity. What is it? She immediately cried out in anger, he's using the rumors between Nix and the young lady as an excuse. Hearing this, Alicia froze in disbelief. What? Let me see. Her brow furrowed deeply with indignation. My dear Alicia, I am glad you have returned safely. Knowing that you are back where you belong, I can feel nothing but immense relief. However, as the head of the Morfock family, I cannot turn a blind eye to the scandalous rumors between a heretic priest and my fiancé. Philip Morfock, Alicia's fiancé, was currently enjoying himself with a beauty by his side in a casino. Mara's breasts, I almost had it. When I was told that my Alicia spent God knows how much time frolicking across the countryside with a robust young man, I was deeply distressed and fearful for your promised chastity. While Philip was merrily drinking, he noticed the arrival of Petra Landry, an opera singer, and his mistress. He cried out excitedly, "There you are, Petra, my love." Although the laws of Lothens are very clear regarding betrayal of one's betrothed, I no longer harbor any affection for you. Instead, I wish to bring this to an end by calling off our engagement. Having finished the letter, Alicia calmly concluded, a ruined playboy and a songstress. He wants to end it all? I couldn't be happier. But truly, there is no one else quite like him. No other nobleman more useless to serve as my husband without affecting the Alfred inheritance.
Erica immediately voiced her opinion, stating that even for a fool like Philip, this was far too reckless. He had been back for less than a week, yet he already wanted to end everything with the young lady. There was bound to be some hidden motive. Alicia couldn't help but agree with this speculation, falling deep into thought. Just as Ophelia had said, all of this had unfolded in a single week. She must have foreseen it. If that was the case, she would put her to good use. Alicia silently made her decision and gave the order. You know what to do. Make the preparations. Erica complied respectfully. Yes, my lady. The two then continued down the corridor, but the buzzing chatter around them caught Alicia's attention. What is going on? She asked. Hearing her, a nearby male servant spoke up in a panic. It is a guest, my lady. You will definitely want to see him. The mysterious identity made her repeat thoughtfully. Him? A face flashed in her mind, sparking a hint of anticipation. Could it be? But then a voice rang out, asserting its owner's presence. Since when did I become a guest in my own mansion? Alicia froze, turning toward the main entrance as she recognized the voice. What are you doing here, Alphonse?
Seymour, finally catching up at the door, shouted, "Young master, how dare you mistake him for a guest? How utterly foolish! And Erica, how much longer do you plan on keeping the young master in that shelter?" Scolded by her mother, Erica explained aggrievedly, "I'm really busy, you know. It's not like I'm just sitting around doing nothing." Ignoring their bickering, Alicia warmly reassured him from the other side. "Never mind them, my dear. They are just surprised because it has been so long since they last saw you return. No one would treat you like a guest in your own home. After all, you are the rightful master of the Melfont family." However, she was met with Alfred's cold rebuttal. "That is what you want, Aunt Alicia. You have never cared whether I want to become the master of the family or not. You see, I don't want this, and since this is your life, I can't just take it away from you."
After witnessing the boy's cold attitude, Alicia lay stretched out on her bed, dejectedly lost in thought. He was no longer the little Alfred she knew. He had grown up in a way she had never wanted. If only his parents were still alive, he would have been able to live a life true to his age. At this thought, tears welled up in the corners of Alicia's eyes. Remorse and guilt surged within her as she sobbed. "I am so sorry, both of you. I've ruined him." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. "May I come in, my lady?" Hearing this, she startled and sat up quickly to stop them. "Wait." Alicia hurriedly wiped away her tears, reassuring herself, "It's fine, this is nothing." Only after taking a moment to compose herself did she call out her permission. "Come in." Alicia stared in bewilderment at the person visiting her room at this hour.
She exclaimed in confusion upon seeing Seymour smiling with a basin of water in her hands. "What is this?" A moment later, the older woman firmly wrung out the soaking wet towel. Seymour gently dabbed Alicia's eyes. "You wouldn't want to wake up with swollen eyes tomorrow, my lady. This will help." Knowing she couldn't hide anything from her, Alicia gradually relaxed and admitted frankly, "You see through everything, don't you?" Seymour only teased gently. "Of course, I raised you after all. Young Master Alfred acting like that must have made you sad." Feeling comforted by the care, Alicia's mood improved. "It's fine, he's just going through a rebellious phase." Seymour, perhaps seeing through her distress, only offered a gentle smile. Then she revealed a truth. "We took young Master Alfred to another shelter after you went missing, and during that time he said," in her recollection, Alfred, with tears welling up in his eyes, blamed himself. "If Aunt Alicia is dead, what's the point of doing this?" A lump rose in Alicia's throat with every word Seymour spoke. He knows he must fulfill his duty as the heir of the Melfont family, but honestly, nothing could make him happier than being by his aunt's side. "You have no idea how relieved we were when you returned to us safely." Seymour carefully chose her words to comfort the trembling figure in front of her. The heartfelt conversation had caused the emotions buried deep within Alicia to burst forth in a flood of tears. "It has been so long that I had gradually forgotten what truly matters."
I thought I was the only one fighting alone to protect the ones I loved, without realizing that they were the ones keeping the flame of hope alive within me. After soothing Alicia, Simon smiled sadly. "You must be exhausted, aren't you?" She pulled up the blanket as gently as possible so as not to wake her. As I fell asleep, Ophelia's night came again. This time it was to show me a past I had never known. Alicia's father, looking anxious and uneasy, stood next to Ideo, a priest at the cathedral of the Meofong estate. Frowning with worry, he asked the person beside him, "How is my daughter, Mrs. Simon?" She could only report helplessly, "My lord, the young lady falls ill like this every year, but it has never been this bad. She is no longer conscious." Alicia's father could not hide the worry and conflict on his face. "It breaks my heart to see Alicia like this, but I cannot let a girl whose name I don't even know treat my daughter. Make sure to return her to where she belongs." Hearing this, Ideo offered reassurance. "My lord, this girl possesses divine power beyond imagination. Sharing a little of it with your daughter will not pose any danger. Please let her do what she has been tasked with." The young Ophelia ignored the doubts of Alicia's father and walked quickly ahead. She stopped right by the bed where Alicia lay unconscious from her illness. Ophelia suddenly shed tears, as if she were enduring the same discomfort. "Please don't die, little Teresia flower. You won't wither. You will bloom again, like a fresh bud." Both Alicia's father and Simon were left speechless by the miracle before their eyes. Unbelievable, the young lady is back to normal. Ophelia had saved me even before the curse of Nyx befell our family. She had been adopted by the Meofong family just to keep me alive.
Facing Alicia, who had just woken up from her illness, Ophelia felt too nervous to look her straight in the eye. Then Alicia suddenly took her hand. The unexpected gesture left Ophelia wide-eyed in surprise. The young Alicia tilted her head innocently in curiosity. "What is your name?" That pure, innocent expression struck the softest spot in Ophelia's heart, leaving her flustered and blushing. It was only after a long while that Ophelia shyly stammered a few words. I don't have a name." Instead of looking down on her for that, Alicia earnestly suggested, Then how about Ophelia? From now on, I'll call you Ophelia. Come on, let's go play together. At Alicia's invitation, she nervously turned her sparkling eyes toward her father. Under her intense, pleading gaze, he reluctantly relented. If you want to, you can stay. And that was how Ophelia, the saintess found in the forest, was brought to a noble family to forge a friendship within the clergy. As a new member of the Melfont family, her duty was to keep her younger sister alive. Perhaps I have been deceiving myself all this time. Nyx had come to the Melfont family 10 years ago. He would covet Ophelia's power. He looked down indifferently at Alicia, who had collapsed on the ground. Are you the only one here? How strange. I swear she was just hiding somewhere around here. Suddenly, a shout rang out, interrupting Nyx's focus. Alicia! Alicia, where are you? Answer me! And he saved my life. Ophelia was not to blame at all. As Alicia searched for her figure in a panic, she was drawn to a flash of light. If she has to take responsibility...
It was simply because she was too naive, seeing her younger self in Nyx and clinging to the hope that he would be there to help me if anything were to happen to her. The sight before her made Ophelia thoughtfully clench her hands with determination. I want to protect you to the very end, Alicia. Yes, she always took the blame upon herself. Then, just as Nyx desired, Ophelia proactively reached out her hand and offered, would you like to come with us? And there was nothing left to stop Nyx's mad obsession with her. Alicia could only watch helplessly as the two of them shook hands. No, even if the novel had found me sooner, helplessness was written all over her pale face. Don't hold his hand, Ophelia. I would still never be able to change the past. The lingering nightmare ended, the scene returning to the familiar ceiling as Alicia jolted awake. No, she didn't seem to have escaped the terror from moments ago, gasping heavily for air, with tears still lingering on her face. While trying to steady her breathing, Alicia drowned in a chaotic stream of thoughts. An illusion of the past. Is that disgusting book not planning to stop tormenting me? What is it trying to say? What do you want from me? Wait, perhaps I am not the only one haunted by Ophelia's night. I mean, she just keeps slipping into my dreams without warning. Perhaps whatever this book is doing to me, it's doing the same to her. Just as her speculations were turning terrifying, Erica's echoing voice cut her off. My lady, it is still very cold this morning. You shouldn't be standing out here. Alicia paid no heed, continuing to mutter dazedly. I shouldn't have let her leave. She asked back, bewildered. My lady? Alicia, still lost in self-blame, continued. I should have held Ophelia back and questioned her. She ought to have told me the truth. Torment racked her mind as she recalled her past words. Back then, she had screamed at Ophelia, Get out of Lothens. I never want to see you again. Alicia fell silent, her face etched with belated regret. Even though I knew it wasn't right, I still chased her away because I was afraid of facing the truth. Hearing these confessions, Erica gently offered her advice. Exposing the harsh reality isn't always the best way. Sometimes it's okay to run away. Besides, every time we take a step back, we get to see a part of the picture we missed. Hearing her say so much just to comfort her, Alicia let out a soft laugh and teased. I've been giving you too much work, haven't I? Erica expressed her feelings once more. I only want to say that I will never blame you if you choose to run away, as long as you promise to return home to us. Those sincere words truly touched Alicia's heart. Erica! The touching atmosphere didn't last long before her sneeze broke the spell. Regaining her usual calm composure, Alicia sighed. I really should have stayed inside like you said. But why are you here so early in the morning anyway? Only then did Erica seriously deliver her message. We have guests arriving soon. The familiar announcement made Alicia irritably put her guard up. Another member we have to watch over? Erica simply replied gently. No, my lady. This time it is the Diaz family.
She couldn't help but startle at this unexpected news. Diaz. The Diaz family owes you a massive debt of gratitude for this invaluable assistance. I wish to convey that your favor will be rewarded in the most fitting manner. Recalling that promise, Alicia fell into deep thought. Is that what he meant? With that thought, she voiced her confusion. I thought Lord Nicholas was responsible for overseeing the Nyx seal. Isn't he currently in Bardath? Erica quickly confirmed. Yes, he is not the guest. Thinking of that possibility, Alicia couldn't help but blush. Clutching the hem of her dress, she nervously stammered to confirm. Is it Lord Norman? However, the next announcement shattered her anticipation. It is his father, Lord Milan, who will be visiting. Only after a long silence did she reply in a low voice, her disappointment completely unconcealed. I see. The next day, on the bustling street, the endless whispers and gossip of passers-by filled the air.
The convoys of massive carriages rolling into the inner city drew gasps of admiration from the onlookers. He truly was the most influential figure in the capital. Just look at the sheer size of his retinue. Meanwhile, Alicia was busy grooming Alfred while constantly lecturing him. Alfred, I know you are upset with me, but you must behave yourself this time. It's only for a few days. Lord Milan is a very important guest. The grumpy boy turned his face away to escape her nagging. I'm not an idiot. Erica, standing nearby, found the scene rather unusual. This is the first time I've seen the young lady so tense. Seymour casually pointed out, You've never met Lord Milan, have you? The question sparked both curiosity and apprehension in her. Who exactly is he? I mean, I know of him, but... Looking at her daughter's bewildered face, she explained in detail, Lord Milan Diaz is the only living man who influenced the founding ideals of Lothans. They say he is the embodiment of everything the men of the Empire strive for. According to legend, the first head of the Diaz family was the lover of the goddess Mera, who bestowed upon his lineage the hereditary gift of divine power. Milan Diaz is no exception, and the Empire has averted many crises thanks to his heroic exploits.
Milan also dedicated himself to the family's salt mine, paving the way for the establishment and training of the Diaz family knights. Now the most elite warriors in Lothans, it is said that the finest knights all hail from the Diaz family. Recently, Milan has wanted to step down from this position, but he certainly has not lost touch with the administration of the Empire. He immediately took charge of the family's affairs when his son Nicholas was tasked with resolving the Nyx issue. Above all, he remains the spokesperson for the Sanctuary Council, and the Emperor trusts him deeply. Milan Diaz is the pride of the Lothans Empire. The moment his stern, solemn face came into view, Erica whispered into Simon's ear, He looks more like a rigid master, an old man holding power, doesn't he? She immediately put a stop to that somewhat disrespectful lightheartedness. Watch your words, Erica. Don't make me remind you that even a single mistake could ruin this meeting. Meanwhile, Alicia solemnly welcomed the distinguished guest on behalf of everyone. Welcome to Melfont Manor, my lord. Milan did not say a word, merely staring at her. The scrutinizing gaze fixed upon her made Alicia pause uncomfortably for a moment. Then, his next move left her eyes wide with shock.
Milan, feared by all, now dropped to one knee, sincerely expressing his regret. Please forgive the interruption I have caused. However, as a father, it was unavoidable, and my love for my son has driven me to personally express my gratitude to you, young lady. Alicia immediately extended her hand politely, humbly returning his sentiment. I am the one who should thank you, sir. Milan took her hand and praised her. You are truly kind. We have brought gifts from our family's mine, but they pale in comparison to what you have done for us. In response to his gratitude, Alicia bowed deeply in accordance with etiquette. Thank you, sir. The Diaz family is always welcome here. Please stay as long as you wish, and I hope you will not decline us the honor of hosting our most esteemed guest. Gently caressing the petals, Mera asked absent-mindedly, Is that what you truly want? Even though I can only change the story a little and the rest is up to her? But remember, my child, what is meant to happen will still happen no matter what. Following that agonizing, earth-shattering scream, Ophelia, having just ended a life, concluded with utter indifference. It's number 23. The one who just escaped hasn't gone far. We must catch up to them quickly. Jack Vines, second son of the Vines family. Faced with her cold indifference, Jacques couldn't help but remark, You're not human at all, Ophelia. All the heretics who participated in the sacrificial ritual are dead, and Nyx's body is already in our hands. They couldn't possibly. She nonchalantly wiped the blood off her face and cut him off. Jack Vines, if you don't agree with me, feel free to return to the Dynasty Mansion. The sheer weight of her dismissal leave his ears. My apologies. Ophelia paid him no mind, quietly raising the sword in her hand as she continued. I have failed too many times, and I refuse to repeat that mistake. I'm heading out first. Once you've made up your mind, let me know.
As I watched Ophelia's resilient yet lonely back and drifted into my own thoughts, I knew she was highly sensitive when it came to Alicia Melfont. But Nyx was already in our hands, and Lady Melfont was alive and well. What was making her like this? Hidden from Jack's view, Ophelia's hand tightly gripping her sword trembled in waves. It's all right now, Alicia. Meanwhile, during the luxurious dinner between the two families, Milan perceptively noted, You don't look very well, Lady Melfont. Alicia offered a sheepish smile to hide her fluster at having her inner thoughts read. Oh, is that so? Please forgive me for failing to properly welcome such an important guest. Hearing this, he dismissed her polite formalities. Please, there is no need for that. You have been through so much. Your priority right now is to recover, both physically and mentally. In response to his warm concern, Alicia could only offer a soft smile. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but cast a troubled glance at the person beside her. But the reason I'm worried is because of your son. He hasn't spoken a single word to me since we met.
Of course, I was the one who abandoned him, and with just a single letter at that. But until he went to the palace, he was still so kind and friendly. So why this sudden dizzying change? And what on earth is wrong with that boy? Alfred isn't cold like usual at all. Instead, he has become incredibly enthusiastic, looking exactly like Lord Pantas. Alicia gasped in astonishment at the boy's adoring, admiring gaze. Had he fallen head over heels for Norman Diaz's looks? It was easy to see the stark contrast between the two of them upon meeting him, one weary and melancholic, the other brimming with excitement and admiration. Witnessing this amusing scene, Erica could only silently remark to herself that the Melfont family truly had a weakness for beauty. Norman, who was enjoying his dinner, finally noticed the movement on the other side of the dining table. He took the initiative to speak up. "Lady Melfont, it is time for young Master Alfred to go to bed, so I think we should end our dinner here." That blunt suggestion left Alicia with no choice but to comply. "You are right," she said, but a storm was already brewing in her heart. Is he serious? Did he really want to end dinner without saying another word? Just as she thought this, Norman's subsequent invitation gave her a surprise. "But first, I have a request. Could you spare me a moment of your time?" This sudden request made Alicia uneasy, causing her to raise her guard. What? A long while later, when the two met in the garden behind the mansion, Alicia could not hide the dissatisfaction she had accumulated throughout the entire meeting and spoke first. "What is it you want to talk about?" "I thought you would treat me like a stranger." In response to her questioning, Norman offered a bright smile and said, "I never thought of doing that. However, if I behaved the way I wanted to in front of everyone, it would make things difficult for you." The roundabout explanation left Alicia confused, and she was about to ask, "What?" But his sudden, heartfelt confession stunned her, making her swallow her complaints. "I missed you. I held back because of all the eyes on us." Alicia stared at him blankly for a long moment, before Norman spoke up to claim credit. "Did I do well?" Alicia's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Yes, you did very well." Hearing Alicia's praise, Norman felt happy, a radiant smile gracing his face, reserved only for someone special like her. Alicia looked away and cleared her throat. "Then why did you want to meet me? I'm sure you didn't bring me out here just to say that." He smiled gently. "I hope you can do me a favor." A moment later, Norman and Alfred watched Antoinette, who was lying comfortably on the cushion, the young boy's eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. Alfred couldn't help but exclaim, "I want to hug her so much." With a gentle smile, he gave his permission. "Feel free, young Master Alfred."
Alicia looked at Alfred with a look of immense pride. This child. He had completely forgotten how he had given her the cold shoulder just a few minutes ago. Suddenly she spoke up. "So the health you need is for me to stay here with this little monster?" Norman chuckled. "Isn't it cute?" Antoinette climbed up to curl up on Alicia, but she seemed a bit startled and uncomfortable. Alfred's eyes went wide in surprise. Antoinette seems to really like strangers. It doesn't really like that knight over there, the boy thought to himself. Feeding it was all for nothing. His warm eyes shone with sincerity. "I hope you will cherish it." Alicia was shy but secretly thrilled inside. Well, it is quite adorable, isn't it? Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale, while inside she felt like screaming. Oh my God, did he mean for me to cherish Antoinette or himself? A white butterfly fluttered by, and seeing this, Antoinette winked.
It jumped down to chase after that butterfly, startling Alfred. "Oh, Antoinette, where are you running to?" Erica called out, "Young master, you mustn't run like that." She pondered, when was the last time everything was this peaceful? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, making her turn around in fear. Antoinette bristled its fur and hissed. Erica panicked. "Antoinette!" The boy's gaze turned cold. "What is that?" Gano appeared with a sharp, cold look mixed with a hint of contempt, his lips pursed tightly in a defiant, arrogant expression. Since when were these monsters allowed to be here? Alicia stood up in a panic. "Gano!" Norman felt a sense of familiarity. "That man, I met him in Catham." He smirked. "I thought the information was incorrect, but Adias really is here." She ordered, "Gano, he is a guest of Melfont, so behave yourself." Alicia wondered, "By the way, what wind blew you here so suddenly?" Gano stepped forward and replied, "Is there any law forbidding me from coming here?" At the same time, the butler bowed awkwardly. "Young master, shall we go play somewhere else for a bit?" With a serious expression, Erica said, "My lady, may I have a word with you? I have some information regarding Petra Landry." Alicia invited Gano in. "You came at the perfect time, Gano. Follow me quickly." She then turned, "Please excuse me, but I must leave first. See you next time." Alicia left just like that, without even giving him a chance to say a word. Left alone to face the loneliness, Norman muttered, "Lady Alicia." In Alicia's office, she repeated the name, "Petra Landry, requesting to meet me?" Erica replied, "Yes, my lady." Alicia smirked. Clearly, when her sister was mentioned, Sonnet changed her mind immediately. She is crazy. Erica asked, "How do you plan to handle this, my lady?" She laid out the plan. "First, we will send Morfok a warning and summon Petra Landry to meet me on Denva Street in the Royal City 3 days from now."
The purple glow of the sunset spilled through the window, cutting across the gloomy room. In that heavy atmosphere, Philip's desperate cry rang out. Why? Why is it like this? Why did this happen to me? Suddenly, Petra placed a hand on his shoulder, startling Philip. "Philip!" He turned around, tears and snot running down his face, as if begging her for help. "Petra, I received a warning from Alicia Melfont. She is going to take back the land she gave me as an engagement gift. If my father finds out about this, I'm dead."
Do something. You're the one who sent my engagement ring back to her, after all. Petra adjusted the sleeves of her dress. That's because I am carrying your child. Do you want our child to be illegitimate? Philip swallowed hard. I never asked for that. If only you hadn't found out about this, Petra. His face twisted in a grimace, caught between an explosive rage and a smoldering despair. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Petra looked at him with bitter resentment. What a bastard. How could he treat the woman carrying his child like this? It was foolish to think Melfont couldn't leave him. This is a gamble in which I've fallen far behind. If she tries to use the fact that Sonnet is an unlicensed midwife to accuse me, there will only be one end for me. Right now, I only have one option left. Meanwhile, Gano was sitting and talking with Alicia, holding a night card in his hand. I'm surprised Ophelia came to see you in person. I wasted so much time trying to find her. Alicia smirked. And who was the one who came running when they heard Diaz was here? That's right, you. Don't worry, I'll have a new task for you soon. He cast a glance at her. By the way, once more folk is out of the picture, who will be your new fiancé? She replied bluntly, I'll just find someone new. Gano stood up. Why bother? Why don't you take this time to enjoy a few romances? Alicia let out a dry laugh, her gaze indifferent yet challenging as she offered a sarcastic dismissal. Then that wouldn't be me. He teased. Who knows, maybe you just haven't tried yet. She snorted. What? Gano stepped in front of Alicia. Why don't you try it with me? He reached out his hand. Then tilting her face up, he suggested, with me?
Gano's hand touched her soft hair. Alicia felt insulted and slapped him mercilessly. Gano's cheeks stung. Alicia called his name sternly. Gano, I will convey my requests through Erica. Take some time to reflect before you return, and don't ever joke like that again. He glared at her for a moment, but Alicia kept walking without looking back.
Gano had dropped a remark that left her aching inside. Perhaps she was the one who should reconsider. As night fell, the chandelier cast a soft glow over the deep purple walls, making the room feel both luxurious and cold. Alicia sat wearily on the bed. Today had truly been a long day. From Morfalk to Gano, everyone was giving her a headache. Suddenly, a strange noise from under the blanket startled her. Alicia looked down in surprise. It turned out Antoinette was the culprit, stealthily crawling out. She cried out in surprise, Antoinette, when did you get in here? Where are you going? Alicia's eyes widened, and she rushed out onto the balcony to chase after it. Fortunately, Alicia managed to catch Antoinette. Why did you want to come out here in the middle of the night like this? Suddenly, she spotted something in the distance, a familiar figure. Alicia wondered, is that Norman Diaz? Alicia's face darkened. Was he still suffering from hallucinations? Norman appeared out of nowhere, snapping her out of her thoughts. Lady Alicia. Fortunately, Alicia came to her senses, but her body was still unsteady. Lord Norman. Unable to keep her balance, Alicia suddenly slipped. He quickly reached out to grab her hand to stop her from falling. Having narrowly escaped a fall, Norman softly called her name. Lady Alicia, forgive me for taking your hand without permission. Alicia froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. My legs are too weak. Could you give me a hand? He understood. Oh, my apologies. Tell me where you wish to go, and I shall carry you there. Alicia was dumbfounded. What on earth? She had only asked for his help, not for him to carry her. Yet in the end, she still let him carry her all the way back to her room. Feeling as though she had just survived an ordeal, Alicia said, Thank you. By the way, why are you wandering around someone else's garden at this hour?
Norman replied candidly, I can't sleep. You know it's not that simple. It's not just that, is it? The light shining down cast Norman's shadow, symbolizing the sadness hidden deep within him. It's not worth listening to. Alicia clasped her hands tightly. I've allowed him so much already, so I know I must set boundaries, but... She decided to speak up. If you don't mind, you can share it with me. With just that, Norman felt much lighter. He knelt down and confessed, Lady Alicia, even now when I close my eyes, I still hear a voice telling me to die. Alicia tried to reassure him. But the curse is over now. Norman continued, I've heard it for so long that it doesn't stop even when I wake up.
Iago's voice will continue to haunt me relentlessly. But this time, suddenly, the distance between the two of them was erased. Norman smiled, looking up at her. No matter how that voice calls to me, I have resolved not to listen, and it is all thanks to you. She felt embarrassed. I don't deserve to hear those words. He slowly took Alicia's fair hand. Every word you say to me is like an encouragement, telling me that I can go on living. She suddenly realized, oh, so that's it. This is why my heart feels so tight, and why I can't take my eyes off him. Norman hurriedly stood up. Lady Alicia. She was troubled, because he too was being pursued by death, just like her. She opened her heart. I feel that way too. It seems like everyone would be happier if I were no longer here. Every time I think that, it feels as though my whole life is meaningless. Norman stepped forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. Allow me a moment, Lady Alicia. I do not like seeing you sad. I do not know why you feel your life is meaningless, but you make me feel alive in every single moment.
The warmth of his body touching mine and our hearts beating as one, all the feelings Norman was bringing me. He continued, "As long as you are you, that is enough," making me feel incredibly relieved. Suddenly, Alfred's voice startled Alicia awake. "Miss, miss, miss!" She bolted up in a panic. "What time is it, Alfred? Why are you here?" The boy asked worriedly. "You were crying, weren't you, miss?" Alicia was taken aback. "Oh, so last night wasn't a dream?" Alfred hesitated. Miss, did you cry because I spoke harshly to you earlier?" She was surprised. "Lot? No, that's not it at all." The boy hugged Alicia tightly. "I'm sorry. I was just scared because you always do dangerous things without telling me first." She soothed Alfred. "I wasn't myself at the time. I'm sorry. Anyway, did Lord Norman?" The boy looked up. "Oh, don't worry. I already saw the guest out." Alicia couldn't believe her ears. "What? You already saw him out?" Alfred replied. "It's already past noon. He left a while ago." She was utterly bewildered. "Oh my God." The boy suddenly remembered something. "Oh, that's right, miss. Lord Norman said he has a secret message he wants to give you."
Saintess of the Grand Cathedral of the Imperial Capital, please forgive me for not being able to bid you farewell in person. I have urgent matters to attend to in the Imperial Capital. I heard that you will be attending the upcoming assembly, and I hope we will meet again in the Imperial Capital. As Norman was walking down the long corridor, an urgent voice called out from behind, stopping him. "Sir Dias, how could you leave with just such a cold note? Why do you suddenly want to withdraw from the Knights?" The speaker was Collins, Norman's comrade in the Imperial Knights. Seeing him panting for breath, Norman smiled gently and replied, "I have begun to desire a position that cannot be held concurrently with my current post." Collins's voice suddenly rose in disbelief. "What do you mean by that?" Norman's face flushed slightly. "It turns out I too am an ambitious man." Collins was stunned to hear this. Norman Dias, an ambitious man? He inwardly marveled, realizing that becoming Lady Melfont's husband was no simple matter. Collins confirmed with him, "I guess there is no way to make you change your mind, is there?" Norman answered decisively, without a shred of hesitation. "None." Collins let out a sigh, looking quite troubled. "Although it pains me to see your talent go to waste, if that is what you truly desire, I will respect your decision." Immediately after, Norman turned and walked away, while Collins stood solemnly, performing a knight's salute. In Norman's mind at that moment, his thoughts turned to Alicia. "I don't just want to acknowledge my feelings and cherish them. I want to be by her side." Beside Alicia, someone else suddenly called out to him, "Sir Dias."
His voice carried a hint of surprise. "Mrs. Stan." She stepped forward to face Norman with a warm smile. "My goodness, how long has it been? I had absolutely no idea you were in the Imperial Capital." He suddenly became uncharacteristically enthusiastic. "What brings you to the great cathedral? Is there anything I can help you with?" She waved her hands in dismissal. "Just running some errands for the Romdak Guild, and I'm all done now." In her mind, she giggled to herself. "I certainly can't tell him I came here to offer a bribe." Norman immediately asked about Alicia. "If this involves the Romdak Guild, is Lady Melfont also in the Imperial Capital?" Stan was about to reply, but suddenly stopped, calculating in her head. "Wait a minute. Lady Alicia has finally escaped that fool, Philip Morfolk. Should I start a campaign to make Lord Dias her husband?" A mysterious smile played on the corners of her lips. "My lord, have you heard of Lady T-Bay's masquerade ball?" Meanwhile, Alicia and Erica were riding back in their carriage. Erica anxiously asked, "How did the Grand Council go?" Alicia grimaced in annoyance. "I didn't like it one bit. That scheming old emperor had the Crown Prince attend the Grand Council. I never expected that."
He must be going senile to let the Crown Prince take charge of court affairs so early. Seeing her so furious, Erica calmly advised, "Please save all your insults about the royal family from my ears only." Alicia was still harboring her frustration. "Things are progressing faster than I thought. The throne could change hands within a decade." Hearing this, Erica seemed to have a sudden realization. If so, wouldn't that be to our advantage? Perhaps this is also the Emperor's wisest move, given the rumors that the second princess has lost her mind and is currently abroad following the death of the eldest princess. Suddenly, Alicia asked with a serious expression, "I'm not sure, Erica. Do you believe the rumors that the princess has gone mad?" Erica was slightly startled. "Wait, do you think those rumors could be false?" Alicia replied immediately with absolute certainty. "Yes. The second princess's return to the imperial court will undoubtedly cause a storm within the royal family. It is best that we find her before that happens. That is why I sent Gano on this mission, rather than Villanant, that fool who doesn't know how to hide his emotions."
According to what I read in Ophelia's Night, Mercedes possessed the demeanor of an empress. She just wasn't the emperor's favorite child. Alicia looked out the glass window, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Her tone carried a hint of mischief and amusement. "It seems my guest has arrived. Bring her in." The carriage came to an immediate halt. The guest she spoke of got in and pulled down her hood, while Alicia leisurely propped her chin on her hand and asked, "So, what kind of deal do you want, Petra Landry?" Petra bowed respectfully to her. "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Melfont." She bluntly cut her off. "Skip the pleasantries. Tell me, what did you come here to say?" The woman replied, "I intend to accept your terms." Alicia's gaze instantly sharpened. "In exchange for what?" Petra clenched her trembling hands. "My only condition is that you must ensure the safety of Sonnet and my unborn child. After that, you can do whatever you want." Slightly puzzled, Alicia asked out of curiosity, "I assume you didn't want this baby?"
Petra made no secret of it and began to recount. "Initially, I brought Sonnet here with the intention of secretly getting an abortion. However, when the rumors of your disappearance spread, I saw it as my last chance to elevate my status. I am sorry." Alicia paid little mind to this and got straight to the point. Her firm and steady words startled Petra. "You said you are a professional stage actress, didn't you? No matter how despicable your actions are, I will accept your proposal, on one condition. In the next 2 days, at Lady Tabei's masquerade ball, you must put on a brilliant performance to the best of your ability." Lady Tabei's masquerade ball? This party was undoubtedly the most alluring event in the imperial capital. Every noble in the empire yearned for a personal invitation, as it was the epicenter of all rumors and juicy scandals. At this moment, the grand hall was buzzing with whispers. Philip was also in attendance, but his face looked highly bewildered. Something was not right. "I heard Petra would play the lead role in a play, so I went to great lengths to secure an invitation. But this play, it feels like it is reenacting the events between Alicia Melfont and me." The protagonist of the play was Anne-Marie, the only daughter of a wealthy merchant. Anne-Marie was devoted to her fiancé, yet that fiancé plunged into a passionate affair with his mistress whenever she was away.
Philip was surrounded by the whispers of the audience about the play. "Anna-Marie, look behind you. That man still dares to claim to be your fiancé? He even has an illegitimate child." He couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. It was just a play. Cold sweat poured down his face. He immediately stood up. "I should get out of here. I'll leave and demand an explanation from Petra later." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Philip. "Where are you going? Do you really want to miss out on all this fun?" Philip warily took a step to the side, nervously turning his head to look at the owner of the voice. Could it be this voice? A few people nearby had noticed him. Isn't that Philip Morfolk? Why is he standing up? They had no idea that he was muttering to himself in fear. "No, that play isn't about me." Just then, Petra finished her performance. She raised both hands and spoke loudly for everyone present to hear. "Ladies and gentlemen attending tonight's banquet, I would like to respectfully dedicate this play to the Honorable Lady Melfont." Alicia smiled and pulled down her mask. "Dedicated to me? Why are you telling everyone about your dirty affair with Philip Morfolk?"
Philip panicked when he saw her. He desperately tried to make excuses. "Lady Melfont, don't listen to that woman." Still kneeling on the stage, Petra spoke up. "I revealed everything only because I was afraid Philip Morfolk would kill me and my unborn child." Philip turned to her in a frenzy and bellowed, "Shut up, you vile woman! How dare you open your filthy mouth?" Alicia looked on as if watching a play. Resting her chin in her hand, she asked Petra, "How can I believe your words?" She immediately replied, "Then I will make a covenant with you. If the child I am carrying is not Philip Morfolk's, you may take my life." While he was still stunned, Alicia responded, "Very well. Escort Petra Landry to the Grand Cathedral. I will make a covenant with her." Seeing her turn to leave, Philip hastily reached out, trying to hold her back. "Lady Melfont." Alicia calmly looked back. "Philip Morfolk, I am truly disappointed in you. It is a blessing that our marriage never came to be."
Upon hearing her call, Lady Tabei bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Lady Melfont." She spoke to her directly. "As the host, I ask you to bear witness to what happened today." Lady Tabei replied immediately, "Of course, I will bear witness." Philip stumbled toward her. "Lady Melfont, it's all a misunderstanding. It was all because that cursed woman deceived me." Hearing his lies, Alicia smirked mockingly. "Are you saying she got pregnant on her own?" Philip still didn't give up, trying to salvage the situation. "That crazy woman seduced me into writing the letter to break off the engagement, I swear. Besides, didn't you also associate with those extremist fanatics? Even so, your past mistakes do not bother me. I still want to be with you, so don't pay any attention to that woman anymore. Just listen to me." Hearing him out, Alicia scoffed angrily. "Morfolk, you are truly digging your own grave." Just as she was about to reply, a figure rushed forward, brushing past her. "Morfolk!" A sharp metallic clang rang out, and her eyes widened in astonishment. A sword was pointed straight at Philip's face, causing him to fall backward onto the ground in terror. The swordsman spoke coldly. "How dare you insult the one who saved me? I, Norman Diaz, challenge you, Philip Morfolk, to a duel to the death."
Norman asked back in astonishment, "Lady Tabei's masquerade ball?" Stan cautiously informed him, "It's advertised as a carnal ball, but in truth, it's just a gathering of degenerates." Lady Melfont was planning to attend the ball tomorrow. He asked curiously, "Why would she go to a party like that?" she slowly explained. Because her fiancé is going there with his mistress. She intends to publicly break off the engagement with him there. She told us not to follow, insisting she could handle it herself. But her being there all alone worries me deeply. Norman interjected in confusion. Huh? She murmured wistfully. If only someone like you could be the young lady's bodyguard, I would be so much more at ease. He fell silent for a moment, then said resolutely, I am willing to do whatever it takes to help Lady Melfont. Elsewhere, people were buzzing with excitement. Is that Diaz? Norman Diaz? Look at that angelic face. Pointing his sword straight ahead, he declared firmly, Lady Melfont saved my life at Tantarus.
She gave me a second chance at life, so the rest of my days belong to her. If you have any honor left, accept a duel to the death with me. Philip trembled and stammered, Please, spare my life. With those words, his eyes suddenly shut tight, and he collapsed backward, losing consciousness. The crowd erupted into lively chatter once again. What's this? He fainted. How pathetic. He must be the disgrace of his family line. Seeing this, Alicia could only ponder in silence. Everything is in utter chaos. Why on earth is Norman Diaz here? Even if we say the more the merrier, will this mess actually get resolved? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Lady Melfont, the crowd is quite furious, so it might be difficult for you to leave right away. Why don't you wait in the lounge while we clean up this mess? Alicia turned her head, took a quick look around, and replied curtly, Very well. A moment later, the scene shifted to a luxurious bottle of wine. In an empty room, Alicia sighed wearily. What a headache. She picked up her wineglass, lost in thought. There were rumors that Norman Diaz attended a masquerade. The proud head of the Diaz family is bound to feel humiliated. This is definitely no coincidence. Could Norman Diaz...
A knock on the door once again interrupted the chaotic thoughts in the room. Lady Melfont, Lord Diaz is here to see you. She slowly opened the door. Looking at the man standing before her, Alicia was stunned. What was this? Why was he crying? After a moment, she calmed down and offered, Please, have a seat. With a look of grievance, Norman said, Lady Alicia. Massaging her temples in distress, she said, Do you know what kind of banquet this is? You probably don't realize it, but you've chosen the wrong place. If we are caught together, you will be caught up in rumors. He calmly countered, Lady Alicia, I am not that naive. I came here to see you, knowing full well what kind of banquet this is. I didn't intend to show up so suddenly, but now that I am here, I feel I must say it. I heard you are in need of a new fiancé, so how about taking me as your husband? Alicia asked back in surprise. What are you talking about? Norman pressed on. Is there anyone more suitable than me? Confused, she thought to herself. Of course not. Shaking her head, she spoke softly. That's not the point. Why would you propose such a thing? There are no prospects for... He interrupted her again. There certainly is. My only desire is to be by your side forever. Hearing this, she shyly guessed, Lord Diaz, do you like me? Norman sincerely affirmed. Yes, Lady Alicia, you gave me a second chance at life. This time, I want to find my own happiness, not remain loyal to my family's duties.
She looked at him skeptically. Are you sure you haven't lost your mind? You must be hallucinating. Norman remained steadfast. Please, make me happy. Does Norman Diaz like me? She gritted her teeth, deeply conflicted. That can't be. His mind is just playing tricks on him, because unfortunately I was the first person he saw after waking up from that nightmare. But since I'm a selfish person, I'll take advantage of his innocence. Immediately, she climbed onto him suggestively. You chose this yourself. Her action caught him off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. Seeing his reaction, she also froze. Wait, what am I planning to do after this? Norman shyly confirmed. I'll take that as a yes. Alicia blushed, replying softly. Only for now. He eagerly suggested, Then may I kiss you? Unable to believe her ears, she asked, A kiss? Blushing, Norman explained, I was taught that a kiss seals a marriage agreement. Don't feel pressured, it's just a ritual. Hearing this, Alicia hesitantly agreed. All right then.
In the romantic atmosphere, his voice became even more seductive. Now, allow me. The two drew closer and closer until a passionate kiss was shared. Their lips moved gently for a long moment before slowly parting. Norman gently caressed her ear, whispering, Lady Alicia, please don't take your eyes off me. A long while later, Milan's stern face appeared imposingly. Norman sat with a bright, cheerful smile next to an extremely anxious Alicia. So how did things end up like this? She recalled the moment she had frantically stopped him. Wait, he had asked curiously. What's wrong? Sitting on Norman's lap, Alicia had stammered. Thinking about it again, we can't get married just because we want to.
Hearing this, he looked sad and aggrieved. Lady Alicia, you kissed me, so you won't abandon me, right? She hastily protested. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that I can't imagine how your family would adapt to this marriage. Norman leaned in close, gently comforting her.
You don't need to worry. In the Diaz family, a kiss means betrothal. Only husband and wife are allowed physical intimacy. That is the foremost rule for the descendants of the Diaz family to uphold. She asked anxiously, "Then what if I don't marry you?" He turned his face away with a troubled look. "Then I will have to live in solitude for the rest of my life." Alicia screamed inwardly. What? Even if that were true, I never imagined I would be face to face with Lord Milan Diaz again so soon. Returning to reality, Milan asked bluntly, "When do you plan to hold the wedding?" "Norman has summarized everything for me, and I think the two of you should get married immediately." She hastily wiped away the water she had just choked on, thinking to herself, just how traditional is this family? Alicia glanced at Norman and said, "Are you giving away your precious son so easily?" He stated firmly, "I am not giving him away easily. Lady Melfont, I do not want to lose my son ever again. I know he will be safer with you. Once again, please take care of my son." Looking at the two of them, she silently observed, "Now that they are side by side, I can see that he and Norman are very alike." Milan took a sip of tea, looking thoughtful. "If we want to hold the wedding in the spring, it will be very busy. Norman, you need time to adapt to the West, so why don't you just move in with Lady Melfont right away?" Norman could not hide his excitement and cheered. "That's absolutely wonderful." Alicia thought to herself in panic. "Huh? Don't you think things are moving a bit too fast?"
In a village on the western side of the Pole Point continent, a fruit seller's booming voice rang out in the late afternoon. "Hey, Mercisi, drinking in broad daylight again?" Holding her bottle, Mercisi giggled. "That's just how I live." She threw her head back to take a swing, swaying as she walked, completely indifferent to the stares around her. Meanwhile, Gano hid behind a wall to keep an eye on her, but he hadn't been watching for long before she spotted him. Mercisi smirked. That's enough playing around. Why don't you show your face?" "Sir Pirate, second Princess Mercisi Roden," Gano said, stepping out. "You must be Mercisi Roden." She beamed. "It seems your mistress is worrying a bit too much. I have no intention of returning to the Empire." He scoffed. "Do you even know who my mistress is?" Mercisi retorted. "Likewise, it seems you don't know who's protecting me, do you?" Gano thought to himself, who could possibly help Mercisi without word reaching the Empire? Not many houses could pull that off. If it wasn't House Melfont, could it be House Diaz? Or perhaps someone from the Etran continent? She gave a knowing, somewhat sinister smirk. How disappointing.
"I can even picture the wedding between Diaz and Melfont. They'll surely let us know," he said, bewildered. "What?" Mercesi chuckled. "Oh dear, it seems the rumors about the witch and the pirate's little romance are actually true." Gano snapped. "What are you talking about? Who's getting married?" She replied in a sarcastic tone. "Your lady, Alicia Melfont, to that bastard's older brother, Nicholas Diaz." "He's gone. Oh, Lord Vines, did you see how fast that pirate ran?" Morton sighed and warned, "You shouldn't have shown yourself." Morton Vines, the eldest son of the Vines family.
"Didn't I say that getting involved with him would bring trouble to Diaz?" Mercesi looked annoyed. "Stop lecturing me. Things in the Empire have been so interesting lately, it's making me a bit jealous. Maybe I should go sightseeing for a change of scenery." He called out to her helplessly, "Princess Mercesi." She turned back with an arrogant smile. "Ah, there is a place I want to visit. Igio, the Island of Darkness." Since that day, the days flew by, and finally the cathedral's interrogation bore fruit. The baby Petra gave birth to was confirmed to be Philip's, and the Melfont family guaranteed the child's safety. Meanwhile, the engagement between Philip Morfolk and Alicia Melfont was broken, putting an end to the rumors that had been plaguing the Empire. Then spring arrived, bringing with it the excitement of the festival season. In one part of the castle, a light brown-haired maid stepped out of a room with a serious expression. A brown-haired maid asked curiously, "How did it go?" She replied triumphantly, "What else is there to say? Our lady's fiancé is truly an angel."
The maids gossiped excitedly, making Alicia inside the room turn pale. "I can hear you, you know," she called out softly. "Norman, you've been making yourself at home for a while now. You're happy, right?" Alicia suddenly asked, "Which place in Melfont do you like the most?" Norman praised, "I find every place beautiful, but I like the East Tower the most." She continued to dig deeper. "What time of day do you like best? Morning, afternoon, or night?" He smiled warmly. "At dusk, when the sun goes down." Alicia tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity mixed with tenderness. "What color of flowers do you like?" Norman hesitated. "I like purple." Inside, he wanted to scream with joy. She's asking so directly. How cute. She stood up. "Then on the final day of the festival, meet me at the East Tower at sunset." Having said that, Alicia immediately turned her back, her entire body stiffening. But deep down, she was eagerly anticipating Norman's nod. Alfred asked anxiously, "What's wrong with Lady Alicia? Did she just challenge you to a duel?" He laughed out loud. "I don't think so. Perhaps she has decided to cherish me." She evaded. "Is everything prepared?" Erica said in a panic, "Let me bring you some tea to help calm your nerves." Alicia fell silent. "Nervous? Don't say such ridiculous things." Erica humorously compared, "You look like you're ready for battle, not a proposal." She remembered Stan's words, "I've never met a guy who didn't fall for this," which made her flustered. "What? I've already memorized the proposal word for word." "I'll see you after it's done." Erica shouted, "Wait, Lady Alicia, that's not the point." Alicia stepped forward with a serious yet slightly anxious demeanor. Everything was ready.
Norman just needed to arrive on time. Gano appeared out of nowhere and called out, startling her. "Hey, boss." Alicia was stunned. "Huh? Gano?"
Alicia's voice sounded surprised. "When did you get back? And what about Hersace?" With pain and disappointment pooling in his eyes, Gano questioned her. "I never thought you would go behind my back like this, sending me away on a task just to get engaged? To someone from the Diaz family, or what?" Alicia calmly replied, "Does that have anything to do with you?" He smirked bitterly. "You're rubbing salt into my wound. You know how I feel, so why are you being so selfish? How long do you think I've had my eyes on you?" She hesitated for a moment, then quietly warned him, "Gano, don't cross the line."
Gano suddenly stepped closer to Alicia, frowning as he asked, "Do you—" Mid-sentence, he suddenly gripped her wrist. Just as Alicia realized something was wrong, Gano continued his unfinished words. "Know that I—" She yanked her hand away, panting in panic. Once she regained her composure, Alicia's anger immediately flared up. "How dare you? You know I am your master, yet you still behave like this?" He nonchalantly wiped a scratch on the corner of his mouth, a result of her earlier struggle, and said, "Let me ask you a question. Do you really love Norman Diaz?" Alicia pursed her lips, falling silent in thought for a moment. Avoiding his gaze, she decided to give her answer. "No, no way." Just then, someone calling her name startled her. "Lady Alicia." Both she and Gano looked toward the owner of the voice, who was Norman. Panicked, she shrank away from him, uttering in surprise, "Oh." Norman frowned, looking displeased, and remained silent for a long moment. Then he politely and tactfully asked to speak with Alicia. "I have an appointment with Lady Melfont, so I hope you will excuse yourself." Gano sighed in annoyance, but then he turned around, leaving the two of them some privacy. "Yeah, good luck to you." Norman now smiled warmly, gesturing for her to speak. "Lady Alicia, if I am not too late, would you like to go to the tower? Melfont's festival is indeed lively." Alicia suddenly asked about what had just happened. "You heard everything, didn't you? This is the real me. I truly don't know if you can find happiness by my side." He turned on his heel, stepping slightly closer to her, and gently encouraged her. "Don't you have something you want to tell me? Tell me now, even though I know this isn't the right time."
But it's all right, please, go ahead. Norman looked at Alicia with a gentle, affectionate gaze, always ready to listen to all her joys and sorrows. Alicia took a deep breath as if to gather her courage. Amidst the fireworks bursting across the sky and the happy, peaceful atmosphere of the local people, she called his name in all seriousness. "Norman Diaz." He gently replied, "Yes, Alicia." She continued, "I promise to treat you very well. Would you be willing to be my husband?" Filled with joyful happiness, with emotion shining in his eyes, Norman gently said, "Do you know, Lady Alicia, even if you do not love me, it is all right." A sigh echoed inside the slowly moving carriage. Villianen smirked in disbelief and lamented. Who could have imagined that witch and a member of the Diaz family would get married? Adrian, the Empress of the Empire and Villianen's mother, spoke up to caution him. "Prince, watch your words. We are in Melfont's territory." He tried to salvage his carelessness. Even so, Melfont is still under the royal family's rule. She calmly and quickly replied, "I know."
But when two powerful nobles are bound to each other, you will never know what they are scheming. Always stay vigilant. Villianen grumbled in irritation. What on earth was His Majesty thinking? He recalled the time he had accidentally stood outside the Emperor's room and overheard his discussion. No, the Diaz-Melfont alliance is definitely deeply concerning. But Diaz already has the support of the sanctuary. With the prophecy backing him, our hands are tied. There is still the suggestion of marrying Princess Mersace to Diaz, but no, that would not be wise at all. She has always been too perceptive. It is best to keep her far away from the Empire. For Villianen's sake. Thinking back to that moment made him grit his teeth in silent fury. Did his father think he was worse than that foolish girl? How utterly detestable. Quick footsteps hurried past, as if in a rush to do something. Alfred quickly appeared, his face bright with joy. "Miss Alicia." She chided the boy with a pout. "Alfred Melfont, I told you not to run around." Alfred groaned, but quickly tried to make an excuse. "But come on, today is a special day." Ideo's voice echoed through the hall. "Then let us continue with your wedding ceremony. Please exchange your tokens of commitment," announced the High Priest of the West. Alicia glared at him resentfully. He looked as if he might faint at any moment. Just then, Norman spoke up, drawing her attention. "Lady Alicia, please allow me to present my token first." Alicia was suddenly stunned by his handsome appearance. What is this? How can a man be so handsome? Norman gently slipped the ring onto her finger. "This ring belonged to my mother, the late lady of the Diaz family." Alicia stared blankly at the ring on her ring finger. Then she took out another item and said, "This is an heirloom of the Melfont family.
My mother wore it during her lifetime. Once the ring was placed on his finger, he smiled and assured her, "I swear I will always cherish it." Ideo continued to guide them. "Now, please reveal your true names bestowed by the goddess Myera." Hearing this, Norman spoke. "Zoe." Alicia followed suit. "Kenneth." He solemnly declared, "Finally, let us seal this wedding ceremony with your vows to one another." She awkwardly scratched her cheek. "I promise to do everything I can to bring you happiness." His image was clear in Alicia's eyes as he spoke. "I will always be by your side for the rest of my life, no matter what happens. Even if you order me to leave, I will not." Hearing these words from Norman, she couldn't help but chuckle. Alicia replied cheerfully, "If you insist on that, then very well."
He hadn't expected her to react this way, and his face flushed. He truly needed nothing more. Adio's face instantly turned sour. By Myera, did Lady Melfont really choose to marry for love? Unbelievable. Alicia suddenly shot him a warning glare, startling him. "Hurry up already." Adio cleared his throat and replied, "By the grace of Myera, I declare you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." Everyone watched the wedding between Alicia and Norman intently. Under their watchful eyes, he leaned down slightly to kiss her. Then the two of them shared a sweet kiss. Deep in the forest, Jack's voice caught Ophelia's attention. "The wedding has started. Are you sure you don't want to attend?" She calmly replied, "It's fine. Even Nicholas went to Bardath to seal necks. Who am I to attend?" He tried to persuade her. "It's fine to just watch from afar. That day is very important to them, isn't it?" Ophelia slowly stood up and said, "Change of plans."
"We are going to the Western Forest, without further delay," Zack exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" She smiled and explained, "We are here as you wished, so I trust you will now try to accommodate my wishes." Then Ophelia stared blankly at the clear blue sky. "The wedding. Alicia, are you happy now?" She suddenly remembered the past when she wore a sparkling dress. Norman called out, "Ophelia, why are you just standing there?" Ophelia immediately explained, "It's nothing." Then she saw him reach his hand out to her, just like that.
Now let us go. Following the death of Alicia Melfont in Tantaros, Ophelia had regained her divine power, and the sealing of Nyx instantly turned her into a legend. In the Lore Empire, the voices of the people echoed, "The Saintess has appeared, the descendant of the goddess Mera. Bless us, may your happiness never end." Ophelia's hand gripped the railing tightly. "Alicia, I wished for nothing else, only for you to be happy. Now that you are gone, I am not sure if I still deserve to be happy. I am lost." Mera spoke gently. "You have finally reached a happy ending." Ophelia looked around in confusion. "Where am I? Have I lost my mind? Whatever." She slowly stood up and asserted, "This is not the happiness I pursued, so do not try to speak to me." Hearing this, she wondered, "What do you mean it is not what you pursued? What else can be considered happiness, if not wealth, honor, and hard-won love?" Ophelia turned away and said coldly, "You will never understand." Mera immediately objected. "That won't do." Her words puzzled her greatly. Mera calmly continued, "This story only ends when you are happy. Ah, how about this? I will grant you a wish. Wish for your own happiness." Ophelia questioned, "Who are you to grant me a wish?" She spoke leisurely. "You have banished Arfo's power from my land, so this is the least I can do." Stunned, she thought to herself, "If my mind is not playing tricks on me, then this must be the goddess." If it truly was the goddess speaking, after a moment of reflection, she went straight to the point and stated her request. "I want Alicia Melfont, my only family, to live a long and happy life."
Mera asked again carefully, "Is that truly your wish, my child? It is not destiny, but if that is what you want, then so be it. Even I can only alter the story a little. The rest is up to her. But remember, my child, what is meant to happen will still happen, no matter what." Powerful waves swept her body away. Ophelia's body sank deep into the cold water. Her eyes slowly closed, her only regret. Ophelia suddenly woke up, gasping for air. "Nicholas!" She sat up, her breathing still ragged. Then Ophelia looked out the window in shock. This was... Returning to reality, she pondered. The goddess had said she could only alter the story a little, which was likely why she had returned to the day of the festival. Ophelia clearly remembered Mera's words. What is meant to happen will still happen, no matter what. But she knew things couldn't just go on like this. No, absolutely not. If that were to happen, she was ready to destroy this country, and if forced, she would even take the lives of the royal family.
I refuse to go back to that hell. Igio, the island of darkness, Gano sighed, his face haggard and sorrowful. He clutched his head in frustration. What on earth was I thinking? After all those years of holding back, everything had gone down the drain in a single moment, and now she couldn't stand him anymore. Just then, a young man walked over and called out,
Captain, you're making me so sad. Lady Malfont isn't the only woman in the world, you know. Honestly, even though I'm a man, I'd fall for the eldest son of the Dias family myself. Why don't you stop fighting a war you can't? Gano irritably ordered. Shut up and get lost. The young man still tried his best to persuade him. Captain, you've still got it. Ichio is full of gorgeous ladies. I'll find you someone who looks just like Lady Malfont. Getting a hard rap on the head, the young man cried out in pain. Gano angrily clenched his fists. You scum! Watch your mouth when you speak her name. Startled, the young man clutched his head. Did you just call me scum? Captain, wait! I have something to report to you. He coldly dismissed him. I'm on leave. We'll talk later. But the young man's next words made Gano freeze in his tracks. Mercedes. It's about Princess Mercedes. She is currently on her way to Ichio.
Back to Alicia, who stood with her arms crossed and eyebrows raised, staring at the empty tea table. Not a soul was in sight. Huh, where did they go? Just then, the maid beside her replied, Lady Malfont, they ended today's afternoon tea early. She calmly said, I know. Why? The maid respectfully added, Lord Dias has gone to the Eastern Lake to help young Master Alfred train his divine power. Alicia frowned. They went all the way to the Eastern Lake to train? That brat Alfred is playing around with his uncle again. Suddenly she froze, thinking, wait, I just called him uncle without even thinking. Seeing Alicia's face flush slightly, the maid asked worriedly, if it is urgent, should I send word to them right away? Suddenly, Erica appeared out of nowhere, spreading her arms to block Alicia's path. Lady Malfont cannot leave the castle.
Indeed, you are well aware of the significant expenses, including those for your travel. Startled, Alicia replied with a slightly guilty look. I am not so careless as to take such a risk, though in her heart she was thinking it might actually be the opposite. Then, lifting her skirt, she turned away shyly. I am returning to the study. As soon as Alicia left, the whispers of the servants echoed behind her as they smiled knowingly, watching her departing figure. Has the young lady missed him already after just a short while? Lately, their romantic gestures have really brightened up the atmosphere in the castle. And Lady Malfont's birthday is coming up soon, so the castle is going to be very busy. Meanwhile, with Norman and Alfred, he asked in surprise, So, is this the lake? Alfred replied excitedly, Yes, I heard it's even deeper than it looks. They say that if we cross 3 bridges with our eyes closed and toss a gold coin, the goddess will grant us our wish. Hearing this, he smiled warmly and crouched down in front of the boy. Then you and your stepfather will make a wish together. Choked up with joy, the boy thought to himself, Now we are officially a family. Along with Antoinette, I have 2 new family members. Shyly yet resolutely, Alfred patted his chest. I can walk by myself.
Norman didn't stop him, only calling out loudly, Be careful. The boy obediently replied, Don't worry. Then he watched Alfred leave with satisfaction. Phi appeared from behind and spoke up anxiously, Sir, will you be all right? Norman lowered his eyes slightly to look at his incessantly trembling hand and muttered, I'm not sure, but when the boy is waiting for me like that, what else can I do? Just then, Alfred, who was running ahead, suddenly turned around and called out, Uncle, but the boy suddenly froze. Alfred stared blankly at Norman, whose face had gone dark as he stood completely still. Uncle? His figure was reflected ever more clearly in the boy's eyes, and then Norman slowly collapsed. The quiet lake suddenly erupted with a loud splash, and the boy screamed in terror, Uncle! Meanwhile, as Norman was gradually sinking to the bottom of the water, his consciousness was suddenly awakened by whispering laughter. Norman, Norman, please. In front of him stood Iago, looking at him with a face full of hatred and resentment, speaking in a cursed voice. Please, die. I am your best friend. Do it for me. He remained silent for a moment, but then spoke firmly. I'm sorry. My old self has stopped listening to you. Things are different now. Iago then screamed in anger. Norman Dias, you must die. He calmly replied, I cannot do that, because I want to be by Alicia's side. She said she wants to live, so I must do the same. That is why I... With that, Norman's hand reached up to the surface of the water. The 2 people standing on the shore ran over in a panic, and Alfred screamed anxiously, Uncle! He choked on the water, coughing a few times, but ignoring his own condition, he asked the boy with concern. Alfred?
Why are you standing in the middle? Before he could even finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment. Alfred, tears streaming down his face, whimpered continuously, I was so scared you wouldn't come back up. Seeing this, Norman quickly knelt down, pulling the boy into a tight embrace to comfort him. I'm sorry, I tried to surface right away, but it still took too long. What can I do to make you feel better? Shall we head back to the castle? Only then did the boy calm down a little, quickly wiping away his tears and nodding in agreement. Norman then stood up and led Alfred away, but he suddenly turned his head slightly to glance behind him with a thoughtful expression. I couldn't sense any specific energy, but there's something in the water that reminds me of Tantaros.
Inside the Berethith cave, an agonizing scream suddenly echoed from the sealed waters. Hyros, the high priest, was struggling to control the glowing power in his hands. Once the light faded, he staggered, unable to stand steady.
The priestess standing beside him asked anxiously, "High Priest Hyros, are you all right?" That priestess was Chloe. She helped him up as he gasped out with difficulty, "I am sick to death of this thing. Even though I hacked off all its limbs, it still refuses to die and keeps burning. I wonder what it takes to end its life." Hearing those sickening words, Chloe couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. At the sound of footsteps, she turned around. Seeing Nicholas arrive, Chloe reported, "High Priest, the Knight Commander has arrived." Hyros asked, "I doubt you came here for small talk. What brings—" Nicholas ignored him and asked, "Is there any news?" Hearing this, he could only force a smile. "What did you expect? Nothing has changed. Look, Nicholas Diaz, you know better than anyone that this won't last forever. The Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony is approaching, so I must leave soon. Let's see how you hold out." With that, the two of them hurried away. As they left, Chloe couldn't help but turn back to steal a glance at Nicholas.
Meanwhile, he was lost in thought. I can't be bound here forever, but if Melfont has to suffer this tragedy once more, Ophelia won't be able to bear it anymore. For Ophelia's sake, I must get rid of that thing as soon as possible. Cut to the hallway where hurried footsteps echoed. Alicia frantically flung the door open and shouted, "Who fell into the lake?" Norman, who was sitting on a chair soaking wet and drying his hair, looked up at her in surprise. "Huh?" Alicia quickly lifted her skirt and rushed over. "Let me see, are you hurt?" She froze as he yanked his hand away. Norman turned his face away with an evasive expression. Seeing this, she ordered the servants in a low voice, "We need to be alone." After the servants left, only the two of them remained in the room. She spoke first. "You swore you would always stay by my side, even if I pushed you away." Filled with guilt, he softly called Alicia, but she only questioned him coldly. "Did a month of marriage make you realize something?" Norman quickly explained, "Alicia, whatever you are thinking, it's not true." Furious, she shouted, "Do you really think I didn't notice you avoiding me? Look at that face. Do you think I'll let you go home? You are not going anywhere." Just then, a figure suddenly darted forward with a loud shout, "Alicia!" Norman stood up and wrapped his arms around her. His face flushed red as he explained aggrievedly, "It's not like that. Actually, I'm sick." Surprised, Alicia quickly reached out to feel his forehead. Indeed, it was burning hot and flushed red.
She also placed her hand on her own forehead to compare their temperatures and asked, "How could you fall ill? You have divine power. I will call a doctor." "No, the High Priest." Norman blushed, looked up, and quickly stopped her. "No need. I had this once when I was a child. No amount of magic or medicine can cure it." Hearing this, she suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, Norman was still haunted by Iago's voice. If that was the cause, it would explain why he fell into the lake today. At the same time, Norman gently took her hand and softly called, "Alicia, I didn't mean to avoid you. It's just that I didn't want you to see me looking so disheveled."
"Please don't think that I've changed my mind. It makes me so sad." Flustered by him acting spoiled, Alicia said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Norman wrapped his arms around her waist again, burying his head in her chest as he comforted her. "No, I misunderstood as well, so why are you apologizing?" "Because I let go of your hand," Alicia also spoke softly. "Really, it worried me more than I thought. Since I made you cry, I will grant you any wish you want." Hearing this, Norman's eyes lit up and he leaned in to hug her. "I think I'm feeling sleepy. Would you mind staying by my side?" With a shy face, Alicia stammered in a low voice, "Only this once." Having his wish granted, he happily leaned down to kiss her lips gently, thinking to himself, "Alicia, you are going to spoil me with your gentleness." A voice gasped in surprise, "The Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony?" The servant also respectfully reported, "The Crown Prince will arrive in Bardath soon." Alicia lowered her head and thought. It was normal for nobles and royal family members nearing their coming of age to visit Bardath, but something felt off. Seymour stepped up from behind and reminded her, "Lady Melfont, you also need to get your hair done." Startled, she looked over. "Ah, yes, please go ahead." Standing there, she giggled cheerfully and continued, "Since this is your birthday party, we have arranged a special hairdresser." Confused, Alicia turned her head to look. "What do you mean?" Seymour quickly ordered, "Let him in." At her call, a man who had been waiting outside opened the door slightly and stepped inside. Under her astonished gaze, he called out softly, "Alicia." The newcomer was none other than Norman. He gently placed his hand over his heart and said, "Happy birthday." Still standing behind them, Seymour cheerfully added, "He will be styling your hair today."
Norman asked tentatively, "Are you surprised?" Still unable to react quickly, Alicia stammered, "I didn't expect to see you before breakfast." Beaming with a happy smile, he praised endlessly, "Lady Seymour is truly a wonderful teacher. You always wear your hair in a bun. I've always wanted to do it myself. I'm a fast learner, especially when it comes to physical skills. Let me make a lovely braid for you." A moment later, out in the waiting hall, people couldn't stop whispering, "Oh my, look at them. So the rumors of a marriage for love are true? After this party, the whole city will surely be abuzz again." Norman shyly struck up a conversation. "Alicia." She quickly offered him a glass of wine. "Here, have some wine. Since you have married Lady Melfont, you must try our family's finest wine." Without haste, Norman took the glass from her hand. A moment later, he raised the glass to his lips, sipping and savoring it. Just after trying it, Norman was full of praise. "It's really delicious." Alicia replied with satisfaction, "Right? There must be a reason why it sells so well."
But as soon as she finished speaking, he lost his balance, making her call out to him and worry. Norman? No way. He had only taken a few sips and he was already drunk? Norman's face involuntarily flushed, but he still tried to evade. I don't know. In her heart, Alicia already knew the answer. He was drunk. Alicia supported him with her hands, constantly blaming herself. It's my fault. Go get some rest. Let me inform the guests. Before she could finish her sentence, Norman suddenly hugged her from behind intimately. His voice was soft, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. Alicia, let's leave together. A moment later, on a small boat in the middle of the lake, Alicia scolded him in a low voice. You behaved too recklessly today. Why did you insist on rowing across the lake like that? Norman's eyes, half smiling, replied, Water no longer scares me like it used to. I am with you, so it will be fine. Still not letting it go, she continued to warn him. Besides, being near the water at night is very dangerous, so we must go back. He held her shoulders tightly, his voice pleading like a puppy's. Just a moment. Can't we stay here a little longer? Alicia blushed, almost at a loss for words. You should feel lucky that I'm so easy on you. Having received her consent, Norman became visibly excited. Of course.
She murmured softly, I don't really like drunk people, but he paid no heed, directly declaring, Alicia, I love you. The atmosphere grew increasingly romantic. The moment Norman finished speaking, he cast his eyes down, blushing shyly. Alicia was also stunned by his straightforward confession. She stammered hesitantly, I'm not ready to answer that just yet. He calmly replied with a soft, Alicia timidly added, It would be awkward if I said it now, so I can't say it yet. You understand what I mean, right? Norman laced his fingers tightly with hers, his voice still incredibly gentle, as if understanding everything. I understand, Alicia. She slowly withdrew her hand, quickly explaining, I think I'll tell you soon, so I won't make you wait too long. Suddenly, Norman leaned in close, planting an affectionate kiss right on Alicia's cheek. Her shyly backing away only allowed him to press his advantage. A flurry of hurried kisses followed, forcing Alicia to speak up to stop him. Norman, wait. He did not press her further, saying sincerely, I will wait. As long as it is you, I will wait. No matter how long.
In a certain bustling, noisy tavern, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. At the bar, a seemingly drunk Meccansee cheerfully asked, So, the Witch of the West dumped you, huh? Annoyed, Gano corrected her, Don't call her a witch, you're drunk. He thought to himself that he had only intended to tail her, but ended up getting caught. In Gano's memory, she had nonchalantly called him out, Wait, you're the pirate, right? Gano's brows remained knitted together as he glanced sideways, observing. He carefully sized up Meccansee, who was drinking beside him. What was it about this woman that allowed her to bring down the Somdeck Guild and the Melfont family? Judging by her foolish behavior, she didn't seem like much, but he had to keep an eye on her.
Let's call it a day, he thought. Standing up resolutely, he said, All right, why don't you stop drinking and go home? Mercedes quickly clung to his arm, holding on tight. What? I've barely had anything to drink, and I'm still so sad. Gano cried out in panic, Let go of me. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to break free and stared at her, speechless. A moment later, Gano sat back down helplessly and asked, What is making you so sad? Mercedes offered a bitter smile and said, It's almost the anniversary of my beloved sister's death. Gano asked in surprise, Do you mean Calliope, the late eldest princess? Instead of answering his question directly, she remarked, How rude, typical of a pirate. But you're right, that's why I hate summer. Confused, he asked, What are you talking about? Everyone knows your sister died in the winter. Gano's mind filled with even more questions. And beloved sister? He had thought Calliope used to bully and humiliate Mercedes. She sat up abruptly and protested. No, that's not it. My sister died around this time. Before that, someone died in her room once a week. She deserved to die, my sister. How tiresome. You can leave now. I'll drink alone, just as you wanted. With that, Mercedes suddenly threw up, making Gano deeply worried. What's wrong?
Suppressing her nausea, she replied, Wait, I think I'm about to throw up. He yelled in panic, go outside and throw up. Mercedes obediently complied and rushed outside, leaving Gano utterly confused. What on earth is wrong with her? Outside in the quiet and still night, only the sound of repeated retching could be heard. From behind, Morton called out anxiously, Porter, let me escort you back to your room. Suddenly Mercedes sobered up and proposed, Hey, I have a favor to ask. It's been so long, so I want to visit the Empire. Hearing this, he immediately objected. That is out of the question. I agree to protect you on the condition that you would not return to the Empire, Princess. Hearing this, Mercedes burst out laughing as if she had just heard a joke. A second later, her voice turned calm again. I knew you would say that, Morton. You were so predictable, which makes you very easy to read. After Calliope started being affected by the reversal curse, I still visited her from time to time. In a spacious room, Mercedes' voice echoed, Calliope, do you remember? When I was very young, you choked me and told me to hide my power, if I didn't want to fight for the throne. You really are a terrible sister.
I've cursed you all my life. Is that why this happened? Even so, I never wanted to see you like... Suddenly, she grabbed her arm and screamed, Mercisi, kill me, please, kill me. Bitterly, she complied. All right, if that is what you want. Returning to the present, Mercisi muttered to herself, Don't worry, I'm just going to check on a few things. I'll be back as soon as I've confirmed it. You know, every damn summer, I'm haunted by nightmares. I always wake up in front of my sister, hearing her beg me to end her life. I wonder if the voice begging me to kill her was just an illusion I created. Well then, let's see how well you can keep up with me. At the Grand Cathedral of Bardath, a deep, warm voice echoed in the room. Allow me to reiterate, the Crown Prince will remain within the cathedral grounds in Bardath throughout his coming-of-age ceremony. As long as he follows the priest's instructions, nothing will go wrong. Hyros smiled reassuringly. So there is no need for you to worry as if you have committed a crime, Your Majesty. Adrian praised him in a soft voice. My, you certainly have a way with words, High Priest. But inside she seethed. How dare he? How does this crazy priest have the audacity to speak to me, the queen, like that? How could I not be concerned?
I know what happened to Calliope. After being deceived by Nyx, Hyros calmly stated, Of course, you will need to stay nearby for a few days. It would be wiser to remain highly vigilant until the ceremony. Then he won't be affected by malicious words. She replied with a gentle smile, I trust that you will keep an eye on Nyx to prevent such incidents. With a despicable look on his face, he cautiously inquired, By the way, Your Majesty, how strange it is that you haven't met the Crown Prince since arriving in Bardath. Why didn't he come here today? The scene shifts to Adrian slowly walking down the castle corridor. As she walked, she anxiously pondered many things, only to be suddenly startled by a scream. Stopping in front of a door, Adrian thought to herself, I really cannot let my guard down, even for a moment.
A second later, she reached out, gripped the doorknob, and slowly pulled it open. The scene before her made Adrian frown in disbelief. What are you doing, Crown Prince? Villain explained in surprise. Oh, Mother, I was just teaching this servant a lesson. How dare they confine the Crown Prince in this filthy place and stop me from leaving? What on earth is Father thinking, locking me up in the sturdy room? He is clearly planning to summon that girl, Mercesi, and hand the throne over to her. She suddenly called out in a soft voice, Crown Prince. As she spoke, her gaze turned dangerously unpredictable, her face darkening. Adrian turned to the accompanying servant and ordered, What are you just standing there for? Clean this place up. How could you misunderstand His Majesty's intentions like that? By doing this, His Majesty is ensuring you will safely complete your coming-of-age ceremony. The throne will be yours no matter what happens. Elsewhere, a calm voice spoke up. Is the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony coming up? Alicia took a sip of tea and asked, Why are they holding it in Bardath when Nyx is still there?
I swear that Crown Prince always has the worst timing, Erica reminded her in a serious tone. However, you should still make an appearance. The royal family already dislikes the Melpome family. Alicia replied helplessly, I know. Norman, sitting opposite her, also called out, Alicia, I will go to Bardath. Since I am also a Melpome, it is enough for me to represent the family. Hearing this, she stammered. That's true, but, he interrupted her seriously. I'm worried that if you get too close to Nyx, it might react. The seal on Nyx is still unstable, and even the slightest provocation could break it, so it's best if you don't go to Bardath. Hearing him, she pondered in silence. She had claimed everything that day was just due to her mood, when it was actually Ophelia's divine power. But now she felt strange. Norman continued to suggest, So is it all right if I go alone? Alicia didn't answer right away, lowering her head in silent thought. A whole month? She hadn't even confessed what she had promised to tell him yet. He gently reassured her, Alicia, I am your husband, and you are my wife. Alicia startled and drew back. Why was he so close? Norman kept his calm tone and said, We will live together for a long time, and we have a whole future ahead of us, don't we? She shyly replied, That's right. Erica, feeling helpless, excused herself. Then I shall take my leave. Norman shamelessly comforted her. So there's no need to rush. I love you. His straightforward and sincere words instantly left her dazed. Oh, she had always wondered what this feeling was, and now she finally understood. She liked him so much that she couldn't put it into words.
Norman smiled gently as he said goodbye to the Melfon family in front of the gates. I am setting off now. Antoinette suddenly squirmed in Alfred's arms, and the boy asked softly in worry, What's wrong with her? She suddenly jumped out of Alfred's arms, making the boy cry out in surprise, as Antoinette clung to Norman's leg as if reluctant to let go. Antoinette! It seems Antoinette likes Uncle Norman the most. Sir Harry Felton, a knight of the Melfont family, stepped forward and called out softly, Young master, perhaps we should step back for a moment. The boy turned his face away petulantly, acting like an adult. I'm grown up now. You're so silly, Sir Felton. He felt gloomy as he recalled the time when Alfred used to happily cling to him, laughing, Sir Felton is the best. Carry me on your back. Erica, standing beside him, patted him comfortingly in sympathy. Go ahead and cry.
"Young master, why don't we give them some space so they can say their goodbyes?" Alicia gently said to Norman, who was helping her hold Antoinette. "Antoinette seems very anxious. You should take her with you. Happy wife, happy life. I shall follow the wisdom of the ancestors and obey. All right, she will be fine in the carriage," he said, to which she replied, "Okay." Suddenly, Norman called out to her with a slight hesitation, making her look up and worry. "Alicia, I really must go now." She was stunned and speechless, her heart filled with a lingering reluctance, unwilling to believe it. "Is this really happening? I won't see him for a whole month. I'm not ready to let him go." He suddenly called her name again. "Alicia, give me one last hug." Dazed, she instinctively froze at Norman's unexpected gesture. But then, Alicia blushed with gentle emotion, her eyes shining with warmth and happiness.
The two embraced tightly as a farewell before the long journey. Wrapped in her arms, Norman expressed his wish. "If you think of me every day, I will be so happy." Alicia replied in a soft voice. "I already do." He asked, seeking confirmation in sheer joy. "Really?" Pulling away from Norman's embrace, she suddenly turned serious. "When you return, I have something to tell you." His cheeks flushed, as if anticipating the day he would receive that good news. "Just how happy do you want to make me?" Alicia suddenly planted a gentle kiss on Norman's cheek, one filled with deep affection. Pulling away, she asked with a flutter of emotion, But before Alicia could finish her sentence, Norman pulled her into an embrace, their lips meeting. After a lingering moment, they reluctantly parted to catch their breath. In the shy atmosphere, she gripped his lapel, offering a promise and a prayer for his safety, telling him to return soon. Norman closed his eyes in pure happiness, accepting Alicia's words as his motivation to move forward. Naturally, they shared another lingering embrace. Chloe, a priest of the Wygo Cathedral. Although she came from the West, rising to the rank of priest in Eastern Wygo had required a great deal of silent support from Melfont and a falsified identity. To repay that favor, Chloe, suddenly, a chilling voice echoed before her, "Ophelia." Chloe raised her hand to summon her power, thinking to herself, "He has never lost control like this before." The voice rang out again, "You thief, return Ophelia to me." She gritted her teeth, struggling to keep her hand steady, guessing that her divine power was useless. While channeling her power, Chloe suddenly cried out, "Amira!" Nyx, in a wretched, ghostly form, roared, "Hand over Ophelia! Her power belongs to me!" Seeing this, she thought to herself, "This is a disaster." There were only 3 days left until the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony, and with human strength alone, it would be impossible to stop this thing. Amidst the blinding light of divine power, a commanding voice suddenly ordered, "Step back, you're in the way." Chloe realized that the person channeling the power to help her was Hyros, the High Priest. He looked on coldly, annoyed by Nyx's screeching, "I must kill Melfont. My Ophelia's power was stolen. I will kill Alicia Melfont." Hyros raised his hand and said softly, "Oh, so you want to kill Melfont?"
From behind, Chloe caught sight of his strange, eerie smile and was startled. Anxiously, she thought to herself, why is he smiling in a time like this? Nyx's seal is becoming unstable right before the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony. I have a bad feeling about this. I must send a letter to Lady Melfont immediately. At the Melfont Cathedral, someone ran out from inside to greet Lady Melfont. Edia warmly greeted Alicia. "How have you been, my lady?" She returned the greeting. "I should be the one asking you that. You seem to be living quite comfortably. You look very peaceful." He flashed a bright smile of gratitude. "The peace in the West is entirely thanks to your dedication, Lady Melfont." This friendly and gentle attitude left Alicia startled and puzzled. What is wrong with him? He was trembling at my wedding, but now he's acting so friendly. But she quickly waved her hand to get to the main point. "That's enough small talk. You know very well that my visit to the cathedral is merely a formality. I will enter the prayer room alone." Edio replied understandingly, "I understand."
Erica anxiously watched Alicia and then suddenly asked, "The rumor has already spread everywhere, hasn't it?" He confirmed the information, asking if she meant the rumor about Lady Melfont marrying an angel. He seemed to have become more cheerful since the wedding. In the prayer room, Alicia let out a sigh of relief. With no intention of praying, she sat dazed on the steps, holding her face in her hands and muttering, "I wonder if Norman has arrived safely. We've barely been apart, but I already miss him." Alicia suddenly turned her head, thinking to herself, "At first, I thought Malera didn't like me and might cause trouble for the Melfont family. Now it seems I was just worrying too much." Malera's sudden question cut through Alicia's train of thought, startling her. "Are you happy?" A gentle breeze blew past, transforming the place where Alicia was sitting into a mystical space. She stared in one direction, lost in thought. This place. It was exactly like the dream back then. How did I even get here? Alicia turned around, searching for the owner of the voice that called her name. "Alicia Melfont, hello." Alicia confronted Mayra face to face, asking, "Who are you? What did you do to Ophelia?" She smiled and announced, "Happiness only goes this far." Confused and taken aback, Alicia asked, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Her eyes glowed with a malicious blue light as she triumphantly declared once more, "It's over. Now the modification is completely finished, so from now on, everything depends on you. Remember, what must happen will still happen, no matter what." She snapped out of the illusion, stumbling. Erica called out softly in concern, "My lady, is something wrong?" Alicia didn't answer, but quickly walked outside and ordered, "I'm done. Prepare the carriage immediately." She looked up at the sky with fear and anxiety. Finally, Alicia made up her mind. "We are going back to the castle, now." Nicholas quickly stepped down the stairs, his eyes lit up, his face visibly brightening with joy. Nicholas happily called out as he turned around, "Norman, how have you been?" He replied gently, "Yeah, every day is a happy one. When I'm by her side, I don't have time to think about anything else."
Norman suddenly fell silent, lost in thought for a moment. Becoming serious, he said, "Nicholas, I know this is shameless of me, but could you help me just a little more?" Nicholas showed his willingness to help Norman. "If that's what you want, what do you need?" Firm in his resolve, he wanted to find a way to completely destroy Nyx. Hearing this, Nicholas said with concern, "We've already tried every possible way." Norman grew somber and sad. So even the records of the ancient cathedral are useless. He wanted to meet him in person. Nicholas, worried, was about to stop him, but Norman, even so, he was determined to see his plan through to the end. "Nicholas, there is nothing I fear more than Nyx trying to harm Alicia again. In truth, I am terrified."
Now I cannot live without her, but she is very brave. Even after hearing that, Norman was still worried. Just then, Chloe ran over in a panic and shouted, "Lord Melfont, I have something to report." Fortunately, we have controlled the situation, but yesterday, Nyx broke the seal with his own power. He said he must kill Alicia Melfont. Panicked by the terrifying news, Nicholas asked Han, "Did the High Priest hear it too?" Panting heavily as she tried to deliver the message, she replied, "Yes, I don't understand the true meaning of those words, but the High Priest's reaction seemed strangely joyful." Before they could process the situation, a guard rushed in to report, "Lord Dias, there is a letter from Lord Morton Vines. He says he has lost track of Princess Mercedes." Nicholas fell silent, contemplating, with a worried and serious expression. Something is wrong. Everything is taking a strange turn. Norman placed a hand on his shoulder and called his name. "Nicholas, perhaps you should return to Melfont." Amidst the steady clatter of the carriage, Alicia's firm voice rang out clearly. "Erica, as soon as we return to the castle, stop the preparations for the festival. Evacuate as many people as possible from the territory and take the children and the elderly to the cathedral. Our priority is to save Alfred and as many of our subjects as possible." Erica also seemed to realize the gravity of the order. "What is happening, my lady?" In contrast to her anxiety, Alicia casually announced as if it were nothing, "It is coming. Coming for me." Erica quickly inquired, "What do you mean?" Her answer confirmed the other's fears. "Nyx will come to find me, to finish what he couldn't do in Tantaros."
Erica still couldn't believe the impending danger. But how could this happen to you when Lord Diaz and the High Priest perform the sealing ritual every day? Yet even Alicia did not dare to give a definite answer. "I cannot explain it right now. If what appeared before me back then was truly the goddess?" She recalled Maera's warning in the guise of Ophelia, that what was destined to happen would still happen, no matter what. Did that mean she could never oppose the Knight of Ophelia? Clenching her fists, she thought to herself, "Nyx will come to kill me, seeking Ophelia's divine power. Still, it is better than him arriving without warning. We still have some time." The counterplan forming in Alicia's mind was suddenly interrupted by the jolting of the carriage. Trying to compose herself after the bump, she asked, "What is going on?" A servant quickly answered her query. "My lady, I see the crest of Romdak." Alicia immediately recognized the identity of the person who had interrupted their journey as Gano. "Gano," she called out. He replied briefly, "Alicia, I have news about Maxessi." Meanwhile, amidst the terrifyingly quiet atmosphere, the sound of high heels echoed in a distinct rhythm. Adrian took slow steps, a frown that never seemed to soften etched on her beautiful face. In a cold voice, she questioned the maid beside her.
"Has the Crown Prince not left his room since yesterday? I will go check on him. Inform him that his mother is coming to visit." After making the necessary arrangements, Adrian marched off furiously, flanked by 2 guards, anger burning hot in her chest. This had gone too far. She had hoped the boy would behave like a fool, but if she couldn't control him, he was useless. She had thought Calliope was the greatest threat, but even after her death, there were still too many. Just then, the sudden appearance of an unidentified figure startled Adrian, causing her to cry out, "Who are you?" The figure merely offered a gentle smile at her confrontation and lowered their hood. "It has been a long time, Your Majesty. Or should I say, Mother."
"What are you doing? At least show some respect." The 2 guards, unable to show disrespect in the face of the other's noble status, immediately sheathed their swords. "Forgive us." "Ah, of course." Adrian, standing nearby, also quickly composed her previously unseemly expression and put on a fake, welcoming smile. "Oh my, Princess Mercedes, it has been so long. When did you return to the Empire?" On the surface, Mercedes went along with the act of a harmonious mother and daughter, but underneath, she quickly withdrew her hand from the other's grasp. "I only just arrived in Bardath yesterday." She maintained her composure as if nothing was amiss and continued to question her with feigned intimacy. "You said yesterday?" Inside, she felt a surge of agitation, yet the guards had reported nothing. She frankly confirmed, "I also stopped by the Wyvern Cathedral. Should I tell you something interesting? There is something stored there, created out of concern for the library of the High Cathedral. In those archives, I found a log recording the weekly prayers for Calliope. Before becoming Calliope's designated priest, Nyx was responsible for praying for Villanit. Mother, why did you assign Nyx to Calliope?"
Even though the truth had been exposed, Adrian stubbornly denied it. "Princess, it's just a coincidence." Frustrated, she bit her lip, lost in a flurry of chaotic thoughts. "Nyx? What does it matter now? I only wanted to match Calliope with some gloomy-looking guy just to spite her." Mercedes only offered a faint smile, as if she had anticipated this denial to the bitter end. "Yes, I suppose so. Actually, I went to the White Cathedral, hoping to uncover your scheme for the throne after that tragedy, but you simply separated an eccentric priest from Villanon and accidentally assigned him to Calliope. It was just a coincidence that he happened to be Nyx, a heretic. How disappointing, given how little you actually did. Now I am even more lost, not knowing who to blame." Adrian panicked and made excuses. "Princess, what happened to Calliope was just an unfortunate accident. However, it has been 10 years. You should—" Before she could finish, Mercedes continued presenting her findings. "But if Calliope had never met Nyx, whenever I think about how I might not have had to kill my own sister, I cannot bear this feeling." After that confession, Adrian finally averted her eyes, refusing to continue the subject. "You should get some rest." However, Mercedes' next words sent a shiver down her spine. "So I did exactly what you did, Your Majesty, just as you did. That's all." The scene shifts to the text revealing a long-hidden, shocking truth in the book found by Villanon. Mera and Aphos were originally the same god. Mercedes' loaded assertion echoed, "I really didn't do much."
Only now did Adrian sense the strangeness in Mercedes' words, her friendly smile gradually fading. "What do you mean?" She nonchalantly explained. "Just like the way the queen brought Nyx to Calliope, and Nyx gave her that ancient scripture. I simply passed it on." "To Villanit?" Hearing this, Adrian gasped in shock. "Have you lost your mind? What have you done?" Mercedes ignored her rage, intently revealing her plan. Now everything depends on him. If he has no interest, nothing will happen. But if he is as greedy as Calliope, he will be led to that power and ultimately bring about his own death. Adrian could not listen any longer. In a fit of rage, she grabbed Mercedes' collar and screamed in her face, "Mercedes, how dare you do such a thing?" A sudden voice rang out, interrupting their intense reunion. "Mother!" She was surprised to see who had arrived. "Villanit!" His jaw dropped as he noticed Mercedes' presence. "And you are? Mercedes!" She cheerfully greeted her old acquaintance. "It has been a long time, Villanit." He strode forward aggressively, growling a curse. "You crazy bitch! How dare you come here!" Facing the slap that was about to land, Mercedes still wore a bright smile laced with cruelty. "I'm so glad you're still a naughty child." With that, a blinding light suddenly flashed, pushing Villanit back in the blink of an eye. Mercedes' cold voice continued to ring in his ears. "Did I surprise you, Villanit? I am stronger than Calliope, you know. Why don't you try raising your hand like before?" He trembled, terrified by the display of superior strength before him. "That lunatic, she's trying to kill me to seize the throne. I'll die if I stay here. I have to do something." At this critical moment, Nyx's devilish voice suddenly rang out, bringing Villanit back to his senses and freezing him in his tracks. "Do you wish for a power greater than that wench's?"
He hurriedly turned around to search for the source of the voice, but behind him laid only a long, empty corridor. Yet, amidst his terrified gasps, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Villanit's mind. Yes, that was it. To fight against that madwoman, he needed power. Nyx smiled with delight at having achieved her goal, continuing to whisper sweet words to lure her prey into the trap. "Is that so? Then come find me right away. Come to the place where I am imprisoned, the sealed waters." Returning to the reunion between Gano and Alicia, she repeated in surprise, "Is Mercedes' divine power really that strong?" He scratched his head helplessly and admitted, "He has gone completely mad. I followed him, but it turns out he is heading to the Empire." "If you are right about Nyx coming for you soon, it seems Mercedes is also involved." This unexpected news made Alicia frown thoughtfully. How strange. In the Night of Ophelia, Mercedes didn't cause any noble disputes. As she racked her brain trying to recall, the goddess's reminder suddenly echoed in Alicia's mind. "Now that the revision is completely finished, from now on, everything depends on you." Only then did she fully realize the truth. "I see my mistake now. The Night of Ophelia means Ophelia's story. My survival has probably changed far more than I realized."
If the story plays out again, Alicia Melfont will be killed by Nyx and Ophelia will reclaim her divine power. Gano, deeply worried by Alicia's silence, spoke up to ask, "Why do you have that look on your face? You're making me worried. We don't have time for this. Come on, we must make a plan."
In contrast to his agitated state, Alicia spoke with utmost calm. "Gano, if there is anything else you wish to say, go ahead. You have my permission." Gano was visibly panicked by her strange offer. How could she say such a thing in a situation like this? Yet she bluntly stated, "This may be your first and last chance. Do you really have nothing to say to me?" Her resolute demeanor finally made Gano abandon his stubbornness and sincerely confess his feelings. "Alicia, I love you. I have loved you for a very long time." Faced with this sudden confession, Alicia was about to reject him bluntly. "Thank you, but I—" However, suppressing the pain of heartbreak, he continued to show his concern. "I know you love that sickly pale man. That is exactly why you must live." Whatever her reasons, Alicia only gave a faint smile upon hearing this and asserted firmly, "You are right. I will not die. Even if everything goes off course, I will not go down without a fight. Gano, I have one last request for you."
Hyros was observing intently, humming as he looked back down at the book in his hand. Suddenly, a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. Unfazed, Hyros calmly closed the book. "The others have already left. Do you think killing me will solve anything?" Norman demanded angrily. "Answer my question. Why did you break Nyx's seal?" He smirked mockingly. "What are you talking about? I was merely watching everything unfold. I just saw the princess enter Bardoth and that foolish crown prince being manipulated by Nyx." Villanit ran up, panting as he clutched the book. Hyros casually recounted what had happened when Villanit fell into Nyx's grasp because of his foolish obsession with power. Villanit's eyes widened in horror, and then only a piercing scream echoed. Hyros smiled and turned his head, ignoring the blade Norman still held to his neck. "When I can see a way to end this dull situation, why would I stop it? I have no issue with Lady Melfont. If anything, I see it completely differently."
Hyros was sent flying, crashing into a nearby wall, his face contorted as he looked up at Norman, who said in a cold voice, "When this is over, you will pay for this." Norman decisively turned and walked away, leaving Hyros sitting there. He chuckled softly, watching Norman's figure fade into the distance. A voice rang out in judgment. Another futile effort. Meanwhile, Alicia knelt down to Alfred's eye level beside the carriage. Her voice called out the boy's name. "Alfred Melfont, give me your left hand." She gently slipped a ring onto his finger, her eyes narrowing slightly with worry. Alicia anxiously instructed, "You must wear it on your thumb." Alfred replied, "Yes, Aunt." Alicia placed her hand gently on the boy's shoulder. "As the head of this family, fulfill your duty. Your first task is to deliver this letter to your uncle, Lord Morden. Don't forget what Melfont looks like. You are much better than I was at 15, so you will do just fine." Alfred anxiously and hesitantly asked, "Why are you speaking as if this is a farewell? You are so selfish. Promise me you won't die." "I have watched over him for 10 years. His existence is what kept me alive all this time. So," Alicia's slender hands gently clasped Alfred's small hand to reassure him, "I will do my best. I cannot give you false hope. I can only promise to try my best." Not long after, Alicia walked side by side with Idio and Glenn. She looked back and observed they were the only ones left in the castle. She suddenly spoke up, giving an order. "Stop acting like you were about to die. The two of you need to stay behind and protect our people."
Glenn Datman, leader of the Melfont Knights, quickly replied, "I will certainly carry out the mission. I will obey and do my utmost." She smiled in satisfaction. "Thank you." Audio stammered slightly, asking, "But when is he coming?" Alicia replied, somewhat doubtfully, "Perhaps today. The final attack was on the day of the festival, so he will surely come looking for me on the same day. That is, if the story has stopped continuing." Glenn warned softly, "Alicia, Lady Melfont." She calmly replied, "I see him." A hand gathering energy touched the ground. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the surrounding space. Nyx, in his grotesque form, looked up, just in time.
Alicia looked down at Nyx from the castle walls. She frowned slightly, assessing him. Was that really the Crown Prince's body? The figure below was horribly distorted and mutated. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she called out to inquire, "What happened to the Crown Prince, and why are you here?" Nyx glanced toward the sound of her voice. He muttered to himself, "You, who found me by my voice, must be Calliope's younger brother. No wonder you sound so similar." I should have slit his throat painlessly. Confused, Alicia asked, "Wait, weren't you the one looking for me?" His eyes widened as he stared at her. "That's right. Power. I can feel the power radiating from you. Ophelia's power. The one Alicia Melfont stole." With that, Nyx launched his attack, his massive grotesque hand lunging forward to grab her. Suddenly, a flash of light flared up, blocking the strike. Nyx clutched his face in pain and withdrew his hand. Alicia was startled by the sight. This is just as Ophelia said. All right, it's time to risk it all.
With that thought, she spoke in a provocative tone. How does it feel to have such pitiful power, even after you slaughtered all of Melfont? No matter how desperately you try, you can't defeat even half of Ophelia's power. He stared at her and muttered, You. Yes, you are Alicia. Alicia Melfont. She warily observed him. He has completely lost his mind. Did he only just realize who I am? With sweaty palms, she anxiously called out, Nix.
Even skinning you alive wouldn't be enough for all those who died because of your petty delusions and mad infatuation. I will end this, right here, right now. Hearing this, he burst into a savage laugh. Nix covered his face, continuing to laugh maniacally. Then he froze, his eyes widening as he cast a calculating glance. The giant hands behind him gradually grew, looming menacingly. You always speak such cruel words, unlike my dear Ophelia. Meanwhile, in the forest shrouded by the gloomy sky, Geno crossed his arms and asked impatiently, What does the letter say? Jack and Ophelia stared at the letter in silence, Ophelia's brow furrowing as she read. She quickly turned around and urged, I must go to Melfont immediately. Geno quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, let me see the letter. His eyes widened with every line he read. At the moment Alicia Melfont dies, Geno couldn't help but blurt out, What the hell? Alicia Melfont is dead? What the hell is this? Gritting his teeth, Geno recalled that day. When I agreed to help you, this wasn't what I had in mind. Just then, a sudden flash of light around Ophelia pulled him back to reality. Geno had to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. At the moment Alicia Melfont dies, the divine power will return to Sister Ophelia. Even if your power goes out of control, you must remain conscious, after your rage destroys Arfa's power. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Alicia clutched her stomach, coughing up blood, while Nix gloated, his mouth stretched wide in a mad grin. The letter continued, Go straight to Melfont. You must decapitate Nix with your own hands once he loses his power.
Arfo's curse shattered both body and soul, leading to permanent death. Yet Norman did not die after being cursed. It was because Nicholas's divine power suddenly surged, distorting the curse and gradually wearing it away. Norman was trapped between life and death, if indeed he could exist on that boundary. Alicia staggered forward, as if she had lost all gravity. Ophelia's power would return to her. Nix frantically unleashed dark power to attack. Die! Die, you bitch! Wearily, she thought to herself. She could feel it.
Arfo's curse is tearing my body and soul apart. How can he use Arfo's power without even knowing the true name? I have to stop this right now. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed from out of nowhere, accompanied by a voice calling, Ophelia! Seeing this, Nix also paused to observe. Alicia closed her eyes, focusing her power. A small light flickered in her hand. She opened her eyes in astonishment. It's working! Now I can… Nix gritted his teeth in disdain. You don't even know how to control her power. Do you really believe you will succeed? She endured the agonizing pain as her body was slowly being torn apart. Is my power not enough? He muttered her name. Alicia Melfont. Just die already. Instantly, a relentless barrage of fierce attacks rained down upon her. Resigned to her fate, Alicia cursed inwardly. Damn it, in the end, that bastard is still going to kill me. Just then, a beam of light flashed alongside a voice calling her name. Alicia. Half conscious, she saw the figure of a man before her. Alicia thought to herself, I must really want to see Norman. His blurry face came into view, frantically calling, Alicia! Still, she was in a daze of disbelief. There was no way he could really be here. He anxiously cradled her body. Alicia, please. Struggling to look up at him, she wanted to say something. I want to tell you something.
Perhaps it's too late now, but Alicia's hand gently touched Norman's face. I love you. Immediately after, her hand lost all strength and fell limp. It was hopeless. She hadn't been able to do anything for him. I thought you would smile if I told you I loved you. A smug laugh rang out just as a flash of light lit up the sky. Ignoring the light, Nix gloated loudly. That's right. Alicia Melfont is dead, and Ophelia's divine power will return. Then I will. Suddenly, a sword thrust straight through Nix's body. He turned around in disbelief. Norman Diaz, look at you, pitifully trying to interfere. Your divine power is useless now. The divine power is returning to Ophelia, and now I… Huh? Ophelia's divine power? Nix screamed in agony as a beam of light shone down, causing him to disintegrate as if being burned alive. Clutching his twisted, melting face, he shrieked miserably. This can't be. No, Arfa, why? I still have things to do. Nix's body gradually crumbled into dust and drifted away, leaving only a crackling sound echoing in the air. Norman frowned slightly, watching the process closely. Once the man had completely vanished, Norman turned back and called her name. Alicia, it's over. But why? Why did you confess your love to me, only to leave me behind? Why? Just then, Ophelia slowly approached from behind him. Her face was filled with shock and grief. Alicia,
Tiny feet scurried forward. Antoinette sadly touched Alicia's motionless body. Ophelia froze, unable to accept it. What had happened to Alicia? She turned around to assess her surroundings. Nix's body had now completely disintegrated, leaving behind only scraps of clothing. Nix had been decapitated, not Alicia. Something was definitely different from that time. Perhaps if the curse was her choice, perhaps it was the only way she could survive. If seeing Norman Diaz, who had returned from the dead because of the curse, had prompted her to do the same. Ophelia muttered in realization. Yes, Alicia wasn't dead yet. Norman looked at her skeptically. What? His eyes widened in astonishment at Ophelia's sudden action. She immediately leaned down and gently placed a kiss on Alicia's lips. This was what had saved him that day.
Glenn and Edio quickly rushed over. Lady Melfont, I have confirmed that as instructed, all the villagers have evacuated safely. Edio, equally out of breath, asked, what was that light just now? Huh? A faint light gradually glowed after Ophelia's kiss. Alicia snapped awake, opening her eyes. Finding herself in a dark space, she looked toward the guiding light and wondered, where am I? This place again. Am I still alive? Suddenly, Mayera's voice echoed behind her. Right now, you are closer to death than to life. Alicia turned around and called out directly, Mayera. She appeared in the form of Ophelia. How rude. Now go take care of your little monster. Puzzled, she asked, little monster? Mayera looked at Antoinette, who was nuzzling at her feet, and continued, it was terrified, thinking you had really died. Alicia, deeply moved, said, oh, sweetheart, what are you doing here? She slowly explained, it came with you. She looked at her in confusion. Came with me? Antoinette, you were with Norman. Mayera gently mocked Alicia. Surely you don't think that monster can actually understand you, do you? Startled by this, she quickly defended. But Antoinette is very smart. She coldly remarked, a monster is still just a monster, even if it has memories of the past. Skeptical, she asked, memories of the past? She looked at her and said, that child made an absurd wish. Even I cannot change what has been predestined. Every world has its inevitable events, such as the death of Alicia Melfont at the end of the story.
No matter how many times the story repeats, there is almost no version in which you survive, at least not until the memories of others are introduced into the story. Alicia bluntly voiced her suspicion. Are you talking about the Night of Ophelia? Mayra calmly replied, only after you learned about that book did survival become possible. That was when the revisions began to take effect. Whispering to Nyx and Tantaros that killing Alicia Melfont would lead him to Ophelia, that was one of those changes. She couldn't help but be astonished. It was you? She replied. Thanks to that, weren't you able to awaken Norman Diaz? In any case, until you find a version where you survive, I will have to keep rewinding this dark life of yours. Unfortunately, that monster possesses all the memories of those repeated lifetimes. Alicia sighed wearily as she stroked Antoinette. What did you do to it? Mayra did not deny it. I admit it was my fault. However, if the monster wishes, I can relieve it of the weight of these memories. Yet the creature bristled and hissed in wary hostility the moment Mayra reached out to touch it. Pausing slightly while maintaining her indifferent expression, Mayra let the corner of her mouth curl into a faint, graceful smile. It seems we don't have much time left. Your husband is about to exhaust himself for your sake.
Alicia was startled by Mayra's warning. Recalling the scene before she closed her eyes, she wondered to herself how she had ended up passing out. Mayra smiled faintly and said, if you stay here like this, your husband will think you're dead and follow you to the grave. Alicia crossed her arms and frowned in disapproval. Don't say such awful things. Norman is sensible. He would never do something like that. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at her. Why are you so sure? Deus's weakness is love. That is how I created him. Unable to refute her, Alicia began to grow anxious. She demanded urgently, I have to get out of here immediately. Mayra taunted her again. You are in too much of a hurry. Just wait a moment. Your body is already dead because of Nyx's curse. Your physical constitution is on the verge of completely breaking down, and your soul seems incredibly fragile. In this state, how do you think you can return? Alicia asked skeptically, are you saying I can't wake up unless Ophelia infuses divine power into me? She remarked with amusement. Yes, how romantic, just like a fairy tale.
She hurriedly asked, you know where Ophelia is, don't you? Mayra slowly approached on bare feet. Don't worry, Ophelia has already come and done what needed to be done. Do you know how Ophelia bestowed her divine power upon you? Alicia looked at her giggling expression in confusion. Mayra did not answer directly, but only patted her gently. All right, time's up. Go now. When you wake up, you will have a very difficult time calming Diaz down. Alicia's eyes slowly opened, and she tiredly called out his name, Norman. He lowered his head to look down at the sound of the familiar voice. Tears welled up in Norman's eyes, unable to believe it. Alicia. She looked around in panic, wondering, what the hell is going on? Glenn spoke up anxiously. Lady Melfont, you're awake. She silently assessed the situation. What a complete mess.
On the surface, Ophelia's rage and Nyx's death seemed to have finally come to an end. With a throbbing headache, Alicia wondered, where should I even begin? A gentle voice calling her name drew her attention. Alicia. Ophelia was also kneeling opposite her, tears welling in her eyes. All right, one thing at a time. I must settle things with her first. With that thought, Alicia forced herself up to approach Ophelia, but a strong hand gripped hers, holding her back. Surprised, Alicia turned to look at him. Norman, will you let me go for a moment? He grimaced in sulky refusal. I can't. Alicia reassured him in a gentle voice. I'll be right back. Please wait just a little longer. Reluctantly, his hand let go of hers. Ophelia's face still bore traces of sorrow, ready to listen. Ophelia, it's really over. Seeing you still brings back those memories. It feels as though I'm being dragged back into the past. That's why I haven't been able to look you in the eye. The past decade has been so overwhelming that I couldn't even begin to understand your circumstances or how you felt, let alone reflect on myself. However, she smiled, reaching her hand out to Ophelia. From now on, I will try to understand you. I survived, and I will continue to live a long life, and during that time, I will try to understand you. It will take time, but everything will get better, just like it always does. So you should live your own life too. You can do it. I'm fine now. Ophelia's hand gently took hers in return. All right, Alicia, I will. They slowly parted, overwhelmed with emotion. Alicia turned back toward him. Norman, she called out. She leaned down and embraced the man slumped in front of her. Pulling back slightly, Alicia whispered softly, Let's talk now. Alicia looked at Norman sincerely. I'm sorry for always making you sad. He gently called her name once more. Alicia. He happily rested his head on her shoulder. Norman tightened his embrace and murmured, I was afraid you would disappear again. She reassured him in a gentle voice. I won't. Still, he couldn't help but feel terrified as he recalled the scene from earlier. But you left right after expressing your feelings to me. I wouldn't know what to do if you disappeared again. Deeply moved, Alicia spoke. Norman. She decisively grabbed his collar and pulled him close. Before his stunned eyes, she declared, If you can't believe me, I will keep saying it until you do. Norman nearly broke down at Alicia's sudden kiss. She pulled away and whispered, I love you. After all, you will be by my side for the rest of your life. So if I must, I will prove it to you every single day.
I love you. All the bad things are over now, and we will live together from now on. A few years later, the outdoor banquet hall was now bustling with guests. Alfred Dom Antoinette pouted, looking quite sulky. The boy glanced over. Are you kidding me? Alfred looked toward the four people standing and chatting together in the distance. Even now, the boy still found it hard to believe that the bride and groom were Erica and Harry. Secretary Simon marrying Lord Fallon? How long it had been? A large hand suddenly rested on the boy's head, patting it. It seems you've been left behind, young master. Alfred looked up in surprise. Gano, he remarked. You've grown a bit.
The boy asked curiously, I thought you wouldn't come because you were busy with guild business. Didn't you travel to the ends of the earth despite everything? I heard Ramdak is now famous far beyond the Empire. Gano replied triumphantly, There are so many new deals that I feel like I need 10 bodies just to keep up. Still curious, the boy asked, Then why are you here? He smirked and replied, I'm sneaking away for a little vacation. The boy repeated doubtfully, Sneaking? Gano quickly changed the subject. Anyway, those two have been secretly dating for a long time. I heard Alicia caught them red-handed. For someone born to lead the Malfont family, your information network is severely lacking. Alfred gritted his teeth in defiance. Just wait until I inherit the title of family head. He waved his hand mockingly. Oh, so easy. Don't you think you still have a long way to go? They descended into a messy argument. Gano gasped in surprise. Whoa, what is that? Alfred cheered. Go, Antoinette! From not far away, Alicia couldn't help but look at them with a helpless expression. What on earth are those two doing? A familiar voice called out, catching her attention. Lady Malfont, it has been a long time. Nicholas glanced away indifferently. I see. She grimaced in annoyance, judging his attitude. That guy. Alicia tried to suppress her anger and forced a smile. I know you must be very busy, and yet you still paid a visit to Malfont. She thought to herself. A lot has happened. After the tragedy of the Crown Prince's beheading, Mercedes had completely vanished from the Empire, and Adrian, devastated by her son's death, had locked herself in her room and gone on a hunger strike.
As misfortune continuously ravaged the imperial family, the emperor declared, From this moment on, I shall abdicate the throne. Since there are no heirs left in the imperial family, perhaps this is the end of the Roden bloodline. After the emperor abdicated, the empire quickly transitioned into a republic.
Nicholas Diaz of the Diaz family, who won the trust of the people by saving Melfont from crisis, became the first president. At this moment, he crossed his arms and said calmly, "There is nothing left to worry about now." Alicia glanced around. "By the way, did you come alone?" He didn't understand the question. "Alone?" She asked bluntly. "Where is the young lady you kissed? As far as I know, it was 3 times. Nicholas was flustered and bewildered. "How do you know about that?" She smirked teasingly. "You don't need to worry about that. But if you kissed her, you must marry her. Don't you agree, Lord Milan Diaz?" Radiating a murderous aura, he lightly tapped his shoulder. "Nicholas, I have something to say to you." Norman walked over, looking worried. "It seems neither of them intends to attend the banquet. My father's lecture is going to drag on again." Alicia watched them leave with a smug look. "I'm sure the bride and groom will understand." She instinctively followed a falling petal with her eyes.
Both Alicia and Norman looked up at the same time at these petals. She had come after all. A slender hand gently caught a falling petal. Ophelia smiled, looking down at the tiny petal in her palm. Thinking of her, Alicia thought to herself, "You are always so romantic, Ophelia." Norman looked at her quizzically. "What are you thinking about?" She smiled and replied, "Nothing. I hope that from now on, only happiness awaits you." Alicia smiled affectionately at him. "I just feel like kissing you. If this is a new ending, and my bad luck has finally come to an end, then I will wholeheartedly embrace it." Thank you for watching today's video. And so we have reached the end of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support us, and make sure you don't miss any new videos. Thank you so much for watching, and have a wonderful day.